It smells so good. Why don't you give me a baby that smells like milk? The little fox was being wildly petted and sniffed by the villainous big boss. He shook his fox ears with a pitiful expression. Master, I'm a male. I can't give birth. Hearing this, the boss got even more excited. Kyle accidentally traveled to an apocalyptic world. At that moment, he was surrounded by the main protagonist group. He thought he could just act cute to get through this. However, what he didn't know was, the great teacher had been reborn and returned. Regarding this little fox that hadn't appeared in his previous life, he developed a strong interest, just as Kyle was stealthily sizing up the male lead. What an adorable little puppy! A fat guy next to him reached out to pet it. It immediately raised its tail and bared its claws as a warning. Chee, so fierce. The fat guy awkwardly withdrew his hand. Then he pulled a sausage from his pocket, wanting to feed it to Kyle. The little fox turned its head away in disgust. At that moment, a girl standing nearby suddenly spoke up. Be careful, everyone. The ground is covered with zombie corpses. This little thing has killed quite a few zombies. It might be a mutant. Kyle awkwardly scratched his little head. These were zombies he encountered right after he traveled here. He just casually swatted them to death. That's why he made a commotion and was discovered by the main protagonist group. No way, just you? Matching walked over disbelievingly, wanting to grab Kyle. How about we roast and eat it instead? It looks quite plump and tasty. You call me fat and still want to eat me? Kyle opened its mouth wide. Its canine teeth sank deep into the large hand stretched toward it. Matching let out a scream of pain. The people nearby were frightened and took a step back. Except for Gushim Grui, who showed no reaction. That is, the girl who had spoken earlier. She took a step forward to check Mesheng's injury. Yumeng, don't get too close. What if that dog has a problem? What if Matching gets infected? Zhou Chenhen, who had been standing at the back of the crowd the whole time, stopped Lan Yumeng from stepping forward. But I don't think it's a dog. It looks more like a fox. Lan Yumeng observed that the white fox didn't seem to be infected. Moreover, staying spotless for so long in this chaotic world, it surely isn't an ordinary fox. Who cares what it is? Right now, it poses an unknown danger to us. Let's get rid of it first. Saying this, he attacked Kyle with a water orb. The attack wasn't very powerful, but it was annoyingly sticky. Kyle sensed that the energy within the water orb wasn't strong, but it disliked getting wet in this form. It would become very irritable. Kyle wasn't stupid. It immediately jumped onto the shoulder of Lan Yumeng, who seemed more friendly toward it. It rubbed its head against her neck to show it meant no harm. Please save me, pretty sister. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. How could such an adorable fox harm anyone? Lan Yumeng felt the soft fur against her neck. Instantly won over. She held the white fox protectively in her arms. Then Lan Yumeng looked with pleading eyes toward the person who could make the decision. Shingrui, let's keep it. I can share a little of my food with it. Kyle nuzzled against Lan Yumeng's neck. He knew this pretty older sister was a good person. It wasn't like he judged others by their appearance. Gushin Grui lowered his head and met Lan Yumeng's gaze. Lan Yumeng felt a little scared, but she still held firm to her decision, hugging the little fox tightly. The little fox was also very well behaved, staying quiet in her arms, just like her, using those big, sparkling Kardashian-like eyes to stare at Gushin Grui. Just this once, Gushin Grui averted his gaze. Normally, he wouldn't agree. In this world, bringing a pet along would be quite troublesome. He didn't know if it was because of Lan Yumeng's plea, or because he saw the human-like understanding in the white fox's eyes, that he couldn't help but soften for a moment. This white fox couldn't be one of those that can heal people's minds, could it? The mountain cave was very cold at night. Kyle was held by Lan Yumeng like a heating pad. This, however, made Ma Cheng, who was nearby, very unhappy. Although the wound on his hand had been treated, you couldn't tell at all where he had been bitten. Truly worthy of being a rare, hard-to-find healer. Kyle now felt a little regretful. Although this world was from a novel he had read, but he had only read about half of it at most. He doesn't know what happens later in the plot. He remembers Gu Shenggrui also has a younger brother. But after the apocalypse began, he never saw him again. Instead, he met Lan Yumeng, who came looking for her brother. Lan Yumeng and the younger brother were childhood sweethearts from families of equal social status. So, as long as he builds a good relationship with Lan Yumeng, he won't be abandoned by Gu Shenggrui. Kyle burrowed deeper into Lan Yumeng's embrace. Right now, she is his lifeline. As a fox spirit, and a celestial fox at that, he firmly believes he has the ability to survive. But doing it alone would be too exhausting. And if his true identity were discovered, he might be targeted by certain people and taken away for dissection. After thinking it over, it's better to stick with Gu Shengrui's group. At that moment, Lan Yumeng, who was holding Kyle, noticed there was something red on his front leg. But her first thought was that it was blood. So she took out a handkerchief and had Zhou Chenhen wet it. In Gu Shengrui's team, besides Lan Yumeng, the wood element healer, there was also Zhou Chenhen, a water element ability user. Ma Cheng is a fire element ability user. The chubby Chen Wei is also a fire element ability user. As for Gu Shenggrui, he has so far only displayed lightning and wind abilities. And you're even serving it so well. Ma Cheng doesn't have a good impression of this creature that bit him. I see you're quite polite when you talk to Shenggrui. Why don't you talk to him like this? Lan Yumeng brought up Gu Shenggrui. How would Ma Cheng dare to act recklessly now? Looking at Gu Shenggrui, who was resting with his eyes closed nearby, he unwillingly shut his mouth. Lan Yumeng saw he had nothing to say in response. She happily wiped the fox's paws. Kyle obediently let Lan Yumeng wipe his paws. This sight made Chen Wei's heart itch with longing. He awkwardly approached Lan Yumeng. What a well-behaved fox. Let me wipe his paws a couple of times too. Lan Yumeng didn't mind. But Kyle, in her arms, retracted all four of his paws. He rested his head on Lan Yumeng's arm, not even giving Chen Wei a single glance. Although Kyle knew Chen Wei wasn't a bad person, and was actually quite kind-hearted, sticking with Gu Shenggrui in the end, he felt that sacrificing his dignity to please one person was enough. He couldn't do it for more. He was a fox with dignity too. But if that person were Gu Shenggrui, it would be fine. He would definitely lie down obediently and let him pet him. Maybe he wouldn't even need to please Lan Yumeng then. This fox has already chosen its master, Chen Wei said, disappointed. Kyle turned his head and bared his teeth at him. Chosen a master? What nonsense. He absolutely had not. Lan Yumeng was just the temporary servant he had selected. Snapping at me again, Chen Wei withdrew his hand. He didn't want to end up having the same experience as Ma Cheng. Lan Yumeng felt flattered and honored. Her heart was wild with joy. Do you like me that much? Resting with his eyes closed nearby, Gu Shenggrui, who had also witnessed the incident, felt a strange thought cross his mind. This was a fox that recognized its master and loved to act coquettishly. At night, Ma Cheng kept watch. The others rested inside the cave. Kyle obediently lay on top of Lan Yumeng's head, providing her with a bit of warmth. In the very center of the cave was a fire lit by Chen Wei using gathered firewood. As long as there was something to burn, his fire would not go out. Therefore, the most important task while on watch was to occasionally throw something into the fire to keep it burning, maintaining the flames. Bored, Ma Cheng tossed a piece of firewood in. Sparks flew out and landed on Lan Yumeng's sleeping bag. Because Lan Yumeng was afraid of the cold, she was sleeping somewhat close to the fire. Fortunately, they were just sparks and wouldn't cause a flame. However, Ma Cheng didn't see it that way. He was still brooding over Lin Yumeng embarrassing him earlier that day. He looked up and saw Gu Xingrui with his eyes closed, breathing steadily. Xingrui. He called out softly, testing. There was no response. The others nearby seemed to be sleeping soundly. If someone turns over in their sleep, and their hair falls into the fire, and they notice too late, it's not like anyone would die. At worst, Lan Yumeng's beloved beautiful hair would be ruined. Once this malicious idea occurred to Ma Cheng, he couldn't resist the temptation. He carefully moved to Lan Yumeng's side. Her hair spilled black and smooth over the sleeping bag. It showed that even in this post-apocalyptic world, its owner had put considerable effort into its care. Damn woman, you deliberately made me lose face, contradicting me in public. I'll teach you a lesson right now. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the fox curled up there, its belly rising and falling with each breath. In his mind, he conceived the idea of throwing the fox into the fire as well. But before he could act on it, as he had just carefully picked up a few strands of Lan Yumeng's hair, the fox opened its eyes and met his gaze. Ma Cheng was afraid that making any noise would expose his actions. It was just an animal. Yet how could he see such disgust, contempt, and disdain in its eyes? As if he were some filthy person. Ma Cheng released Lan Yumeng's hair and switched to grabbing Kyle instead. He refused to believe that if he burned a fox to death, Lan Yumeng would actually turn against him over it. Wasn't he more useful? Kyle had been sleeping peacefully. Actually, as a demon, he didn't need to sleep. He was just dozing off out of boredom while staying here. But then, he sensed someone approaching. And upon opening his eyes, he saw Ma Cheng. After his sneaky movements were discovered, his eyes grew even more malicious. Kyle stood up, assuming an attacking posture, warning Ma Cheng not to make any rash moves. Otherwise, I'm not so Mionado be trifled with either. Ma Cheng raised a hand slightly. Avoiding everyone else, he built an earth wall just behind the fox, cut off the little fox's escape route. Kyle was afraid that Sumionite suddenly wake up. He didn't dare use his demonic power, but an attack of this level was easy for him to dodge. Kyle stared intently at Ma Cheng. All four limbs braced, searching intently. For the right moment, Ma Cheng lunged forward. His movements were fast and swift. Seeing his hand getting closer and closer to Kyle, he had already imagined the angry, heartbroken, and pained expression on Lan Yumeng's face after this fox was burned to death. Kyle was waiting for exactly the second. He suddenly leaped up, his hind legs grazing Ma Cheng's hand as he jumped away, even using Ma Cheng's head as a springboard to jump again. Didn't expect this guy to have some skill. He almost got caught for real. Kyle shook his hind leg. He licked his fur, feeling a bit shaken. He became even more highly alert. Used as a stepping stone by the fox, Ma Cheng almost fell onto Lan Yumeng. Fortunately, he steadied himself in time. The Lan Yumeng beneath him had the habit of wearing headphones while sleeping. After all, no matter what happened, her elder brother Gu Xingrui was there. He wouldn't abandon her. Ma Cheng looked back at the fox grooming itself, furious and humiliated. To be ignored by a mere animal as its fur was even more provoking. He clenched his fist. A massive stone hand shot up from the ground. It was quite fast. If Kyle hadn't quickly run out, it would have been crushed right then and there. Moreover, the dust it stirred up affected the people nearby, such as Gu Xingrui, who was in front. He got a face full of dirt and debris. He opened his eyes and looked at the person who wasn't properly keeping watch. Soon, he noticed something rubbing against his leg. He looked down. It was that spoiled, affectionate fox. Strange, why wasn't it staying by Yumeng's side? Seeing that Xingrui was awake, Kyle thought it would be a waste not to cling to a powerful ally. It was a lazy little fox. If it could slack off, it would definitely slack off. Kyle nudged Xingrui's pant leg with its head. Using its big, captivating eyes, it looked at him with a pitiful expression. Its body and fluffy tail almost wrapped around his ankle, forming something like an ankle bracelet. Looking at Kyle's fur, which had originally been wiped clean, now stained with dust, Gu Xingrui frowned. "You touched it?" Matching had already put away his greedy expression. The moment Gu Xingrui woke up. "No. How would I dare? It was the one that kept running around. I wanted to catch it so it wouldn't run away and make Yumeng sad." Kyle snorted at this lie and bared its teeth at Matching. Then it lifted its chin and walked with elegant steps towards the sleeping Lan Yumeng, before obediently curling up beside her head, as if telling the two people, "Don't talk nonsense, I never planned to escape. It's just that this person is too nasty." Matching felt awkward. "See, told you this animal has a strange temperament. We can't figure it out. Just a moment ago it was struggling to run outside, taking advantage of the fact that the fox can't talk." Matching shifted all the blame onto it. Kyle flicked its tail in displeasure. It really wanted to slap this person a few times across the face. "He's full of lies. Keep your improper intentions to yourself." How could Gu Xingrui not know what kind of person Matching is? If it weren't for the fact that his skills are still useful, he really wouldn't want to keep this person on the team. He just told him to rein it in a bit. After all, based on how much Lan Yumeng dotes on the little fox, if Matching killed the fox, she would probably raise hell. Yes. Matching nodded repeatedly, not daring to have any more disloyal thoughts. At least for now, that thought has been put to rest. Gu Xingrui thought for a moment. He went and sat down next to Lan Yumeng. This served as a kind of deterrent to Matching. He was afraid Matching might try some underhanded tricks. Kyle sensed a powerful pressure nearby. He lifted his eyelids. After realizing it was Gu Xingrui, he closed his eyes, feeling at ease. He didn't think Gu Xingrui would stoop to any sneaky, underhanded behavior. Kyle closed his eyes and actually fell asleep. His tail unconsciously drooped down, resting on Gu Xingrui's calf. Gu Xingrui noticed it. He opened his eyes and looked at that patch of white. Surprisingly, he didn't find it bothersome. He acted as if he hadn't seen it, letting Kyle do as he pleased. The next morning, Lan Yumeng woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, what came into view, aside from Kyle's furry body, was its tail, actually, draped over Gu Xingrui's leg. Lan Yumeng was so startled that any drowsiness instantly vanished. Oh no. Xingrui has always been a bit of a neat freak. And regarding animal fur, from what his boyfriend had told him, he seemed to even be somewhat allergic. Lan Yumeng quickly picked Kyle up, moving him away from Gu Xingrui, to avoid Gu Xingrui discovering it himself later and getting angry, potentially kicking the little fox out. But looking at the fur on the trouser leg, Lan Yumeng's scalp tightened with anxiety. What should he do now? How come the little fox is shedding fur too? Just as Lan Yumeng was getting extremely anxious, Chen Wei came over to see if he could get a couple of touches in. "Little fox, what are you standing there for? Have you eaten yet?" Their team didn't have a spatial ability user, so everyone carried a large backpack, filled to the brim with supplies. They went to the supermarket to restock every so often. But this method was admittedly a bit troublesome. The most urgent task was to quickly find a companion with spatial abilities. As soon as Chen Wei finished speaking, he saw Gu Xingrui still asleep, leaning against the cliff wall. He looked shocked. Shingrui isn't up yet? You have to understand, in the past, the moment they opened their eyes, Gu Shingrui would already be eating, or have gone out on patrol and scavenging. The problem was this Lan Yumeng, who pointed nervously at Gu Shingrui's pant leg. Little fox's fur. The little fox slept on Shingrui's leg last night. That little one is really something else. Chen Wei gave a thumbs up. Kyle, knowing she might have caused trouble, lay on Lan Yumeng's shoulder, wagging her tail guiltily. I'm just a little fox. I don't understand what they're saying. What should we do? Will Shingrui be angry when he wakes up? He definitely will. But if she tried to pick the fur off herself, Gu Shingrui would probably wake up before she could even get close. While Shingrui is still asleep. I'll handle it, Chen Wei took on the task, holding a piece of cardboard that came from who knows where. He fanned at Gu Shingrui's calf for a while. Gotta say, it actually worked. Most of the loose fur on it was indeed fanned away. Only a few particularly stubborn short hairs remained. No matter how much he fanned, they stuck fast. Chen Wei simply used his mouth, took a deep breath, and blew hard. Kyle nearby was also cheering him on. He really didn't want Gu Shingrui to find him annoying. What would he do if he got thrown out? Chen Wei was still feeling proud of his efforts when he saw the leg in front of him move. Immediately after, Gu Shingrui's deep voice came from above his head. Hoarse from just waking up. What's wrong with you this early in the morning? If you're sick, go get treated. It's just that, Shingrui. The morning air is so fresh. I'm just taking a couple of extra deep breaths. Chen Wei seized the chance, quick as lightning, and plucked off the last hair. Gu Shingrui stood up and looked at the two guilty-looking individuals, plus the fox in Lan Yumeng's arms. Actually, he had woken up a while ago. He just saw the fox sleeping soundly. Its little belly turned up, sprawled out. So he hadn't moved either. After washing up and eating, head to the nearest supermarket. Their food supplies were almost finished. Time to restock. Chen Wei scurried off in a flash. Meanwhile, Zhou Chenhan in the distance came over, holding some luncheon meat. Have some, Shingrui. He had noticed last night that Gu Shingrui was eating compressed biscuits. He was probably out of meat. Gu Shingrui didn't look at her. Instead, he spoke to Lan Yumeng. The supermarket has pet food. You can go see if there's anything good for a fox to eat. Shingrui. Lan Yumeng didn't expect Gu Shingrui to actually care about the fox. She nodded blankly. As for Zhou Chenhan, Shingrui didn't even acknowledge her. Why should she bother with her? Her intentions were obvious to everyone. Did she really think she could climb into Shingrui's bed? Lan Yumeng stole a glance at the deflated Zhou Chenhan. She hummed a tune cheerfully. She probably still doesn't know. Shingrui likes men. Before the apocalypse arrived, Shingrui had already come clean to his family. I heard Uncle Gu was furious for a long time back then. Fortunately, there was still her boyfriend to carry on the family line. So he turned a blind eye and allowed Shingrui's deviation. Watching the two walk away, Zhou Chenhan gritted her teeth. Lan Yumeng shared the luncheon meat in her hand with Kyle. The little fox ate happily. It was finished quickly, but its belly was still flat, feeling hungry. When in his human form, he didn't feel so hungry. As a beast, he was always feeling hungry. Suddenly, a burst of meaty fragrance exploded at the tip of his nose. He couldn't help but open his eyes. In the middle of a large, distinctively veined hand, lay a piece of luncheon meat. Kyle couldn't believe it. Looking up, it was actually Gu Shingrui who had given him a piece. The sun is rising from the west. Or is this spam poisonous? The main villain wants to poison him. While Kyle was overthinking and hesitating to take a bite, Gu Shingrui grew impatient. Thinking he was full, he started to pull his hand back. Kyle instinctively chased after it. His tongue swirled and he ate the spam. He even accidentally licked Gu Shingrui's palm. Both the man and the fox froze for a moment. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. He was just a fox. He didn't know anything. Thinking this, Kyle, carefree and without a worry, ate happily. After eating, he returned to Lan Yumeng's side, plopping down with his rear end facing Gushing Grui. If you looked closely, his ears were slightly red. It was just not very noticeable in his beast form. Lan Yumeng, seeing Gushing Grui's actions, was also secretly surprised. After everyone finished breakfast, they went to the nearest supermarket. This was a place they had occupied the past couple of days. The entrance was blocked by an earthen wall made by matching. This prevented zombies from entering, and also served as a warning to other survivors. Kyle remembered that Gushing Grui and the others were currently traveling along the city, heading north all the way to search for traces of his younger brother. Although there had been no news of him for so long, the chances of him being alive were probably slim. Matching removed the earthen wall. Everyone split into pairs to gather the supplies they needed. Gushing Grui, however, acted alone. He didn't need anyone's protection. Not having to protect others made him feel completely carefree. Lan Yumeng and Chen Wei were a pair. If she were made to team up with those other two people, she would just feel disgusted. Suddenly, Kyle caught the scent of meat. He darted out in a flash and arrived at the nearby shelf. This area was full of things like freeze-dried meat and jerky. By the time Lan Yumeng caught up, Kyle was already struggling to tear open the packaging. But he wasn't in human form, so it was way too difficult for him to open it. It was chicken breast. Lan Yumeng picked up the package and looked at it. Actually, Kyle mainly liked chicken, even though he was a celestial fox. Just like a regular fox, he really liked chicken. Kyle couldn't open the chicken breast package, and he was so anxious he started circling around it. He even scratched at it with his paw. Lan Yumeng found this unbearably cute. She quickly crouched down and tore open a bag. "Little Bai, come here." Kyle ate the delicious chicken breast, unconsciously letting out soft, pleasurable whimpers from his throat. Lan Yumeng covered her nose. It was too adorable. Her heart was completely melted. Overcome with maternal affection, she took all of this chicken breast with her. She couldn't let their little Bai go hungry. Kyle ate quickly, but very elegantly, taking small bites and chewing properly. He looked extremely dignified. Chen Wei stroked Kyle's back. There was no food-guarding reaction. This made him fall into deep thought. Suddenly, an intermittent sound started echoing around them. That attack-type ability user immediately shielded Lan Yumeng. She held the little fox tightly, nerves on edge. The sound came from behind the shelves, probably because this was the pet section, an area usually deserted. So during patrols, they hadn't searched it thoroughly, allowing this zombie to survive here for so long. What the heck? It's just a kid. Chen Wei waited for the zombie to slowly emerge on its own, and found it was just a child under 10 years old. Even as a zombie, it was malnourished. Chen Wei gave it a light kick, and it fell to the ground without even reacting to bite. It kept making a gurgling sound from its mouth. Don't try to fake an injury. He wasn't the type to bully children, but with zombies, he had no choice. If he showed mercy, he'd be the one to die. The little zombie was set ablaze by Chen Wei's fire, rolling around everywhere. Ordinary flames were useless against them, but an ability user's fire was different. It was specifically meant to deal with them. There should only be this one. Chen Wei didn't sense any further abnormalities around him, so he let his guard down. But upon turning around, he saw behind Lan Yumeng a red-eyed zombie, its bloody maw wide open, lunging at her. From his distance, he couldn't make it in time. Chen Wei raised his hand, and flames shot from his palm, but they were far from reaching the zombie before it got to Lan Yumeng. Kyle also noticed. He leaped up with all his might and kicked the red-eyed zombie hard under the chin with his hind legs. He forced the zombie to take a step back. With a crack, its jaw dislocated. The zombie stood there dumbly. It hadn't processed how its jaw had come off. This was a matter of life and death. Lan Yumeng was no pushover either. She grabbed a pole from a nearby shelf and thrust it hard into the zombie's chest, creating distance between them, allowing Chen Wei's flames to envelop and burn the red-eyed zombie. The pole wasn't very sharp, yet it still pierced into the zombie's chest cavity, splattering blood onto Kyle's white fur, showing just how much force Lan Yumeng had used. Her hands were trembling after she let go of the pole. "Are you okay? Were you bitten?" Chen Wei hurried forward to check. Being bitten or scratched by a zombie, or having a wound come into contact with zombie blood, carries a risk of infection with the zombie virus, turning into a zombie within just a few hours. Luckily, thanks to that kick from Zhao Bai. Is Zhao Bai injured? Lan Yumeng checked through Kyle's fur. There was quite a lot of splattered blood. She was worried he might have a wound. "It's all because I'm too weak. I can't even protect Zhao Bai properly." Kyle turned around, cooperating with Lan Yumeng's movements. "It's nothing. Just kicked a bit too hard. His hind leg is a bit numb. Zhao Bai is amazing. You are truly my lucky star. Otherwise, I would have been doomed just now." Lan Yumeng didn't care about the bloodstains on Kyle and held him tightly. Thinking back, she still felt a bit scared. As a healer, this was the first time she had ever killed a zombie. What's wrong? What happened? Gu Xingrui's senses were extremely sharp. He had heard the noise from this direction from far away. "Xingrui, I just killed a zombie. Although Fatty helped, I did it too. So, am I pretty strong too?" Lan Yumeng said it lightly, but her voice trembled. Gu Xingrui looked at the two charred zombie bodies on the ground. For once, he wasn't aloof. He reached out, rubbed the top of her head, and praised her. "Yumeng has become strong. Good. This way, when we meet that brat, he won't be so worried." He had other things to do himself. He couldn't stay by their side forever. Once they regrouped at a safe place, he would need to go attend to his own matters. Kyle, in Lan Yumeng's arms, from his angle, could see Gu Xingrui spacing out. He didn't know what he was thinking about so intently. Out of curiosity, he tentatively used the tip of his tail, coiling it around Gu Xingrui's large hand. "Zhao Bai, you can't get so close to Xingrui. Xingrui is allergic to animal fur." Lan Yumeng was startled. She quickly pulled Zhao Bai's big tail back and held it securely. "Allergic to animal fur? Doesn't that mean I can't enjoy petting myself? What a severe punishment that is." Kyle Sundir Lai turned her head away. He had to admit, he actually felt moments ago that the temperature from Gu Xingrui's hand was so comfortable. Not as scalding hot as Chen Wei's, nor as ice-cold as Lan Yumeng's. Gu Xingrui stared intently at the little fox in her arms. "Is he injured?" As she spoke, she rubbed her hand, seeming to recall that fading sensation. "No, it's just some blood smeared on. I'll take Zhao Bai to the river to wash up in a bit." Xingrui is a bit of a neat freak. She wouldn't throw Zhao Bai away because it got too dirty, would she? She remembered there was a small river not far from the cave. The water was fairly clear. "We've gathered almost enough. We should head back now. It's getting dark." Meet at the entrance. After reminding the two, Gu Xinggrui went to find the other two. "There are more zombies in the city. That cave is an excellent resting spot." In the car on the way back, Gu Xinggrui was driving. The four in the back seat were wide-eyed with disbelief, for no other reason. When Chen Wei and Lan Yumeng went back to get the food, they found the remaining canned meat had all been taken by those two. Not a single one was left for them. "We're all part of the same team. There's really no need for this." Those two swept through everything. "Don't they mind how heavy it is, clearing it all out?" Lan Yumeng snorted with displeasure. "I only took some biscuits, bread, and water with Chen Wei. The only meat was still Zhao Bai's. Lan Yumeng seeking comfort from Zhao Bai, seeing the bloodstains on him also made her angry. Zhou Chenhin is clearly a water ability user. She asked her to help wash Zhao Bai, but she wasn't willing to, and that would have been the end of it. Yet she insisted that Zhao Bai was infected. It infuriated me. She looked outside the vehicle. It was already late. Going back to the cave by herself, or running to the river was dangerous. She could only wait until tomorrow. Hang in there a little longer, Zhao Bai. I'll get you cleaned up tomorrow. Humans are so troublesome. Keela, trying hard to ignore the two malicious gazes nearby. At night, Lan Yumeng held Keela and fell asleep peacefully. She didn't mind the little fox being dirty. But Kyle himself found it disgusting. He had been smelling this bloodstain all day. He really couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't wait until tomorrow. He quietly crawled out of Lan Yumeng's embrace. His entire body was stretched long. He looked like a weasel. The sleeping bag next to Lan Yumeng was Chen Wei's. Perhaps he hadn't eaten his fill. He was even mumbling about chicken legs and pig trotters in his dreams. Kyle disdainfully skirted around him. Night seemed to be the big villain's shift. Why were his eyes closed? Was he asleep? Kyle cautiously walked to the fireside to scrutinize him. In his impression, Gu Shengruyi wasn't the type to neglect his duties. Looking at his robust chest, solid abs, and even more impressive assets further down, Kyle couldn't help but compare himself to the man before him. He pouted slightly, feeling that he could be knocked down with one punch. Good thing I'm a demon. But he couldn't be bothered with that now. Since Gu Shengruyi was asleep, it was the perfect chance for him to sneak out and clean up. Kyle walked away with cheerful steps, going further and further, till he was out of the cave. The certain someone who had his eyes closed opened them. He stared in the direction the fox had left. He had thought the fox was about to make a move. If he had shown any harmful intent, his own lightning-based power would have struck him down immediately, unexpectedly. He just looked at him for a long time and then left. What are you doing out so late? After Kyle slipped out of the cave quietly, he sensed someone following behind him. He guessed it was almost certainly Gu Shengruyi. Seems this guy was pretending to sleep earlier. The little fox began weaving left and right. Once Kyle could no longer sense an outsider's presence, he finally relaxed. He ambled slowly to the riverside. Kyle was afraid of water in his beast form, but not in his human form. He plunged straight into the river, transforming back into human form in the water. Gu Shengruyi, who had been following him, was startled. Thinking the fox meant to end his life, he decided to wait and see what happened. He had followed the fox around for so long, yet the fox never stopped walking. He realized he must have been spotted. He wrapped his spiritual energy around his whole body, as if hiding his presence. Sure enough, the fox soon came to a halt. In the river, bubbles rose with a gurgle. A soaked, large tail leaped out of the water, swaying in the air, showing how comfortable and content its owner felt. Then the tips of the fox's ears surfaced, shaking off water for a long while. So he just came to the river to wash up. Gu Shengruyi thought that chasing after him was a waste of time. He needed to hurry back for night watch. And just a few seconds after he left, a large splash sounded from the river behind him. Had Gu Shengruyi turned around, he would have seen a half-naked youth standing in the middle of the river. Kyle flicked his tail. He liked this half-demon form. It felt more comfortable to him compared to his human or beast forms. Too bad he'd have to turn back into a fox again soon. When Kyle swaggered back into the cave, he thought Gu Shengruyi was still napping. But as soon as he entered, he met the gaze of the now awake man. Ying Ying, I'm back. Kyle called out ingratiatingly. He was afraid this person wasn't fully awake yet, and might mistake him for an intruder and kill him. As for the matter of this person seemingly following him earlier, he acted completely unaware. Gushungrui looked at the clean fox. There wasn't a trace of blood on him. He even faintly gave off a pleasant scent. Do foxes bathe themselves these days? He's so clean. Seeing that Gushungrui wasn't moving, Kyle tilted his head in confusion. Gushungrui picked up the little fox that had walked to his leg. He's really clean. And there's a nice smell too. Kyle had never been this close to anyone before. Looking at the handsome face right in front of him, he felt a bit overwhelmed. He had always had a thing for good-looking people. You could say it's a common weakness among foxes. Kyle raised his paw and pushed vigorously against the handsome face in front of him. Gushungrui thought his actions had scared the fox. He put the fox down disdainfully. Since you're back, go to sleep. What's with the yin-yin? His attitude changed so fast. Kyle deliberately jumped up, swishing his tail across Gushungrui's handsome face. Didn't you say you were allergic to animal fur? Hey Emph, just accept this lord's fox fur. In Kyle's eyes, it was his own big tail swiping harshly across. But in Gushungrui's eyes, that was acting coquettishly. The fox had been out on its own for so long, and upon returning, it swiped its tail across his face, acting spoiled. Wanting to gain attention, Gushungrui, of course, indulged him. He pulled Kyle back after he had taken 2 steps away, and rubbed his little head with the big hand. What are you doing, you wretched man? How dare you touch my head? Kyle bristled. He immediately struggled free and opened his mouth to bite. On that big hand, he felt the taste of blood spreading in his mouth. He knew he had bitten through the hand of the big villain boss. He was still following this person around, so he couldn't afford to fall out with him. So, guiltily, he loosened his bite, stuck out his tongue, and licked the wound, hoping the big villain boss would be magnanimous and not hold a grudge against a lesser being. Gushungrui didn't think it hurt much. Instead, he felt a bit strange from being licked by the barbs on the fox's tongue. Coupled with meeting those eyes, an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. Go to sleep now. Gushungrui withdrew his hand, let Kyle go back, and suppressed that unknown feeling in his heart. Great, the big villain isn't angry. Then it's none of my business. Kyle wagged his tail and happily went back into the cave to sleep, leaving Gushungrui alone to stare outside the cave. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in someone's arms. Because he liked being fragrant, Lan Yumeng adored him even more. Today, we'll search along this street to see if there are any traces of the marching troops. Setting out with a few survivors, we followed the designated route to search. Gushungrui wasn't kind enough to take in those survivors. He would only tell them where they should go to seek safety and livelihood. In his previous life, he followed Lin Yumeng's advice and took those people in, which later led to no shortage of betrayals and troubles. Given a second chance at life, this time, his goal was to uncover the secret about himself. Because when the apocalypse arrived, his father seemed to have known in advance and performed an unknown surgery on him, turning him into an all-powerful ability user upon waking. But this rebirth came with an unexpected twist. That was this fox, an existence that never appeared in his previous life. Kyle felt a burning gaze and looked up to meet Gushungrui's eyes. He didn't understand why Gushungrui was looking at him like that. Gushungrui averted his gaze, looking straight ahead. Regarding this suddenly appearing fox, he wasn't quite sure about his own attitude. Kyle, seeing that he was being ignored, turned away in a sulk to look at himself, not saying a word for a long time. Truly worthy of being a villain. Unpredictable. The reason Kyle kept calling Gushungrui the big villain, because this book also has another main duo, the protagonist pair. The main attacker is an ice and fire dual ability user. As for the main receiver, he is a wood and water dual ability healer. Both main teams are dedicated to saving the world. But due to an accident, Gu Shengrui took something that belonged to the main protagonist pair first, thus creating a grudge. After searching the entire street, the sky had also darkened. They still found nothing. But they did stock up on quite a bit more food. After searching the last shop, they were about to return to the mountain cave. Lan Yumeng was feeling a bit down. He hadn't seen Gu Xingbing for a long time. He couldn't reach him by phone either. Is Bing still alive? Kyle was the first to notice Lan Yumeng's low spirits, rubbing its head against her chin. Don't be sad. The big villain's younger brother will find you all very soon. Even though Gu Xingrui has memories from his past life and knows Gu Xingbing is still alive, he doesn't know where he is. Because in the previous life, it was Gu Xingbing who found him first. He only knows the general direction is around here. That's why he brought them searching from this direction. Xingrui, the second floor is a hotel. On the door of the last shop was posted, first floor restaurant, second floor hotel. In a place like a hotel, the number of zombies will only be more, not less. Everyone protected the two young women in the middle as they headed upstairs. This time, Gu Shengrui took the lead himself. While turning the corner, Matching narrowed his small eyes. He deliberately slowed his pace. Lan Yumeng, following closely behind him, failed to notice and tripped. She lost her balance completely, falling backward. Zhou Chenhen was so scared she pressed herself against the stair railing to avoid her. She had no intention of reaching out to help. Lan Yumeng was still holding the little fox. She had no free hands to grab onto anything around her. Kyle was so frightened he tried to jump out of her arms. However, Lan Yumeng, afraid he would get hurt, held him very tightly. And here, she couldn't use demon arts. Kyle was almost frantic with worry. Chen Wei, at the very back, was panicked and unsure what to do. He tried hard to catch Lan Yumeng's falling body. Gu Xingrui, at the front, also reached out his hand. But the troublesome Matching was blocking the way in the middle. Kyle, with his sharp eyes, saw that on the wall where Lan Yumeng was headed, there was a protruding nail. If she fell on that, it would be disastrous. Kyle's hands were faster than his thoughts. A faint red demon aura briefly supported Lan Yumeng's lower back for a second or two, allowing Chen Wei enough time to catch her. He couldn't just stand by and watch her get hurt. Besides, that nail might have zombie blood on it. What if she got infected? Fortunately, it was a close call, but no harm was done. Chen Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He had a feeling that just now Lan Yumeng had hovered in the air for a second. Suddenly, Matching was sent flying by Gu Xingrui. He was picked up from the stairs and thrown to the second floor. Xingrui Matching got up from the ground, pretending to be innocent. It was intentional. Gu Xingrui knew this person had ulterior motives. It's just that he hadn't committed any major wrongdoings yet. But he often pulled many disgusting, petty stunts. Xingrui, what do you mean by that? My legs suddenly cramped up just now. I slowed down for a few steps. I didn't expect Yumeng to step on me and fall down. Anyway, there are no surveillance cameras here. Even if there were, they wouldn't be working. Matching wasn't worried at all. It's fine, Xingrui. I'm not hurt either. After Lan Yumeng steadied herself, she walked over to Gu Xingrui and held him back. Their team is short on people right now. Unless they can find a more suitable replacement. He doesn't like Matching either. But there's no other choice. Gu Xingrui was thinking. It won't be long before Matching changes his allegiance and leaves with another pair of people. And at the same time, they will also encounter another Earth ability user. For now, he is still useful. An apology is the absolute minimum Gu Xingrui will accept. Yumeng, I'm really sorry, Matching said. That's what he said. But the smile on his lips, no matter how you looked at it, was a completely insincere, mocking smirk from Lan Yumeng's perspective. I really wish this guy would get his comeuppance soon. After seeing that Gushin Grui was no longer paying him any attention, Matching even put away that hypocritical act, following behind them, showing no attitude of remorse at all. Gushin Grui and the others could endure it a little longer. But Kyle would not. If he hadn't secretly used demonic magic, Lan Yumeng would have fallen onto the nails, since he had already used demonic magic once. What did it matter to use it again? A glint flashed in Kyle's pupils. Matching only felt his feet slip from under him. He lost control and fell down, even knocking against the fire hydrant placed in the corridor. Gushin Grui's body stiffened. He glanced suspiciously at the little fox. Kyle was currently yawning in Lan Yumeng's arms. Matching wanted to grab onto something to get up. He raised his hand to rub his face, and only then did he realize that his hands had just been plunged straight into the head of the dead zombie beneath him. Zhou Chenghen saw Matching swearing and moving closer to him. He avoided him with disgust. "Why are you running away? Stop running. Can't you use some water to wash me off?" Masheng's face was unpleasant. He might be afraid of Lan Yumeng, and he wouldn't dare show displeasure to Gushin Grui. But with Zhou Chenghen, it didn't matter. If he wanted to cooperate with him, he'd be more pleasant. If not, then he was nothing. Zhou Chenghen's face turned embarrassed. He splashed water all over Matching, soaking his clothes completely. When had Matching ever been humiliated like this? He was about to start cursing loudly, when suddenly a wave of zombie cries interrupted him. A group of zombies charged upstairs. Matching used an earthen wall to defend against and block the zombies. Then Chen Wei threw a fireball inside. The zombies, being blocked and incapable of independent thought, could only die screaming in agony. "There are still 2 rooms here with unopened doors. Shingrui, should we open them?" Chen Wei, holding the door handle, asked for Gushin Grui's opinion. He nodded, signaling for the fat guy to open it. Gushin Grui stepped forward a couple of paces, gathering lightning in his hand. He knew there was a sentient zombie inside the room. The moment the door opened, a figure swiftly charged out. Luckily, the prepared Gushin Grui stepped forward and threw a punch, instantly piercing right through the zombie. "Shingrui is amazing." Chen Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Gushin Grui approached the red-eyed zombie. He searched it and found a crystal. It emitted an unusually enchanting glow. "This is a core crystal. Only high-level zombies like the red-eyed ones possess them. Take it to absorb and restore your special ability." Gushin Grui gave the core crystal to Chen Wei. A core of this level isn't much help to him. Zhou Chenghen, standing nearby, shot a jealous look. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to get some benefits for himself too, but was frightened into retreat by a sharp glance from Gushin Grui. The remaining room was empty. The group prepared to head back. They returned to the cave to rest for the night. Chen Wei was on night watch tonight. He actually had a big chicken drumstick hidden in his bag. He took it out to tempt the little fox. Kyle couldn't resist and chopped into the chicken leg. Meanwhile, Chen Wei was restlessly and wildly rubbing his hands and feet. If it weren't for the sake of the chicken leg, Kyle would have definitely swiped at him with a claw. After eating his fill, he decided to go out for a stroll. Having made up his mind, Kyle got up and walked towards the cave entrance. After exiting, he walked a loop around the mountainside. Then he noticed the mountaintop wasn't far either. Might as well go check out the summit. Kyle transformed into his most comfortable half-demon form. He felt that under the moonlight, the demonic power within him was boiling. How strange, I'm not a wolf. And this isn't a full moon either. Why am I so excited? Kyle's 5 senses were extremely sharp now. Suddenly, he sensed someone stopping behind him to spy. He shot a burst of demonic energy out. "Who's there?" The person behind seemed unwilling to fight him. After dodging, they immediately ran off without stopping. Seems they accidentally stumbled in. Kyle wanted to chase them. If his current form was seen and word got out, it would be bad. But he had only taken 2 steps. when he sensed someone approaching from another direction. Being seen by one person must not be followed by a second. Kyle immediately turned back into a fox. Zhao Bai, you really are here. Let's go back together. If Yumeng wakes up soon and finds you missing, it'll be troublesome. Fatty, your timing is perfect. Consider that person lucky. Anyway, that person hasn't seen my fox form. He had never encountered such an aura before. One thing was for certain. That person was not from the team. Thinking this, Kyle felt relieved. He followed Chen Wei back. After returning, he leaned against Gushinggrui and fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, the first thing he saw was a patch of black. He was dazed for a moment before realizing what it was. It was Gushingrui's abdomen. Gushinggrui had been awake for a while. He just saw that Kyle was still sleeping, so he didn't get up. There was still enough time anyway. He sat up only after seeing Kyle was awake. You're quite a heavy sleeper, and your sleeping posture is wild. Gushinggrui patted the large tail on his abdomen. Kyle, still groggy, retracted his tail. He sat up and whimpered. Whatever he was saying, acting cute first was the right move. Our target today is the largest mall. Gushinggrui announced the day's plan. This mall was the only one left in the city they hadn't searched. Afterwards, they would need to find a car to leave this place and head to another city. When they set out today, Kyle was casually picked up and carried by Gushinggrui. Being carried high up, his own view became higher. It was quite comfortable. It's just that Lan Yumeng next to them was pouting. She didn't speak to Gushinggrui the entire way. Be careful, everyone. At the mall entrance, Gushinggrui reminded everyone. He handed the Kyle he was holding back to Lan Yumeng. After all, fighting while holding a fox is inconvenient. Crying and whining, it's even warmer in the big villain's embrace. Kyle clung to Gushingrui's arm, relishing the warmth of his embrace and the comfortable viewing height it provided. You little ingrate, do you look down on me? Lan Yumeng patted Kyle's bottom lightly. Wah, the pretty sister is the best. Kyle quickly soothed Lan Yumeng, rubbing his soft head against her neck, his tail wrapping around the arm she used to pat him. Gushinggrui felt inexplicably irritated watching this. Told Lan Yumeng to keep up. Why doesn't the fox act spoiled with me like that? Why doesn't he see who it is that's always sleeping curled up with the fox? Lan Yumeng stuck out her tongue, obediently followed behind Gushinggrui. Kyle looked up and saw the name of the shopping mall. I knew there would be a plot development. We're going to Leiden Mall. Isn't this the place where they encountered the spatial ability user? This time, it's a bit early. Could it be that the plot has advanced? After entering the mall, Gushinggrui led the group straight to the 4th floor. This was where they met in the previous life. Stop right there. Who are you people? The guards on duty pointed their guns at them. Their eyes, upon seeing Lan Yumeng and Zhou Chenhan, lit up with a greedy gleam. We are survivors passing through. We're looking for a place to take shelter and for someone to lead us. Then you've come to the right place. We're short on people here. The people inside were pleased with them. To be precise, they were very pleased with the 2 women among them. But potential dangers still needed to be eliminated. Do any of you have bite or scratch wounds? No? Then take off your shirts. Chen Wei was annoyed by these people's attitude. But since Gushinggrui hadn't said anything, he couldn't very well start a rebellion. He followed Gushinggrui and obediently took off his shirt. Turn around. We need to check your backs carefully too. What about us then? We women can't possibly take our clothes off, right? Zhou Chenhan disliked the look in these people's eyes. If you want to take them off, that's fine too. Give us brothers a nice view, why don't you? Someone whistled at Zhou Chenhan. His eyes scanned her up and down several times. His attitude and tone were frivolous and sleazy. Zhou Chenhan's face instantly turned as dark as a pot. But not a single person around him spoke up for him. Hey, beautiful over there, come with him. Let's feast our eyes on this. He also brought along Lan Yumeng, who was trying hard to lower her presence. If you want to take it off, do it yourself. Lan Yumeng shot them a glare. He sneered, head. The people inside, seeing them act so arrogantly, directly opened fire, wanting to put them in their place. In an instant, a cold aura surged. Before they could even get close, Lan Yumeng's bullets were all blocked by Gu Shengrui's wind wall. The bullets hung suspended in midair. Supernaturals. They finally started to properly size up the group. They're all supernaturals. You could only say it's quite common. Out of 10 people, there's 1 or even 2. The emergence of supernaturals. Matching, seeing their attitude was still so dismissive, not taking them seriously, took the initiative to speak up. Shengrui is actually a dual ability supernatural. Chen Wei turned back and glared at him. You just can't keep your mouth shut. Shengrui didn't even say anything. Yet it was our own people who first revealed Shengrui's trump card. A dual ability supernatural. Fast forward. The people inside, upon hearing there was a powerful individual, immediately let them enter. Their attitude was worlds apart from before. A dual ability supernatural is an existence found in only 1 or 2 out of every 1,000 supernaturals. Might I ask what relation these 2 ladies are to you? A guy with dyed yellow hair opened his mouth and asked. This is my younger sister. Gu Shenggrui stared at the yellow-haired guy. He said seriously, telling them not to even think about laying a finger on her easily. So these people are teammates and pets. Yin-Ying, do I still need to introduce myself? The few people or pets finally turned their gaze to that furry thing that looks like a glutinous rice ball. On top is a fox. Apart from Shengrui, they didn't care about anything else at all. They were indeed short of strong people here. They wanted to recruit the dual ability user, but they also had plenty of means to make that person submit. Alright, come in. I'll take you to see the boss. The yellow-haired guy moved away from the doorway, leading the few people forward. He gave a simple introduction. Ordinary people live on the 2nd floor. It's quite crowded. Ability users live on the 3rd floor. There's still some space available now. Dual ability users and healers have space. Ability users live on the 4th floor. Our boss and the warehouse are on the 5th floor. Here with us, you get corresponding food based on your labor. Of course, you can also use other things for an equivalent exchange. The yellow-haired guy's gaze drifted, almost imperceptibly, sweeping over the 2 women. Consider this a piece of advice for you. Don't sleep too soundly at night. We have a lot of thieves here. They don't just steal things. They also steal people, you know. Thanks for the warning. In my previous life, someone tried to target Yue Meng in the middle of the night. He went out on his own again. Luckily, Fatty couldn't sleep that night. That's how Yue Meng's innocence was preserved. In contrast, Zhou Chenhan couldn't wait to seduce the big boss here, hoping to climb up quickly, but ended up causing trouble. Gu Shenggrui glanced at Zhou Chenhan out of the corner of his eye. This time, he wasn't planning to step in. It was better to get rid of this woman as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone came running down from upstairs. They slammed into Huang Mao like a cannonball. Huang Mao was sent flying. Luckily, Gu Shenggrui, who was behind him, gave a strong pull, so he didn't tumble down the stairs. The one who crashed into him was a boy. He looked about 14 or 15 years old. He found Yi Yuanxi. Sorry, brother Liu. It's all my fault for being in such a hurry. Yi Yuanxi immediately stood up, apologizing with his eyes closed, trembling with fear. He looked malnourished, with bruises on his face and the corner of his eye. His clothes were ragged but relatively clean. Whoa, thanks brother. Otherwise, I'd probably have broken a bone from that fall. Huang Mao, brother Liu, first thanked Gu Shenggrui. Then he turned his head and frowned. putting on that rogue-like attitude. He looked at Yancy. It's you, kid. If no one had caught me, I would have fallen right down. Hearing Huangmao brother Liu say this, Yi Yuanzi felt uneasy inside. He pressed his lips together and apologized again softly. I'm really sorry. I'll definitely watch where I'm going next time. Blondie Liu Ji still needs to take the new guy up to see the boss. He directly reached out, getting straight to the point. You get it, right? It's just not possible. I can't give any more. Liu Ji, I really have nothing left. Yi Yuanzi, as a spatial ability user, can store frozen and fresh items inside the space of a spatial ability user. Time does not pass. He relies on this to earn food. But he really has very little food left, giving them 2 pieces of bread or 1 rice ball each day. He truly has nothing left for himself. Food here is distributed once a week. There are still 4 days left this week. He himself only has 3 pieces of bread and 1 bottle of water left. The rest has been taken away. This won't do. I think you want a taste of my fist. Blondie Liu Ji swung his fist, aiming for his head. Yi Yuanzi heard the whoosh of the fist cutting through the air. He was so scared he shut his eyes tightly. However, the expected pain did not come. Brother, what are you doing? Blondie Liu Ji's voice was full of displeasure. Only then did Yuanzi dare to open his eyes and steal a glance. It turned out to be the person who had stopped Liu Ji. He had grabbed his arm. What, have you taken a liking to this kid? Gu Shengrui's silence made Blondie Liu Ji even more certain of the reason he remained unmarried. It was because he couldn't just run off with someone yet. So, if it was someone he himself had his eye on, others would probably hold back a bit. Just don't get Belieto death before he leaves. When I first came here and met Yu Yuanzi, he was already tortured to the brink of death. You're one lucky kid. Don't block the way, Blondie Liu. Drive Yu Yuanzi away. Then continue leading a few people upstairs. Kyle actually understood Gu Shengrui's approach. So this is that spatial ability user, right? He does have delicate, handsome features. But he's not as good looking as me. Does the big villain really like him? Kyle lowered his head to look at himself, his slender legs and pink fleshy spots. I can turn into a human too. Maybe when I'm in human form, the big villain will treat me better. Kyle wasn't too sure. Could he seduce Gu Shengrui into liking him? His goal was very simple. Just follow him and survive until the very end. Like that. Do I have a chance to return to my own world? Gu Shengrui walked on. His peripheral vision caught a white fluffy ball. The fox suddenly grinned foolishly. After making eye contact with him, it looked at him with an especially expectant gaze, then shyly lowered its head, resting contentedly in Lan Yumeng's arms. For a moment, Gu Shengrui's mind went blank. When Blondie Liu Ji pushed open the heavy door, a person was sitting on the central seat. The moment they entered, he raised his hand and a 1-meter-long earthen spike flew towards Gu Shengrui, who stood in the middle of the group. He himself quickly moved to Lan Yumeng's side, intending to wrap his arm around her waist. But it was firmly gripped by another large hand. Lan Yumeng silently stepped back to create a safe distance. As for those spit thorns, they were shattered by lightning the moment Gu Shengrui raised his hand. Is this how you treat your guests? Gu Shengrui's hand kept applying pressure. But he wasn't using his full strength at all. He still needed to stay to take Yu Yuanzi away. Right now, he could be strong. But he couldn't be stronger than the ruler of this place. Otherwise, he would definitely be seen as a thorn in their side and eliminated to prevent future trouble. Lightning element, huh? Yan, you was quite satisfied with an ability user of this attribute. The blonde-haired Liu Ji hurriedly stepped forward. Boss isn't just a lightning element user. He's also a dual element ability user with wind powers. Very good. This is exactly the kind of talent we need. Yan, you first released his grip on Gu Shengrui's hand. You are welcome to stay. the villainous big boss, successfully managed to have everyone stay at the survivor camp. He made the leader with an IQ of 250 run around in circles. His real goal was to trick the space ability user into leaving, and to search for traces of his younger brother. Gu Xingrui and Lan Yumeng were assigned to the 4th floor. The other 3 were all on the 3rd floor. Kyle could be considered to have benefited from Lan Yumeng's influence. Holding his fox, he found a spot towards the corner of this floor. This place seemed to have been a clothing store before. Gu Xingrui stood guard at the entrance of the clothing store. At that moment, a person holding their own bedding slowly walked over. "Hello, may I sleep here with you?" Kyle looked towards the door, puzzled. The figure blocked by Gu Xingrui. The voice just sounded a bit familiar. Xingrui didn't speak. He just looked at Yuanzi, who was so nervous. His face was flushed red. "I don't mean anything else by it. I'm thanking you for saving me. The first night here can be a bit unsafe for newcomers. If you stay with old-timers like us, they'll tone it down a little. Although he usually gets bullied a lot too. It should still help somewhat. Worst case, we just get beaten up together." Kyle had run out at some point, rubbing against Gu Xingrui's leg. "Why did you come out? Don't just stare at him. Big villain, you don't actually like him, do you? Then what about my future plan to use my charms? My handsome man schemed to seduce the big villain? My plan would be dead before it even began." Gu Xingrui picked up Kyle. He opened his big, bright blue eyes wide, shimmering with a pitiful, moving light, enough to make one's heart flutter. At the very least, Gu Xingrui felt an itch in his heart under that gaze. He reached out and rubbed its head, covering those big eyes. "Move your hand, I can't see." Kyle struggled to free itself from that big hand, but Gu Xingrui's grip was too strong. By the time he finally managed to rescue his head, his entire head of fur was all puffed up. Kyle meowed at him, expressing its displeasure. Over there, Lan Yumeng, who was tidying up the sleeping area, heard Kyle's distressed cry and immediately came over worried. Seeing his appearance, she burst out laughing. "Xingrui, you've really pissed off Zhao Bai. Quickly smooth his fur for him." Yeah. You're punished. To smooth this lord's fur." Kyle proudly raised his head, waiting for Gu Xingrui to serve him. However, time passed minute by second. Gu Xingrui made no move. Kyle was hurt. He thought Gu Xingrui was unwilling to do this. He lowered his head dejectedly. Actually, Gu Xingrui didn't move. Because he had never done this kind of thing before. He was afraid he couldn't control his strength properly and would hurt Kyle. Standing at the door, not yet entered, Yuanzi, from his own pocket, pulled out a comb specifically for pet grooming. "I'll do it, I have a comb. It was used before. For my furball." Seeing the 2 people and the fox all staring at him, Yuanzi felt flustered and awkward. "This comb is clean. My cat was called Furball. After it died, I couldn't bear to throw it away. But I wash it regularly. If what I said was offensive, you can pretend I didn't say anything just now." Yuanzi was a person who lacked a sense of security. He was somewhat introverted to begin with. After the apocalypse, he was always bullied, making him afraid to express himself, that he could step forward and say these things. Aside from Gu Xingrui having helped him before, was also because he really liked taking care of small animals. He found it very therapeutic. The animals wouldn't bully him. They would even keep him company and comfort him. "Excuse me." Gu Xingrui turned sideways to let Yuanzi in. He stuffed the bristling Kyle into Yuanzi's arms. "The big villain just threw me away like that." Kyle wanted to resist, but Yuanzi gently stroked his back. His technique was different from others. It was actually quite comfortable. True to his lazy, laid-back nature, Kyle immediately settled down. He accepted the brushing, from his head all the way down to his tail. He felt a tingling sensation all over, stretching out a paw for a good stretch. Gu Shengui watched the fox that had been wary just a second ago, now lying so comfortably and relaxed in someone else's arms. The next, he felt inexplicably irritated, but he was the one who had given the fox away. He could only watch with a furrowed brow. Yi Yuanxi stared intently at his every move. This intense gaze made it impossible for Yi Yuanxi not to notice. He thought he must have done something wrong, and became even more careful. The pressure on Kyle felt like tickling, completely lacking the comfort from before. Use more strength. Kyle heavily patted Yi Yuanxi's leg, signaling him to press harder like he was doing himself. Use more strength, is that it? Okay. As expected from someone who cares for small animals year-round, he actually understood this kind of signal. Kyle felt that tingling sensation again. This time, he not only went limp, but even rolled over, exposing his belly as well. Yingying's tummy too wants a massage and also wants to be brushed. However, he had just been squinting and whimpering. The whole fox was suddenly picked up by someone. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made him open his eyes wide to look at the culprit. Gu Shengui finally couldn't stand watching anymore. The sight of the fox acting spoiled in someone else's arms was too irritating to his eyes. He decided to take matters into his own hands. Lend me the brush for a while. Yi Yuanxi carefully placed the brush in Gu Shengui's hand, seeing that the other person didn't seem like someone who would snatch his brush. Unaware that Gu Shengui had an idea in mind. Next time he goes to the pet shop, he'll get 2 pet brushes too. However, even though Gu Shengui was as careful as possible, his lack of experience meant his strength still scraped and hurt. Kyle just cried out in pain. He didn't scratch him, which was pretty good. Watching Kyle jump out of Gu Shengui's embrace, curling into a ball on the clothes in the corner, turning his backside towards him, not even swishing his foxtail anymore, Yi Yuanxi boldly stepped forward to teach Gu Shengui how to serve a fox. After Kyle finished throwing his tantrum, he immediately regretted it. He and the big villain weren't that familiar yet, right? Now that I've gotten angry like this, will he dislike me? Kyle secretly glanced back at Gu Shengui. He found the other person frowning with a cold face. Didn't know what he was saying to Yi Yuanxi. Lan Yumeng beside him also stepped forward, seemingly arguing. Oh no. He's not really going to abandon me, is he? Kyle felt wronged. Even the fox ears drooped. Over here, Kyle was letting his thoughts run wild. Over there, the 3 of them were holding an emergency meeting about how grooming and massaging could make Zhao Bai more satisfied. So, Shengui, believing he had grasped the essence, came behind Kyle and found him listless. It seems my technique really made him uncomfortable. Kyle was picked up again. From this height, it was unmistakably the big villain. He strained to turn his head, looking at Gu Shengui with pitiful, pleading eyes, hoping he wouldn't throw him out. However, in his eyes, it meant his own actions just now were too rough, and the little fox was acting spoiled, pretending to be pitiful, hoping he would be gentler. I will, he nodded solemnly. Why, won't you throw me out? Really? Then you can't abandon me. Kyle was placed on Shengui's lap. He noticed Shengui was copying Yi Yuanxi's massage technique. Not too hard, not too soft. Soon, he began to feel drowsy. In his hazy state, he seemed to hear Lin Yumeng's voice. Shengui. Let me try too. No, he's asleep. You'll wake him. He'll sleep with me tonight. Go rest by yourself. Lan Yumeng pouted and walked away. He really couldn't bear to wake Zhao Bai. At night, Kyle woke up feeling hot. Opening his eyes, he saw 8-pack abs. A vague outline. Looking up, I saw Gu Shengui's face. His jacket was still covering me. He couldn't be worried I'd get cold. Can't he see all this fur I have? It's so hot. Kyle squirmed out from under the jacket. But as soon as he emerged, a large hand pressed down on him. Why are you stuffing me back in? I'm boiling. Let me out. Kyle grumbled discontentedly. The real person is awake. Why are you still pretending to sleep? Shh, be good. Gu Shengruyi quietly raised his index finger. He patted Kyle's back gently through the jacket. He was setting a trap. In their previous life, that person came to harm Lin Yuming. Naturally, he would try again in this life. The fox was too conspicuous. If it was seen, that person might become cautious. That's why he wanted to hide it. If possible, he actually wanted to hide the fox forever, not letting anyone catch a glimpse. Seeing the fox was awake and struggling to get out, Gu Shengruyi instinctively soothed it, telling it to be quiet. But he regretted it as soon as he spoke. What was he doing? This was a fox. It couldn't understand his words. Gu Shengruyi prepared himself. If the fox ran out, or if that person targeted the fox first, then he would strike preemptively. No more pretending. However, contrary to his expectations, the fox actually quieted down. It seemed to understand what he said. Gu Shengruyi looked at the lump under the jacket. His expression complex. Can a fox really be this clever? Be careful. Don't wake this person up. Several people outside tiptoed cautiously. They passed by Gu Shengruyi at the door. Their target wasn't this man. It was the woman inside. I heard the two who arrived this time are both great beauties. They split into two groups. Each group wanted a taste of the new arrivals. The little fox and the big villain pretended to sleep together to ambush the enemy. They fell for the trap, just as expected. They let their guard down. Since that's the case, the big shot dropped the act. He subdued several of them instantly, but unexpectedly, they also set their sights on the little fox. The big villain's face instantly darkened. It turned out that after being subdued, they immediately started the blame shifting. Bro, it's a misunderstanding. We came to the wrong place. The ones targeted by Gu Shengruyi felt a chill run down their spines. One of them spotted Yi Yuanzi, immediately pointed at him, and started fabricating a story. It's him. We were looking for him. Yi Yuanzi was startled. He looked at Gu Shengruyi, not knowing what to do. He wanted to explain, but didn't dare to speak. He told us there's a great beauty here. That's why we came. We just wanted to see her beautiful face. Having found a scapegoat, they all pointed at Yi Yuanzi. They claimed they came just to see her beauty. Only a fool would believe that. Kyle rolled her eyes hard. Those people saw that even a fox dared to act so arrogantly. They looked down on themselves. At this moment, the fox was being held by Yi Yuanzi again. They thought this guy's Mother Teresa complex was acting up again somewhere, and that he had picked up a small animal. One of them stepped forward to snatch Kyle from Yi Yuanzi. No, this isn't mine. Yi Yuanzi quickly stepped back. Some time ago, he had found a dying kitten. He couldn't bear to leave it, so he brought it back. But it was tricked away by these very people. When he saw the kitten again, its hind legs had been broken. It was wailing in pain on the ground. But he was powerless to help. In the end, he could only watch as it slowly lost its vitality. Chun Dingnan shamelessly tried to forcibly take Yi Yuanzi away. He knew Gu Shengruyi was very fond of this fox. He immediately tattled to him. He's trying to hurt your fox. Kyle was feeling uncomfortable from being held too tightly. He let out a sound to speak up for himself. Chun Dingnan suddenly met Gu Shengruyi's gaze. He explained guiltily, I love small animals the most. I just thought his fur looked nice, and wanted to pet him. As he said this, he actually reached out his hand, intending to touch. Kyle, how dare you touch him? His hand was gripped tightly by Gu Shengruyi. Qiangzi, why waste words with him? So what if he's a dual ability user? Let's just fight. Chun Dingnan's accomplice had seen enough. He stomped his foot on the ground. Countless ice spikes shot out from beneath their feet. As soon as the noise came from upstairs, Chen Wei came up immediately. He quickly grabbed Wansi and rushed inside, protecting Lan Yumeng, who was still wearing headphones and sound asleep. Gu Xingrui formed a wind wall to block the ice spikes. Then, using the wind's speed, he appeared in front of the ice-manipulating man. "Since we're going to fight, let's take it outside." Grabbing one of Chun Dingnan's accomplices with each hand, he jumped out the window. Chun Dingnan jumped down after them. Kyle had the mind to go out and watch the excitement with them. "But you're afraid of causing trouble for others, so just stay put here." Kyle snuggled in Lan Yumeng's arms. Half asleep, he felt someone picking him up, trying to take him away. This woke him up instantly. Turning his head, he saw it was Gu Xingrui. Lan Yumeng was sleeping deeply and didn't wake up. Kyle was successfully stolen away by Gu Xingrui and taken back to his own place. "Be good, go back to sleep. So the big villain just wants to hold me while he sleeps." Kyle looked around in disbelief. There was no sign of Chun Dingnan or the others. They were probably already dealt with. "All right then, this fox demon will let you hold me. Consider it a reward for working overtime in the middle of the night," Kyle thought to himself, though his tail had already happily wrapped around Gu Xingrui's waist. When Lan Yumeng woke up the next morning and saw Kyle in Gu Xingrui's arms, the corner of his mouth twitched, while pondering whether Kyle had moved there by himself in the past, or if Gu Xingrui had carried him over. Looking at Kyle's unrestrained sleeping posture, the entire fox sprawled over Gu Xingrui's upper body. He thought it was probably the former. Could it be that little Bai likes Xingrui more now? He doesn't want me anymore. He doesn't even want to sleep with me anymore. After Lan Yumeng figured it out, only sadness remained. At that moment, Kyle opened his eyes and immediately noticed Lan Yumeng over there looking unhappy. He jumped down from Gu Xingrui, came to Lan Yumeng's hand, and proactively lay down, with his little belly facing up. Such an adorable move. Who could resist it? How could Lan Yumeng stay angry? He was completely appeased. "All right then," Kyle blinked secretly, thinking proudly to himself. "This move really works every time, without fail. No one can withstand it. Since you're awake, hurry up and wash up for breakfast." Once Kyle got up, Gu Xingrui, who was pretending to sleep, had no reason to lie down any longer either. After the group finished eating, they met up with Chen Wei and the others. However, they only saw Chen Wei and Ma Cheng. There was no sign of Zhou Chenhen. "Where's Zhou Chenhen?" Lan Yumeng asked, puzzled. "Don't know. I thought he went to find you guys first. Didn't see him when we got up." Chen Wei scratched his head. Ma Cheng on the side sneered mockingly. "Probably went off wagging his ass at someone. Isn't that just the kind of person he is? Let's go then." Gu Xingrui planned to go find Blondie Liu to see what needs to be done here. As for Zhou Chenhen, he actually left earlier than in his previous life. It's best if he doesn't come back either. When the group found Blondie Liu, he looked at them with a face full of mockery. "You guys are something else. You just arrived yesterday, and you're already cozying up to the boss today. What, Lan Yumeng? At first, she hadn't left yet. It was you who weren't here. That woman. I thought she was another chaste and virtuous type. But it was only the second day, that very night. She climbed into the boss's bed. But he's going to have it rough." Blondie Liu shook his head. "Mourning for Zhou Chenhen in advance. The boss's women. They are all personally selected and sent up by the main wife. For this kind of person with an unclear background and ulterior motives, the main wife will deal with them quietly. I've heard most of them get disfigured, beaten, crippled, and thrown out to feed the zombies. But that's the path he chose himself. It has nothing to do with us anymore." Blondie Liu patted Chen Wei's shoulder. "That's good, otherwise the main wife might implicate you guys. In our mall here, There are still a few zombies in the underground garage and the warehouse. So your task is to go down and clear out the zombies. There's quite a lot of stock in that warehouse. Enough for us to live on for half a year. But there is one thing. If you all are going, you can't bring him. Blondie Liu Ji was referring to Counselor C. His special ability is spatial manipulation. If we let him go, he might just take everything for himself. Gu Shenggrui and the others understood the mission. They turned to leave, but were stopped again by Blondie Liu Ji. I haven't finished yet. The food distribution here is calculated based on zombie head count. Matching blurted out immediately. Zombies calculated by head count? Are you insane? Are you asking us to bring back zombie heads and spread the virus? Blondie Liu Ji shot him an unfriendly glance, telling him to shut up. That won't be necessary. You just need to bring him along. As he spoke, the stairwell door on the second floor opened. A girl around 8 or 9 years old walked out. She was skin and bones, her small face deathly pale. An ordinary person? We're going to clear zombies. You want us to bring an ordinary? Lan Yumeng frowned. This is their task. If they die, it's the same as you getting no food today. Gu Shenggrui understood. This was a form of mutual restraint. Of course, if you threaten him to falsify the numbers, and it's verified as incorrect, you'll be denied food for a week. Only now had Blondie Liu Ji finished explaining. He told the girl to follow them. The girl didn't look scared at all. Her expression could be described as numb. Obediently following Bin Lan Yumeng, several people took the stairs down to the underground parking garage. The food they had brought with them wasn't confiscated, probably because the others didn't even care for such a small amount. But it would be gone in another 2 days anyway. Earning some food was still necessary. And the most important point was, Chen Wei was craving meat. The meat from the supermarket earlier had all been swept away by Matching and Zhou Chenhan. Later, when they scavenged in other places, the little bit they found was nowhere near enough. On the way, Lan Yumeng chatted with the little girl to gather information about this place. How old are you, little sister? What's your name? Lan Yumeng softened her voice, making people feel at ease. Yan Ru, 11 years old. The little girl remained unmoved. There are quite a few wolves in sheep's clothing here too. Lan Yumeng couldn't believe it. No matter how you looked at Yan Ru, she didn't look like she was 11 years old. Chen Wei took out some biscuits he carried with him and gave them to Yan Ru. Little sister, you are just too thin. How long have you been here? Here, have some biscuits. Thank you. It's been 4 months. Yan Ru had no reason to refuse. When it came to their charity, if she refused, that would just be stupid. She just didn't know if there was something wrong with the biscuits. That's quite a long time already. Do you know who the boss here is? Chen Wei asked this question. Yan Ru shook her head. I don't know him. After a moment of silence, seeing that they seemed like decent people, she warned them about the existence of heroin, something that is highly addictive. If the boss invites you to eat, you must eat very little or nothing at all. It's very easy for them to mix that stuff in. In just this short while, Yan Ru had spoken more than she usually did in an entire day. Her lips were chapped, and they would bleed if she opened her mouth a little too wide. Seeing this, Lan Yumeng took out a bottle of mineral water and gave it to her. Would you like some water? Yan Ru was overwhelmed by the favor. Is this really for me? I don't need to trade something for it. Lan Yumeng shoved it into Yan Ru's hands. She had plenty more water in her backpack. She wasn't short of this one bottle. Yan Ru unscrewed the cap and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. However, the remaining half bottle was never touched again. The few of them walked to the underground garage. There wasn't even any lighting here. Yan Ru generously took out 2 flashlights, kept one for herself, and gave one to Lan Yumeng. They are good people. They gave me food. I shouldn't be too stingy either. Many newcomers, when coming to the underground garage for the first time, suffer because they don't have a flashlight. Get ambushed by zombies. Quite a few have died. Thanks, Zhao Ru. Lan Yumeng took the flashlight, intending to hand it to Chen Wei. After all, he could share one with Yan Ru. They both belong to the support team. He can't help with killing zombies, so he shouldn't waste resources. But the moment he was about to speak, Matching snatched the flashlight first. Give it to me, I need it for taking the lead, Matching said, claiming he would take the lead, but still followed behind Gusheng Grui. To prevent ambushes from the rear, Chen Wei was responsible for guarding the back. Seeing this, Lan Yumeng pouted. Didn't you say you were taking the lead? Why are you still behind Xingrui? Like a tag along. Why don't you go to the front? Well, it's because Xingrui is more capable. Then give the flashlight to Xingrui. In this situation, holding a flashlight in hand provides a sense of security. Matching didn't want to let go, but he also didn't want to go to the very front. Gu Xingrui said coldly, I don't need it. He can see in the dark, even without light. Having a flashlight or not makes no difference. I just hope that once Matching has the flashlight, he stops causing trouble. See, I told you Xingrui is impressive. He doesn't need anything. Not only does Matching not see anything wrong with the situation, he even takes it for granted. Gu Xingrui gave him a subtle glance and didn't say anything more. Kyle wasn't happy. He whimpered twice. How can this guy be so irritating? Instantly, a thought of teasing Matching crossed his mind. He quietly walked up behind Matching, his foxtail silently hooked around Masheng's ankle, and pulled backward. In this kind of darkness, having something with an unusual texture suddenly touch his ankle gave Matching a fright. His whole body stiffened. The flashlight in his hand slipped and fell to the ground. He whipped his head around, but found nothing. Did someone just grab my foot? Didn't you guys see it? Lan Yumeng and Chen Wei shook their heads. Yan Rong showed no reaction. He could tell that this person wasn't well liked here. He better not say anything more. This is really strange. Matching bent down to pick up the flashlight that had rolled away. Behind him, Lan Yumeng was stifling a laugh. They had all seen what Kyle did. But why would they tell Matching? Seeing him embarrassed is quite amusing. Masheng's hand was quick. As he touched the flashlight, a strange gust of wind blew by, blowing the flashlight further away. What damn wind! Matching cursed under his breath as he took 2 steps forward, bent down again. This time he picked up the flashlight. But the texture felt wrong. The sticky liquid made him uneasy. He shone the flashlight forward. It was a pile of zombie corpses, scaring Matching so much he fell on his butt. Old Ma, after just 2 peaceful days, your courage has shrunk. Chen Wei stepped forward to help Matching up. Get lost. Matching brushed off Chen Wei's hand. He didn't want his help. This was just an ordinary pile of zombies. In this mall's underground parking garage, there were many more piles like this. Yan Ru explained. Are there many zombies here? Lan Yumeng hasn't seen any so far. There are many zombies. This time, it was Gu Xingrui who spoke. Now, he could sense many zombies approaching, slowly getting closer. Where? I don't see any. He looked around in confusion. He was actually worried there wouldn't be enough zombies, meaning they'd get less food. They're coming. Gu Xingrui prepared for action. As he finished speaking, rustling sounds emerged from all around. The survival team encountered danger in the underground garage. Hordes of zombies surrounded them. The group had no choice but to retreat outside the garage, unaware that greater danger awaited them. At this moment, Chen Wei and Matching were slumped on the ground. Gasping for breath, Gu Xingrui was still observing the surroundings, looking for a temporary place to rest. Although Chen Wei was tired, he didn't forget to care for the weakest Yanru. I see everyone who comes here is scared to death. How could they send a young girl like you? Aren't you afraid? A trace of clarity returned to Yan Ru's previously dull eyes. This mission offers more food. Are you really short on food? With so many jobs available, it should be enough to get by, right? I have a younger brother. He also needs food. Then he should go do missions too. He can't just rely on you, right? Isn't that just being a sister-exploiting fiend? Hearing this, a hint of sadness showed in Yan Ru's eyes. She tightly gripped her water bottle and fell silent. Shortly after, Kyle was set down on the ground by Len Yumeng. He sensed something strange approaching. Seeing that the others hadn't noticed, he started barking anxiously. He even ran over to Gu Xingrui, his foxtail constantly swatting Gu Xingrui's calf to alert him. Gu Xingrui was puzzled by the fox's sudden behavior. Big villain, hurry up and use your psychic power to scout the area. He knew the big villain also had psychic abilities. Kyle nudged his pant leg with its head. There's finally a problem. Gu Xingrui seemed to understand Kyle's well-intentioned efforts. His psychic power spread out. He had been using his psychic power to navigate the way inside the underground garage. It's making my head a bit tired. After coming out, I put it away and planned to rest for a while. I didn't expect danger to approach again so soon. Sure enough, in the bushes not far away, I sensed an unusual presence. Gu Xingrui looked at Kyle with a complicated expression. Zhao Bai. How does a fox know? There's something unclean here. Pull yourself together. Zombies are coming. The surroundings suddenly grew quiet. In the still air, only the faint sound of wind could be heard. A sparse, rustling noise came from the thick, low bushes. Brother, you've got to be kidding me. Chen Wei's legs trembled. He was already exhausted. Did I hear that wrong? I feel like someone just called out, brother. Lan Yumeng thought she was hearing things. The voice calling, brother, came again. And this time everyone heard it clearly. Chen Wei shivered and hid behind Gu Xingrui. It really sounded like, brother. It couldn't be a ghost, could it? Who's there playing tricks? Matching had seen enough. He directly materialized a rock and threw it into the bushes. The sound stopped abruptly after the rock hit. Then, an ear-splitting cry followed. Chen Wei approached the bushes, crying this loudly. It's definitely a person. We need to make them shut up quickly. But when he pushed aside the bushes and saw what was inside, his eyes widened in disbelief. In the next second, a wind wall erected in front of him. Embedded in the wind wall was a sharp claw. The fat guy retreated. Gu Xingrui grabbed Chen Wei and pulled him back. Suddenly, something crawled out from the bushes. Everyone present was stunned. Even Gu Xingrui had never seen a zombie in this form before. What the hell is this thing? Matching stepped back in fear. He prepared to run away at any moment. A mutated version of Najah. The original has 3 heads and 6 arms. This knockoff has 2 heads and 4 arms. Chen Wei even had the mood to joke. Lan Yumeng, who was always experimenting, her first reaction was, this is too terrifying. It looks like a failed test subject. Gu Xingrui pondered. Could it be that there's a research institute nearby too? What do we do now? Of course, tell Xingrui to kill it quickly. Matching created a rock 10 times larger and threw it. If it could crush it to death directly, that would be even better. Gu Xingrui did not stop him. He also wanted to see what the strength and abilities of this mutated zombie were like. The zombie on the right did not move. Instead, the head on the left, which had only just quieted down, started crying again. The sound of its crying actually shattered such a large rock. After crying, it turned its head and met Masheng's gaze. It started crying directly at him. Matching felt as if all his internal organs were instantly shifting. His very soul felt like it was being blown away. He fell to his knees in agony. Invisible pressure kept him pinned down. Others couldn't see it. But in Kyle's eyes, he could see. Ripples of sound waves, circling round and round, shut him up. What Kyle was thinking was spoken aloud by someone, startling him. It turned out Gushun Grui had voiced his thoughts. Chen Wei obeyed. He grabbed a piece of rubble from the ground to stuff the left head's mouth. But the right head suddenly twisted around and bit at his hand. Chen Wei was startled. Immediately switching hands, he pressed down the left head with his left hand, forcing it to turn. The left head was successfully fed a mouthful of stones, chewing on them foolishly. It seemed the left head only knew how to cry. The body's control belonged to the zombie on the right. Gu Shungrui briefly explained the current situation. Would cutting off the right zombie head solve it then? Chen Wei's right hand became engulfed in flames. He seized the moment, directing the flames at the zombie's head. The right zombie head screamed amidst the raging flames, while the left human head cried out in fear. Sharp claws swiftly swiped at the nearest Chen Wei. He couldn't dodge in time, taking a solid hit. His left arm was instantly drenched in blood. Chen Wei grimaced in pain, blood streaming down his arm. He could even see the flesh grinding away. Lan Yuming quickly supported his stumbling body, placing a hand over the wound to heal it. No zombie blood contamination. Don't worry, what the hell is this thing? His head's burned and he still won't die. Misheng's cursing made Chen Wei nervous again. He killed that one with his own hands. How could it not be dead? Anything touched by his fire should be burned to ashes. But when he turned his head, he saw the zombie standing there motionless. Suddenly, Gu Shungrui used lightning to sever the still crying head on the left. However, the zombie head on the right regenerated. The head on the left hadn't fully emerged yet, but a faint crying sound could be heard. Its limbs and sharp claws were also regenerating. How can it still grow back? Chen Wei's scalp instantly went numb. Are zombies this monstrous now? Gu Shungrui hadn't encountered this kind of mutation in his previous life either. For a moment, he really couldn't pinpoint a way to deal with it. Kyle, who was nearby, suddenly had a bold idea. Cut off both heads simultaneously, or target their shared heart. Silen wanted to go. Kyle intended to accomplish the former. He rushed out from Lan Yumeng's embrace, heading straight for the mutated zombie, Zhao Bai. Lan Yumeng was horrified. She wanted to chase after him, but was held back by Yan Ru, grabbing her arm from behind. Charging out now is suicidal. Gu Shungrui was surprised to hear Lan Yumeng's voice. He turned around just in time to see a white streak racing forward. It leaped up in front of the mutated zombie, coordinating with Gu Shungrui's actions from the other side, and bit down on the human head. The tearing, mutated zombie sensed what he was about to do. All four claws reached out towards Kyle, trying to throw him off. But it was already too late. The powerful bite force of the beast form allowed Kyle to tear off the human head with ease. Simultaneously, that zombie's head also hit the ground. Tui, what kind of taste is this? So disgusting. Kyle spat out the human head, frantically sticking out his tongue. Lan Yumeng could see his discomfort, took out a bottle of water for him to rinse his mouth. Come here, little Bai. I have water for you here. Kyle immediately started to run towards the beautiful and kind-hearted Lan Yumeng, who understood his little thoughts. But just as he was about to start running, a large hand quickly wrapped around his soft belly. Picking him up, I'll do it. Lan Yumeng looked at Gu Shungrui, angry but not daring to speak out. It seems now that both heads needed to be cut off at the same time. Little Bai is still the clever one. He figured it out first. Gu Shungrui came to the side of the mutated zombie's corpse, tore open its clothes. On its chest was a branded mark of the letter R. He had seen this letter mark before in his father's research institute in his previous life. So this means there must be a research institute nearby. Need to find an opportunity to check it out. Gu Shungrui used a laser to cut open the mutated zombie's body. rummaged through the insides, didn't find anything, neither a chip nor a crystal core. As expected, the mutated zombie from the research institute didn't even have a crystal core. Gu Shengui looked around at the surrounding zombies, eager to give it a try, but didn't dare to step forward. Not sure if they were wary of the deceased mutated zombie, or wary of them, the ones who killed the mutated zombie. You guys are so amazing. Yan Ru was full of admiration. He also wanted to become that powerful. Of course, have you seen who we are? Cheng Wei proudly struck a pose, but accidentally pulled his wound. Cheng Wei's face twisted, and he didn't dare move. He still didn't forget to remind Yan Ru, "Little sister, make sure you don't record the details incorrectly. This arm of mine won't be able to come out to fight zombies for a while. No, I will report it accurately. Such capable people. The boss will surely value them, right? There's no need to report this particular zombie." Gu Shengui didn't want others to know about the research institute right now. Why is that? Yan Ru didn't understand. Isn't this a great achievement? It could also showcase their strength. Let's just say I have my own plans. You can report the rest normally. Gu Shengui also had no intention of explaining to his teammates. They asked to reduce the number. For Yan Ru, there was no loss. He had no reason not to agree. He just felt curious inside. Chen Wei. Right. Lan Yumeng, don't you think? Shengui has been acting a bit strange since he saw the mutated zombie. Probably scared by the zombie's rapid evolution. That wasn't an ordinary zombie. It was a test subject. Kyle cried out anxiously, but no one understood what he meant. The novel mentioned that some mutated zombies were test subjects created by research institutes using human bodies and zombies. He hadn't read further and didn't know more. But it definitely shouldn't have appeared at this time. That was something that should only happen after the main characters, the Gong and Shu, showed up. Lan Yumeng finished checking Kyle's entire body. Zhao Bai is fine. Don't just bite things randomly next time. Did you hear me? Kyle stared with his big, watery blue eyes. Lan Yumeng's heart softened seeing this. Let it slide this time. But you can't do it next time. It's really dangerous. Just as she was about to give him some more water, Kyle was already picked up by Gu Shengui. Ma Cheng dragged the mutated zombie's corpse back with them. He wanted to argue, but seeing that Chen Wei's arm was injured, and the other two were women, he could only reluctantly drag the mutated zombie by one leg. As they walked back, there were still many zombies in the underground garage. The group didn't understand why they had to drag the mutated zombie, such a large corpse. Later, no matter where they went, the zombies scattered like rats seeing a cat. Only then did they realize that the mutated zombie actually had this use. The few of them arrived inside the cargo hold. Check if there are any zombies here. No one will notice if we take a little bit of supplies. After all, they don't have spatial abilities. They can't carry away too much. Even Kyle jumped out of Gu Shengui's arms and headed straight for the shelves with the meat, while no one was paying attention. He put it all into his spatial ring. After he turned into a fox, the ring turned into a necklace hanging around his neck. But he has too much fur. You can't see it unless you part the fur. Kyle cleverly brought other snacks to fill the empty spots. At least it looks passable. It just made things hard for the few people trying to find chicken snacks for him. This warehouse is so big, but there isn't a single chicken-flavored snack. Chen Wei wouldn't give up. He wanted to take another look around. Exactly, if we don't have any, what will we feed Zhao Bai with? The ones we got last time are almost gone. Lan Yumeng also complained. Gu Shengui didn't speak. He just expressed himself through action, carefully checking the ingredient lists of various meats everywhere. Feeling guilty, Kyle took some chicken snacks from his spatial ring and placed them back on the shelf. Then he started acting. "Oh, there's chicken here. Hurry up and come over. Hearing Kyle's call, the three of them immediately rushed over. As expected of Zhao Bai, a fox's nose is really sharp. Chen Wei gave a thumbs up. The three of them quickly packed up that small pile of snacks. If you guys weren't going to stop until you found some, I wouldn't have wanted to take these out. Kyle grumbled. Gu Xingrui thought he was unhappy because they didn't give him a bag to eat. So he tore open a bag of chicken, picked up Kyle, and fed him by hand. Oh, this isn't really appropriate, is it? It's so delicious. Kyle ate with great relish. The group didn't leave the warehouse until their backpacks were almost full. Even Yan Ru took 2 pieces of bread and a bag of instant noodles. Her younger brother likes to eat them. Gu Xingrui held Kyle with one hand, while his other hand kept busy harvesting the crystal cores from the dead red-eyed zombies everywhere. He gave each of them a few and kept the rest for himself. It's not good to absorb too many of these things at once. Kyle is interested in the crystal cores. When Gu Xingrui collected another medicinal item and stored it away, he reached out a paw to hook onto his collar. Can you give me one? You want one too? Gu Xingrui wasn't too reassured. He was afraid Kyle would eat it. Although he sensed Kyle was unusual, he couldn't be sure if eating this would cause any problems. Kyle, the whole fox, lay sprawled on Xingrui's chest. His big tail wrapped around his arm. His blue eyes sparkled and gleamed, glistening with tears, as if he could start crying if he disagreed. How could a fox even cry? Kyle nodded. The fox ears on his head shook along, brushing against Gu Xingrui's chin. He really understands human speech. He's not even pretending anymore. Actually, he didn't know that Kyle's curiosity had gotten the better of him, making forget he was a fox at that moment. Gu Xingrui had no choice. He took out a small crystal core and stuffed it into Kyle's possession. You can only look at it. You cannot eat it. As soon as the words were spoken, Kyle had already swallowed the crystal core. Gu Xingrui's heart sank with a thud. Sparks seemed to fly in his pitch-black pupils, though mostly it was worry. He reached out to pry open his mouth. Kyle obediently cooperated, opened his mouth, letting him confirm the fact that he had completely swallowed the crystal core. Gu Xingrui saw that Kyle was still as lively and energetic as ever, showing no signs of any issues at all. He still felt somewhat uneasy, so he handed Kyle over to Lan Yumeng for another checkup. Lan Yumeng didn't know the reason, but she obediently followed instructions. It's fine. Zhao Bai's body is tough. Kyle was thinking about the taste of the crystal core. He felt his demon core heat up after eating the crystal core. It should be helpful for his cultivation. So he jumped out of Lan Yumeng's embrace. He hugged Gu Xingrui's leg and acted cute. Gu Xingrui was helpless, seeing that Kyle was fine after eating it. Subsequently, the golden cores mostly ended up in his stomach. Kyle ate until he was burping. Kai Lai felt very sleepy. Eating and drinking your fill is the most important thing in life. He grew drowsy. Finally, in Gu Xingrui's arms, he found a comfortable position and fell asleep. Returning to the mall from the underground garage, they exchanged for the food they deserved. Huang Mao and Brother Liu were shocked by the number of zombies they had killed. This was almost breaking the highest record here. Little did they know, this count didn't even include the mutated zombies. If those were included, breaking the record would be absolutely certain. The group came out of the warehouse, passing by Yan Yu's territory. They saw that the beauties usually surrounding him were all gone. Only Zhou Chenhen remained. He was clinging all over Yan Yu. At some point, a hand painted with rose pink nail polish slid inside Yan Yu's clothes, moving downward. An eyesore. Lan Yumeng turned and walked away. Ma Cheng, however, stared unblinkingly, glowering gloomily at Zhou Chenhen. Zhou Chenhen, that flirt over there, heard the commotion on this side. She turned her head and threw a flirtatious glance at Gu Xingrui. Her eyes were brimming with amorous intent. Chen Wei got goosebumps instantly. Wow, he's trying to hit on both sides, flirting with Xingrui. He's already got someone in his bowl, yet he's still eyeing what's in the pot. Gu Xingrui left without much emotion. He just found it strange. Was the little fox in his arms sleeping too soundly? Usually, he'd complain at the slightest bump while walking, whimpering and fussing. So why now, no matter how he teased him? There was no reaction? Could it be that eating too much of that golden box has actually caused a problem? Gu Xingrui hurried back to the fourth floor in a rush. He placed Kyle on his own resting spot. What's wrong, Xingrui? Seeing you so. The absent-minded Yu Emeng on the road. You check on him again. I've already checked him several times. Lan Yumeng didn't understand why Gu Xingrui was so insistent. He ate the crystal core. I saw he was fine, so I let him eat a bit more. Thinking he could understand human speech. He should know his own physical condition. I didn't expect him to fall into a deep sleep after eating. What crystal core? Isn't that something only ability users can absorb? And even then, it's absorbing. Not eating. Hearing this, Lan Yumeng simply used her ability to check. Kyle didn't care that there had been no result several times. There's still no problem. Is Zhao Bai just really sleepy? Let him sleep for the night. We'll check again tomorrow. Alright, let's do that then. But before that, there's one more thing. Lan Yumeng took out her phone from her pocket. Her big eyes full of expectation looked at Gu Xingrui. It's out of battery again. He placed his fingertip on the phone's charging port, releasing a tiny stream of current suitable for charging. In just a few seconds, Lan Yumeng's phone indicated it was fully charged. I'm telling you, Xingrui is the super fast charger. Lan Yumeng walked away contentedly. This was his special, one-of-a-kind charging method, daring to let Gu Xingrui charge like this. He was the first, but he wouldn't be the last. In the middle of the night, Kyle only felt a fire inside his body. The demonic energy throughout his body had nowhere to be released. He felt so uncomfortable, tossing and turning. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and opened his eyes. So uncomfortable, Kyle muttered softly. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he was stunned. How had he turned into a human form? The little fox had accidentally transformed into a human shape in his sleep. After the big boss discovered it, his heart was stirred. He proceeded to vigorously pet and sniff the little fox. He really is a fox spirit. What fox spirit? He was clearly a noble celestial fox demon. At this moment, due to the fever, Kyle fell asleep again. The clothes around his waist had ridden up a section. Gu Xingrui's hand moved downward, shifting from the clothes to the exposed skin. So hot, Kyle didn't forget, even in his dream. In the dream, Gu Xingrui continuously used his ice wings on him, which could lower his body temperature. And then, just like that, holding him, he spent a sleepless night. When dawn approached, Kyle uncontrollably changed back into a fox. He just nestled like that against Gu Xingrui's chest. The only regret was that he didn't get to see Zhao Bai's face clearly. And who was the big villain he called out to first? Staring at the fox-formed Kyle, Gu Shingrui finally felt drowsy as daybreak neared. He decided to take a light nap. Suddenly, Kyle, realizing belatedly, was startled awake. Did I turn into a human in the big villain's arms? Ying, ying. Kyle looked at his own slender, pure white claws. He wasn't quite sure if that was his dream, or if he was awake now. As soon as Kyle moved, Gu Shingrui woke up, seeing him still in his fox form, feeling a bit disappointed. But a sense of relief also welled up inside. Didn't want others to know the secret. Kyle was having his back stroked by Gu Shingrui, felt that he had become somewhat different, especially the way he looked at him. Little Bai Lan Yuming woke up from sleep. The first thing he did was check on Kyle. Before going to sleep, he was still unconscious. Kyle didn't know what had happened. He had just woken up from sleep. Why was everyone acting so strangely towards him? As if something had happened to him. Hadn't he just slept? Although he slept feeling alternately hot and cold. And in the end, there was a large rock that changed temperature with his thoughts. Thank goodness you're okay. Lan Yuming hugged Kyle, burying his head in his soft fur. Gu Shingrui picked up Kyle, interrupting their emotional moment. Men and women should not touch each other. What do you mean men and women shouldn't touch? Since when does the big villain care about that? Little Bai is just a fox. Why can't I be close to him? Lan Yuming pouted, dissatisfied. Tried to take Kyle back. Little Bai is a male fox. What if you try to seduce him? Gu Shingrui's attitude was firm. Held on to Kyle and refused to let go. If you're looking for me, that might be okay too. Kyle, who couldn't hear his inner thoughts at all, bristled. Eek, big villain, what are you saying? I'm not the only one who has animals. After I cultivated into a demon. It's been a long time since that happened. Shingrui, what nonsense are you talking about? Look, even Zhao Bai is unhappy. The child has grown up. Bread Gu Shingrui used a technique he had practiced many times, massaging below Kyle's earlobe. He quickly calmed down, contentedly enjoying it in Lan Yumeng's arms. Thinking that Shingrui had slept so long, he woke up and became completely dazed. Shingrui, someone outside wants to come in. But they were stopped by Brother Fatty, the council member who had been acting as an invisible background character for half the day. Tore open the entrance and saw outside that Chen Wei had been pushed and shoved by that woman for a long time. Gu Shingrui held Kyle and went out. With such a posture, it very much resembled an imperial consort carrying a cat to visit someone. The feeling of stirring up trouble. You can't tell good advice from bad. Weren't you making a fuss about wanting to see Shingrui? I've called him over for you. You can talk to him yourself. Wouldn't it have been better if we had done this earlier? My time is very precious. He needs to seize every minute to win Yanyu's heart. Secure this position. Once Yao Rong, the real one, returns, she can replace her and become the top sister here. It's really just like someone else. I don't even recognize you anymore. No wonder Shingrui isn't interested. Chen Wei had to admit, hypocritically, he was disgusted by this woman. At that moment, Gu Shingrui arrived. Zhou Chenhen met his gaze, forcing herself to stay calm. Shingrui, I won't beat around the bush. Can I borrow your fox for a couple of days? Gu Shingrui lowered his eyes. What do you want with a fox? How damn annoying. Why couldn't it be anything else? To actually covet his little fox that had just taken human form. Yan, you said your fox looks clever and well behaved. He happens to want to keep a pet for fun. He asked me to come and ask you to see if you'd be willing to part with it. Doesn't he already have several pets? Has he gotten tired of them already? Zhou Chenhen didn't understand his meaning at first. He was still wondering where Yan Yu had any pets. After realizing it, his face was full of shame and anger. He never expected such words would one day come from Gu Shingrui's mouth. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Zhou Chenhen pointed at Gu Shingrui, shaking with anger. The choice was yours to make. I have no right to judge. I don't care what you say. I'm definitely taking this fox with me. Zhou Chenhan reached out to grab Kyle. He had boasted confidently in front of Yanyu that he could definitely bring the fox back. Gu Shengrui took a step back, holding Kyle. Zhou Chenhan lunged and missed. Shengrui, don't be so unreasonable. I'll trade you food or something else for it. Zhou Chenhan's expression turned pleading. But his body was squirming, showing off his good figure. His supplies are all taken care of by Yanyu now, so he lacks neither food nor clothing. Of course, if Gu Shengrui wanted to sleep with him in exchange, even better, he wouldn't be losing out anyway. Gu Shengrui's eyes were filled with coldness. The corners of his lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you think I lack such things? His gaze fell gently on Kyle. I wonder if the little fox has any special abilities in human form. Even if it's just an ordinary person, I can still protect it. Under Gu Shengrui's imposing presence, Zhou Chenhan looked somewhat disheveled. The things he doesn't lack were all earned through his own capability. It's just that he himself took the wrong path. He bit his lips tightly, met Gu Shengrui's gaze. His voice gradually softened. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes. I know, Shengrui, you've always been very capable. You look down on someone like me. But to survive, I had no other choice. Damn, this woman, seeing that she couldn't just take it by force, started playing the victim. Kyle looked up, wanting to see Gu Shengrui's expression. The big villain wouldn't fall for it. Things like being chivalrous towards women, right? Don't worry, I won't use you to exchange for anything. Gu Shengrui seemed to sense something. His eyes met Kyle's, and he made a promise. What is this, so cheesy? Kyle lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help lifting slightly. Shengrui, really, just a few days. I promise. However, Xiao Bai was sent there, that's exactly how. I'll bring him back. Zhou Chenhan reached out to grab Gu Shengrui's sleeve. Chen Wei, who had come out again, unable to resist watching the commotion, stepped forward in one stride. Hey, you, talk if you want to talk. Stop always getting handsy. You're a person with a husband, with an owner now. The pitiful expression on Zhou Chenhan's face instantly turned to shameful anger. Fatty, we were teammates for so long. Why must you humiliate me like this? Then isn't what I said the truth? Didn't you take advantage of their eldest sister's absence to climb into your position? We just each got what we needed, that's all. Well, we have nothing to get from you. What you have, we don't want any of it. What we have, don't you go getting any ideas about it. Go on, get out, get out. Chen Wei waved his hand, chasing Zhou Chenhan out of the fourth floor. You'll regret this. Zhou Chenhan watched the iron door slam shut heavily, gnashing his teeth in resentment. That night, Gu Shengrui sneaked out. Kyle was curious about where he was going. He quietly followed behind Gu Shengrui. They exited the shopping mall. They arrived at the street where they had killed the mutated zombie yesterday. Kyle was afraid that if Gu Shengrui discovered him, he would kill him to silence him. So he was very cautious the entire way. He used his demon energy to hide himself. The reason Gu Shengrui could detect Kyle's presence was because he saw a hound on the road. Hounds can prey on larger animals. In the natural world, they are considered natural enemies of foxes. Kyle felt a physiological fear reaction, which caused his demon energy to become disordered. This allowed Gu Shengrui to discover that he was being followed. Kyle scrambled to hide behind a tree, staring fixedly at the hound loitering on the street. Upon closer look, it was a zombie dog. His anxious heart relaxed. As a fox demon, how could he be scared out of his wits by a zombie dog? Kyle jumped out, as if the timid fox from a moment ago wasn't him. He hurried to catch up. Since there was no one else around, Gu Shengrui, Kyle simply shot a wave of demon energy at it. The hound's head and body were directly separated. Having dealt with this nuisance, He continued his pursuit. Only one thing was rather strange. The other person didn't seem to have gone far. It was as if he was waiting for him. Gushin Grui indeed hadn't gone far. He hadn't expected Kyle to have self-defense capabilities, and they seemed quite different from their own. Could this be the legendary monster? Or is it Zhao Bai? Also some kind of mutant? When Kyle hurriedly caught up with Gushin Grui, he was feeling around a wall in the amusement park. There was also a pile of garbage with FLIs buzzing around it. Perhaps having fed on zombie blood, these FLIs began to attack him. Gushin Grui burned them to ashes with a single flame. He didn't hide his secret of possessing all types of abilities at all. Actually, he did it on purpose. He wanted to show off. To let Kyle, hiding in the shadows, know that following him meant safety. But Kyle, who had known all along, didn't think that way. Instead, he was curious why Gushin Grui came here in the middle of the night. Could it be that he was here for a secret rendezvous? Gushin Grui's character setting is so powerful. And he's not bad looking either. It's impossible for him to have no romantic storyline until the very end, right? Just thinking about this, Kyle felt a bit unhappy, widening his fox-like eyes. He was determined to see exactly which character, which great beauty could win over Gushin Grui. But after watching him tap and knock around for a long time, almost like he was about to perform a ritual with a compass, Kyle still didn't see Gushin Grui take any further action. Hidden in the tree, Kyle let out a big, bored yawn. He always slept at this hour every night, so he was starting to feel a bit sleepy now. Suddenly, the tip of his ear felt a little itchy. His instinctive reaction threw his balance off instantly, and he fell from the tree. Gushin Grui sensed it immediately, but cannot expose myself, knowing he was following her. Only when they saw Kyle land nimbly on all fours did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. He landed safely, though. Yet it made quite a sound. Especially in this silent night. It's over. Am I going to be discovered? Kyle froze like a statue. Fuhol Fox stiffened on the spot. Immediately after, he saw the Tallman continue to rummage through things. Apart from what is revealed in the actions, apart from a trace of stiffness, there was no other reaction. Kyle was struggling with thought of hiding again. Gushin Grui, who was trying hard to gozy on him as if he were in a cage. Finally, I saw the familiar sign at a corner. A pattern carved with an object. That pattern looks like a scalpel, again like a needle tip. It is the totem of the institute where my father works. Gushin Grui cut his finger. Wipe it with your own blood. This pattern is actually a high-tech lock underneath. I only passed by the institute. Only the relevant personnel with blood samples are authorized to open it. And he can open it. Thanks to my father, after all. Take him to the Rizark Institute for experiments. The only downside is that this door opened too suddenly. And the location is bizarre. The door of this Reach Institute. It was actually Gushin Grui who drilled the hole under the footlocker. He fell straight down. Afterwards, the ground returned to normal. As if nothing had happened. Road 2 jumps. Arriving at the place where Gushin Grui fell down. Turn into human form. What's going on? The main villain, huh? Such a big person just fell straight down. Kyle lay on the ground. The white chest and pinkere visible from the collar. Luckily, Gushin Grui isn't here. Otherwise, how could Anyana resist such temptation? The fox's ears were pressed tightly against the ground, trying to hearth movement below. Occasionally, there will be crackling sounds. He still hasn't figured it out. Gushin Grui, what are you doing out so late at night? How are we supposed to get down from here? I didn't see it at all. Kyle squatted in the corner, trying hard to figure out where the mechanism is. There is no other way. Gushin Grui's bloodstains have been completely absorbed by the totem. This is his hidden special trait. And even if Kyle found out, he can't get in without blood either. So Kyle struggled with corner all night. Finally, after the first glimmer of sunrise lit up the sky. He became a fox in low spirits. Yawning repeatedly, it returned to the mall. Then I realized that Gu Xingru had already returned long ago. And over there, Gu Xingru was already trying his best while falling. Li tried to get out through that opening. Bring Kyle in as well. Let him go, he's a fox outside. I don't feel at ease. However, after several attempts without success, he then gave up on this idea. Can I enter their search institute? It means there will be another way out. This entrance is probably one way only. You can come in but not go out. He continued walking inside. There isn't much in this research institute. It looks more like a temporary research facility. Even the experimental machines are few and far between. There are only 2 beds. One of them was also soaked in blood. Gu Xingru discovered. Something seems to be wriggling under that bed. There are still zombies here. Isn't this an enclosed space? Gu Xingru felt that things were not that simple. The zombies here probably mutated on their own. Or it was discover ethro experimental research. The first wave of zombie from my previous life. Later, those who survived. Doctors and researchers are all searching. The first batch of zombies was used for experiments. I want to create a serum to solve the post-apocalyptic world. Ridiculously, he helped those people so much. In the end, he ended up shaming Tagather with those who couldn't stand him. He never managed to produce the antidote serum before he died. This time starting over. Let them find the settings on their own. What does the destruction of the world have to do with him? He just needs to protect the people around him. Just figure out the mystery on yourself. Gu Xingru's gaze was ice cold. A fire. The zombies hiding in the shadows, just waiting to make their move. Everything has been burned to ashes. Among them, several zombies were still wearing white lab coats. It seems like Thesis the researcher here. The pungent smell drifted through the air. Gu Xingru slightly furrowed his brow. I acted on impulse. This place is suffocating. He had no choice but to speed up. Hurry up and search through scattered documents. Some materials were also written in mutual aid. Completely ruined. Gu Xingru read 10 lines at a glance. I searched through all the information in the entire research institute. I still didn't find what I wanted to know. The researcher's name here is. They are all dinosaurs you've never heard of. Afraid they might be a key member. Just some part-time staff doing small experiments. Gu Xingru disappointed lifted the exit. A single fire burned this place to the ground. Go around the outside to the entrance. Staring at the fox. The young man was scratching his head in frustration by the corner. Kyle had his back to Gu Xingru. He couldn't see the little fox's delicate face. However, it's just a back view. Gu Xingru was deeply captivated. Gu Xingru stared greedily for a long time. I forced myself to look away. He must be worried about me. But I can't just goot recklessly right now. So, this evening, Kyle tried every possible way to get in and help Gu Xingru, worried about his safety. And Gu Xingru gazed at that captivating figure. Until dawn, he went back and pretended to be asleep before Kyle arrived. When Kyle, fuming with anger, squeezed into his arms, Gu Xingru hugged him contentedly. By the way, thoughtfully warm his paws for him. One person, one pot. Sleeping until Thiessen is high in the sky. When they were about to have lunch, Huang Mao, brother Liu, told them to go to the 5th floor. The boss said he wants to see you. Yesterday Zhou Chenhun returned empty-handed again. Today, we will invite them over. I can't help but feel a bit impatient. Must I go? This is clearly a trap from the very start. Lan Yumeng pouted, and he actually noticed. How could Gu Xingru not see it? We can go to B and C, I already found it. They have no Riasanto stay here either. Just take him straight there and be done with it. Seeing that Gu Xingru had made up his mind, Lan Yumeng had no choice but to keep up. even if she was unhappy. Following the big brother is the only way to feel secure. When they went to look for Maching, they couldn't find Chen Wei. Maching left with a woman. He must have gone off somewhere to enjoy himself and have a good time. Therefore, only the four of them went to the 5th floor to meet Yan Yu. At a fox. They pushed the door open. Then I saw him standing in the corner, feeling too guilty to even look at their faces. At Lenovo. Why is Yan Yu so anxious to find them? Gu Xingrui had a vague answer in mind. Yan Yu immediately averted her gaze after it met his. After that, he kept stealing glances from time to time. Lan Yumeng and Gu Xingrui. Here you are, old friend. Sitting there, Yan Yu greeted them. Gu Xingrui set up a large table next to the big bed. The table is filled with meat dishes. In the apocalypse, you're still firing up the stove to cook a big feast. It's evident that a great deal of effort has been put into this. The food at Old Man Yan's place is really fantastic. Gu Xingrui sat opposite Yan Yu. Zhou Chenhan was sitting beside him. Yan Yu also directed the beautiful woman who was just standing idly by. Entertain Gu Xingrui. A few people are unnecessary. I am not interested in women. Gu Xingrui spoke bluntly. Oh, I didn't expect that. Unprepared. Wait until next time. Yan Yu dismissed the flustered birdies, telling them all to step back. With a sinister glare in his eyes. With a light glance at Zhou Chenhan. This kind of intelligence's useless anyway. Or they are aware but fail to report it. Just one glance, Zhou Chenhan knew had upset Yan Yu. He had heard that Gu Xingrui was worthless. But he's not sure. I haven't heard Gu Xingrui say it himself. He didn't tell Yan Yu about this matter. You find it inconvenient to eat. I'll take care of Zhao Bai. Zhou Chenhan reassured to hug Kyle. Lan Yumeng held Kyle tightly, patting away Zhao Canhan's hand. No need, Zhao Bai recognizes people. Biting you wouldn't be good. Gu Xingrui doesn't want to waste words. He directly expressed the idea that he would leave in 2 days. When Yan Yan's customary social smile vanished without a trace. Since you don't want to stay of your own accord, then don't blame me. The strong cannot be used by him. Then he's going to destroy it. No more pretending. Gu Xingrui picked up twomithfuls with his chopsticks. Light and mild flavor. All set. He ate the stir-fried dishes with great relish, having not had them for a long time. He is a fox spirit. I'm not afraid of seasonings in the dishes at all. You knew it all along. Who tipped them off? Yan Yu's gaze first reversed towards a single strand of silk. Then he glanced at Yan Ru again. The two of them were so scared they didn't dare speak. Yan Ru wished she could bury her head in the ground. Yan Yu seems as if it just occurred to Mui had called him over. Right. I heard from someone that you killed a mutated zombie the day before yesterday. Why didn't you tell us about such an important matter? No need. Gu Xingrui doesn't care whether this matter has been exposed. Yan Ru tightly bit her lip. He really doesn't want to say it. It's just that Yan Ru used his younger brother to threaten him. My younger brother became disabled because he saved me. Both legs require use of a wheelchair. He couldn't just abandon him. This person is so capable. It should be fine. Every single minute second spent here. For Yan Ru, every moment was torture. He was afraid that Gu Xingrui would get angry and kill him. He was also afraid that Yan Yu would make an example of him by killing him. Yan Yu's face showed signs of discomfort as he spoke politely. I heard you were out all night, last night? Did you find something? Not found. I just couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk. Yan Yu's veins bulged. Brother Gu, don't refuse a toastinly to be forced to drink a forfeit. Eat the penalty wine. This Gu Xingrui must stay behind. He would rather die than tell the secret. You have to know it yourself. Yan Yu raised his hand. The people around immediately gathered around. A few familiar faces. He is a dual ability user living on the 4th floor. They've actually been mobilized. 3 ordinary people without supernatural abilities. A gun was pointed at each of them. The other side is clearly trying to win by overwhelming us with numbers. This is your last chance. Brother Gu, would you like to work under me? His words were firm and resolute. Yan, you got up. Dragging the unconscious Zhao Han away from the battlefield. Catch any one of them. You can receive half a month's worth of supplies. Supplies for half a month. Who wouldn't be tempted? Eat sparingly, and you can take a month off. Who wants to deal with zombies every day? The crowd rushed forward like mad. The power of 3 dual ability users should not be underestimated. The novel doesn't have this plot, right? I've never heard of it at all. Kyle was startled by this display. Big villain, are ya going to be alright? The arch-villain confronts 3 dual system ability users. The little fox originally thought it was an evenly matched contest. However, I never expected that the big shot would completely dominate the situation. Even under the combined skills of 2 superpower users, he also held the little fox in his arms while fighting. A powerful wind swept out from behind Gushing Grui. The superpower user's hand was forcefully pushed back by the hurricane. Encountering the soldier off, another superhuman instantly froze the dual element ability users. The fire ability user suddenly sensed something was wrong. Wants to unleash the flames. Save the situation. Gu Xingrui had long been prepared. Fingers emit faint electric currents. In this vast body of water, 3 enough to conduct electricity, everyone could only remain paralyzed, frozen into ice sculptures, including the onlookers Heir just there for the spectacle. He couldn't move a muscle. I can only curse in my heart, wondering which bastard did this. Thinking of using water. Gu Xingrui. I have no intention of staying here, since they are no longer taking action. I myself, however, am just like the people in the squad. He swaggered out. Get out of here. Yan, you can't do anything to him. Moreover, it won't be long. He will soon go down to meet the King of Hell. As they were walking out, Matching also came along to join in fun and get a share of the spoils. Frozen in a comical pose. That smug look of watching a show is disgusting. Chen Wei saw that Gu Xingrui had no intention of taking him away, and pretended not to see it. It even knocked over that ice sculpture. They walked out off shopping mall. Not only did they shake off Matching Yuzhou Chenhan, there's also an extra spatial ability user. More than half of the space is still occupied by supplies of salt and oil. Now, everything belongs to them. It couldn't be more satisfying. The main villain is too cool. Kyle was extremely excited. The feeling of being backed by someone powerful is awesome. Gu Xingrui had already walked several meters away from the mall. Only then did he turn back to ask Wansi, "Are you willing to come with us? If you're unwilling, we won't force you." According to the previous life, he happened to pass by and saved Yuanzi. That's why I'm willingly following along. In this life, none of those things happen to them. What if they don't want to? I want to follow him. Yi Yuanzi thanked Gu Xingrui for helping him last time. Moreover, following him, I won't have to bullied anymore. Gu Xingrui and the other Heir going to the outer chamber. Kyle doesn't remember. Where did the main villain meet Gu Xingbing? But Gu Xingrui remembers. I ran into you near Wanxi in my previous life. So his figure is nowhere to be found in this city. In that case, it's most likely all set. Several people found usablevicles near the shopping mall. Suddenly, red-eyed zombie cat emerged from behind the car. Everyone had no time to react. Kyle jumped out off Gu Xingrui's arms. Taking advantage of the car roof, he pounced on that red-eyed zombie cat. The canine teeth tight like lamped down on its neck. Blood sprayed onto its pure white fur. Slightly ferocious, the red-eyed zombie cat fell to the ground with a miserable shriek, but could not break free from Kyle behind him. Chen Wei came to his senses. He took out a dagger and stabbed it into the cat's head. Zhao Bai, how could you bite a zombie directly? It won't mutate, will it? Chen Wei was in a state of panic. Lan Yumeng was completely dumbfounded. Last time, Kyle bit that woe-headed mutated zombie. He was absolutely terrified. Probably because it bit Aperson's head, so nothing happened. But this cat is a genuine zombie. Lan Yumeng placed Killian the roof of the car. Go check the situation inside his mouth. Kyle's mouth was full of zombie blood. It even dripped from the corner of its mouth onto the fur on its belly. It looks dirty. I'm fine. I just really want to rinse my mouth. Zombie blood really stinks. Kyle obediently cooperated. The fox opened its mouth, but its eyes didn't even blink, looking at the water in Gushengrui's bag. With a pitiful expression on his face, Gushengrui frowned and thought deeply. Zhao Bai can turn into a human. It means he has the ability to think. It's impossible not to know how dangerous zombie blood is. Unless he is absolutely certain that nothing will happen to him. Only then would he dare to do this. Just as he thought. Kyle, as the last celestial hound, Fox has always been doted on by the Fox clan. He has been given no shortage of various rare and scarce herbal medicines and pills. Through a strange twist of fate, this also allowed Kyle to cultivate a body impervious to all poisons, even if it's this zombie virus. In ancient times, those medicinal herbs were also not worth mentioning. And the most important point is, Kyle's blood also contains herbal components. If others find out about this matter, the consequence would be unthinkable. So Kyle didn't tell Lanyon about this matter, including his family members. Lan Yuming moved with some urgency. You hurt Kyle. He cried out in dissatisfaction. No one would understand Heimven if he turned into a fox. He wants to rinse his mouth now. Kyle shook off Lan Yumeng's hand, rushing towards Gu Shengrui. Shengrui, be careful. Chen Wei sees that Kyle has a clear goal. Open wide, bearing cannoneth, and moving swiftly. For a moment, I thought had mutated into a zombie. Even if I am reluctant to part, we can't let him harm Shengrui either. Holding on to this thought, Chen Wei threw the fire in his hand towards Kyle. Fatty Lan Yumeng was given a fright. After hesitating for a moment, she still didn't stop him. Zhao Bai compared with Big Brother. Big Brother is still more important. Kyle used his canine teeth. He bit through the water bottle on the side of Gushengrui's backpack in one bite. After rinsing my mouth, I immediately felt a murderous intent behind me. Turning back once more, only Gushengrui's arms were tied behind his back. It looks like it's still smoking. The expressions of the other two also seemed off. What's going on? Kyle's own condition has improved a lot. Only then did I realize Guzingrui's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Did I do something wrong? I just took a bite off a mineral water bottle. Are you really that petty? Kyle silently pushed the water bottle over. Not much at all. I'll give it back to you. Don't be mad, Zhao Bai. Shengrui Lan Yuming Realithi had wrongly accused Kyle. You want to kill him. He was the one who saved you just now. Gu Shengrui looked coldly and sternly at the two of them. It sends a shiver down one's spine. Sorry, thought Zhao Bai had mutated and was going to attack you. Chen Wei quickly apologized. He still remembered to take out Kyle's favorite from his backpack, Juan's chicken breast, as an apology. Zhao Bai, don't be mad at me. Forgive me, I was just worried about Singri. That's why I acted this way. Thinking that Kyle might soon mutate into a zombie, he sadly took out several bags of snacks again. Whatever you want to, I have it all. Eat more. Very cooperative. Boo-hoo. What that fat guy said was so awkward. Rest assured, I won't die. Kyle grabbed the chicken breast. He began to eat unhurriedly. Zhao Bai, hurry up and eat. I'd rather die with a full stomach than live as a starving ghost. Chen Wei tore open another bag of chicken breast. Lan Yumeng did not stop his behavior either. He also wanted Kyle to be more comfortable on his final journey. Yunc didn't know what he could do. Holding a comb and squatting to the side. I can groom your fur a bit more for you. My has passed away. Gu Shengrui's burned hand. Lan Yumeng's treatment this almost restored him. Go and search for the crystal core of the red-eyed zombie cat. He's fine, that fox is quite capable. There will be even more eye-opening mints for you all in the future. Hurry up and get moving. Get out of here. Really? But he drank the zombie blood. Become astonished. But I couldn't stop feeling happy inside. If you don't believe me, let Yumeng take a look at his physical condition. Gu Shenggrui threw the crystal core to Kyle. He really liked the other cores. According to reason, infected by zombie bodily fluids, the organs in the human body will fail first. Then another mutation occurred. Lan Yumeng checked Kyle's body with a mix of belief and doubt. So much time has passed. They coexisted peacefully within him. There is not the slight sign of exhaustion. On the road after this, Lan Yumeng refused to believe it was impossible. Check Kyle's physical condition from time to time. Indeed, the aerial very healthy. Only then did he completely set his mind at ease. Several people guarantee this matter must absolutely not be told to anyone. Otherwise, he would most likely be taken away for research. And Kyle is also looking at the people now. All belong to Gu Xingru's absolute loyal team. That's why I dared to risk my life to save him. Otherwise, it's their zombie cat one. Speed. Chen Wei is very likely to meet his end under the cat's claws. The plot here. Originally, Ma Sheng's arm was injured, forced to amputation arm without delay. Prevent the spread of the virus. That's how he managed to save his life. Now, those two are no longer a surprise. There will still be. Only no victim has become Chen Wei. Gu Shenggrui, who also realized this, frowned deeply. This means I ended up the same as in my previous life. Will a few people die? Several people drove to a hotel, planning to stay overnight there before going to have fun. It's a 5-star hotel. Now, it is utterly desolate, because there aren't many guests inside. Zombies are not that many either. It looks pretty clean. Several people found 3 clean rooms on the first floor. Right next to them, Lainey Wemming was placed in the middle. She is the only girl here. If anything happens, shout for help loudly or bang on the wall. The 2 rooms next door can both hear it. $1. One thought of rain Chen Wei 1 room. He can protect Yatsi. Gu Shenggrui has his own room. Of course, he took Kyle away. Lan Yumeng also tactfully expressed, I'm scared to sleep alone. Want to hold the fox together. Before knowing that Kyle could transform into a human. Gu Shenggrui can allow it. But it's impossible now. He knows that Killa can turn into a human. Still a youth. Men and women should not touch when handing objects to each other. We can't let him sleep with Lan Yumeng anymore. Go to sleep early. Call me if there's a problem. He may not be safe tonight. I used to look at it and always felt that Kyle will not mutate Gu Shenggrui. He actually used this excuse to carry him back to his own room. If Shenggrui says so, Lan Yumeng truly had no way to refute it. If Kyle ends up mutating in the end, I could easily be killed. But he was still unwilling to accept it. Pouting Shenggrui is so cunning. I'm the only one occupying Zhao Bai. The room had no light at night. Tonight's moonlight is especially dim. The room was so quiet, it seemed to give off an unusual aura. Lan Yumeng tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He suddenly sat up. My phone is out of battery again. It's so quiet around here. I can't sleep at all without a little noise. It's only 11 o'clock. Big brother probably hasn't slept yet. Lan Yumeng thought it over carefully. Decided to pluck up the courage and go next door to find Gu Shenggrui. Let him charge his phone. In the quiet corridor, Lan Yumeng gently knocked on his room door. He remembered that Guxin Grui had told him, "I live on his left side. If there's a problem with room, come find him." Time just passed minute by minute. No one came to open the door either. "You didn't fall asleep, did you?" Lan Yumeng was originally prepared to leave disappointed. It turned out that the door handle could be pushed down to open the door. Xingrui actually didn't lock the door. "Xingrui, I'm coming in." Lan Yumeng was afraid of disturbing Gu Xingrui's rest. "I plan to take a quick look at the door. If he falls asleep, he will go back." No sign of Gu Xingrui was visible through the crack in the door. Instead, I witnessed a truly stunning scene. A young man lay on the soft leather sofa facing the door. A delicate face, as enchanting as an elf's. Silvery hair flowed smoothly and softly. The key point is the foxers on the young man's head. And the fox's tail. White with a hint of red. The same color as Little White's fur. Lan Yumeng was stunned. The little fox has revealed its true self. Just because I ate a couple more bites of crystal nuclei. So it turned into ginseng. It was also unexpectedly discovered by Lan Yumeng, who showed up at the door. "Zhao Bai, is that you?" He couldn't believe it. Testing the water speed, calling out, "Pretty lady." Lan Yumeng's heart is floating away. "He calls me pretty sister. Are you a newbie?" He tried to lower his voice, afraid of scaring other parties evil. "It just dawned on me that I've turned back into a human again. It's all the villain's fault for tempting me to take a bath with the crystal core after entering the room. I couldn't help but eat a lot again." "Sister Lan, aren't you afraid of me? I feel it's not good to call someone pretty sister." So Kyle changed his tune. "I'm a demon, you know. A normal person would see themselves. Shouldn't she be screaming and running away? Why does it feel like the pretty lady is very excited? I really like the nickname, Pretty Big Sister." Lan Yumeng hard that Kyle didn't call. "And I still feel a bit lost. I'm not afraid of how beautiful you are." "How could I be afraid?" Kyle really wanted to refute himself. Obviously very handsome. Especially his beast form. Simply inspiring and domineering. Looking at Lan Yumeng's enthusiastic eyes. I don't want to disappoint him. He just quietly retracted the fox ears and tail. Although the half-demon form is very comfortable. But it's still quite scary to have it exposed all the time. "Zhao Bai, did you mutateto become like this?" Lan Yumeng had an unrealistic idea. If small animals mutated, they would all take human form. And they are also good looking. Then why is she still looking for her missing boyfriend? She also wants to raise a bunch of small animals to pass the time. Gu Xingbing, far away, sneezed violently. Almost attracted the zombie's attention. "I am a fox demon." Kyle still bared his teeth. Trying hard to look aggressive. It's just that his beast form still carries the imposing pressure of a wild animal. After transformation to human form. I just think he's acting cute and being coquettish. On the contrary, watching it Madeline Yumeng's girlish heart overflow. "Oh, Zhao Bai, you're just too adorable." Lan Yumeng, the White is here. Zhao Bai felt it was somewhat impolite to call someone like that. "Since you are a demon, then it should have its own name, right? My name is Kyle." Kyle can finally introduce his own name. "Then I'll call you Lil, how about that?" "Sure, a friend calls me that." "You still have friends. Where is he?" "I don't know either. We got separated." Actually, Kyle had no idea at all. Will I ever be able to see my dear friend again? The only phone that could contact them had long been turned off. Thinking of this, Kyle rummaged through his tail. "By the way, Sister Lan, do you have a charger? What charging cable do you need? Sis will teach you a trick." While this was being said, Gu Xingrui came out of the bathroom after washing up. He took off the black suit he wore during the day. The clean and neatly folded bathrobe here. If it weren't for the fact that Lady Wemming had feelings for Gu Xingbing, he is about to be tempted too. "Xingrui, Why are you dressed like that, coming out in the middle of the night? What the hell are you doing? Gu Shengrui's hostile glare scared them into retreating. As if I had interrupted something good. Wait for Shengru to go take a shower. A beauty is in my grasp out there. It's not what I'm thinking, is it? Lan Yumeng suddenly turned her head and laughed. How old are you? The young man looked to be only around 17 or 18 years old. A bit smaller than him. Gu Shengrui is already over 20 years old. You wouldn't want to be an old cow trying to eat young grass, would you? Kyle extended his fingers and started counting. He hasn't cared about this age for a long time. Having so many birthdays become quite dull. Shengrui wasn't in a hurry to chase Lan Yumeng away. It's been discovered. What is there to be afraid of? Moreover, he also wanted to know Kyle's age. And it's only based in Lan Yumeng. The name Leka cannot be retrieved. Is Leal your name? My name is Kyle. Shengrui, nice to meet you. As expected of a true villain. The first time you've seen me like this. Not even surprised. Call me Shengrui. Shengrui sounds so distant. I'm not meeting you for the first time. Gu Shengrui held on Tackle's outstretched hand. It's very soft, just like Heath touch on the waist earlier. Lan Yumeng watched the two of them and snickered, thinking, Shengrui is really something else. I really can't tell that Big Bro is such a troublemaker. I am over 520 years old this year. Kyle finally figured it out. Then I realized. I'm sorry I'm somewhat older than you. Still calling you sis. Am I getting old? What should I call you? Because of the fox's appearance at that time. Lan Yumeng always takes care of him. She really is just like an older sister. He naturally called her sister. Just call me sister. Having such an adorable younger brother is truly a blessing. Seeing Kyle's gaze fixed on him, Gu Shengrui nodded with a profound expression. I don't care either. Alright, Sister Lan. Shengrui. Lan Yumeng saw the phone in Kyle's hand. It reminds me that it was you, Shengrui. Charge Leal's phone as well. Charging up with Shengrui. Come to think of it. It really seems like I've never seen a major villain charge their phone. But his phone is often charged. Gu Shengrui raised his hand. A faint electric current tentatively entered Kyle's phone. Slowly increased the voltage. Looking for the thing that fits his phone. Kyle tentatively tried top rope by bringing up the topic. The startup animation immediately popped up. Oh, God, it actually works. The whole fox was dumbfounded. This is what I found. Impressive, right? When he first brought it up, Shengrui also Sadie was daydreaming. The corners of Yu Meng's mouth turned upward. A smug smiley appeared on his face. Many phones have also been attempted to be destroyed. Gu Shengrui's face was expressionless. Lan Yumeng didn't even have time to defend herself before someone exposed her. The door was knocked. Who else is still up at this hour? Bro, you've made plans with someone else again. Gu Shengrui's eyes turned cold. Don't tell me I'm the only one with no plans again. Why are so many people trying to ruin his plans? Lan Yumeng secretly stuck out her tongue. Go open the door on your own initiative. Outside the door was an anxious Chen Wei. I saw Lan Yumeng. Sigh of relief, moonlit dream. So this is where you've been. I thought you had disappeared. Chen Wei explained, suddenly noticing behind Lan Yumeng. Is this a foreigner? He instantly became alert. Fatty bro, I'm Kyle. He walked from the sofa to the door. Greetings. Who do you think you are, acting like you know me so well? I don't know you at all. Chen Wei is far away from Kyle. Lest I be tempted by beauty. I'm a newbie. Kyle wanted to walk on with them in human form. Then we have to tell them. Little White Fox is gone. He took his place instead. Kyle, are you really a newbie? Chen Wei was dumbfounded. Kyle simply released his foxers and shook them in front of him. If you don't believe me, you can touch it too. Kyle didn't mind Chen Wei making the first move. But Gu Shengrui minds a lot. His gaze was icy. Warning, Chen Wei. If he dares to touch that, then his hand will beam for a world of hurt. I haven't even touched Kyle's ears yet. Duo really is a newbie. Very strange. Is it because you mutated due to the zombie blood? Chen Wei's first reaction was the same. His constitution is a bit unusual, that's why he's like this. Gu Shengruyi took over the conversation. Whether it's a monster or a human, people will know. The less, the better. So cool. Chen Wei gave a thumbs up. Did not continue Topris for an answer. Who doesn't have a little secret? Gu Shengruyi felt that he really had to drive them away. The night is long and endless. He should cherish the time spent with Kyle. I don't know when he will turn back into a fox again. However, he noticed that person standing at the door. Who's there? It's me, the counselor at the door, see? Advancing is not an option. There's no way to retreat either. I hesitated for a long time before finally pushing the door open. Chen Wei has been gone for so long and still hasn't come back. He is afraid of being left behind. Only then did he go out to search. They found that everyone had gathered in Gu Shengruyi's room. He just arrived here. I heard Soma Thinji shouldn't have. Zhao Bai, that fox, has turned into a human. Still so good looking. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. The content is truly shocking. Leave him standing there to process it. Alright, I'm tired too. You all should go back to sleep now. The door was closed again. To prevent anyone from bothering Yuz again without any sense of discretion, Gu Shengruyi added another lock to the outside of the door. Go back to sleep. His eyes were dazed. The room was filled with masculine hormones. Kyle also felt somewhat and bothered. Gu Shengruyi sat on the bouncy big bed. Come on, it's time to sleep. Kyle hadn't slept with Gu Shengruyi before. But back then, Hugh is still just a fox. What are you scared of? Kyle, aren't you still supposed to seduce the main villain? Now is the chance. Kyle has finished his self-persuasion. I shut my eyes and steeled my heart. Sat on the bed. Gu Shengruyi curled the corner of his mouth. Let him go inside. Lie down outside by yourself. Kyle lay straight as a board, wearing clothes on the body. I really feel a bit uncomfortable sleeping. But what's even more uncomfortable is the hot body next to me. The bed is so big. What is the big villain doing so close to me? His breath was hitting my neck. So itchy. Kyle reached to try and push Gu Shengruyi. He turned his head and saw that he was fast asleep. I had no choice but to bite my lip and move further inside the bed. However, he moved a little. Gu Shengruyi moved a little closer. Kyle suspected that this person might not have slept at all. Just as he was sizing up Gu Shengruyi, thinking about what language to use. When it comes to exposing the man pretending to be asleep beside you, Gu Shengruyi spoke, frowning as if searching for something. Holding Kyle tightly in an embrace, he muttered under his breath, "Hold me for what? They're hugging already." The people around showed no movement. Kyle has also calmed down. However, there are no thick quilts here either. They searched for a long time but still couldn't find it. There's no helping it. What told me to be so soft-hearted? Kyle revealed his true colors, covering their waists and lower abdomens. Health habits from a certain country. Sleep and cover your tummy. Gu Shengruyi felt the softness against his abdomen. He held Kyle even tighter in his arms. His idea is, let Kyle really see fox ears too. Never imagined that Kyle would simply undergo a complete transformation, turning into a 2-meter-long fox, cramped on the bed, holding Gu Shengruyi in his arms. This time, the big villain definitely won't be cold anymore. Kyle's tail, with its red-tipped end, is like that of a fox, patting Gu Shengruyi and intermittently. Put him to sleep. It's been a long time since I've let this body of mine out like this. The fluffy big tail covered Gu Shengruyi, soft to the touch. Gu Shengruyi, who was originally somewhat dissatisfied. I think this is quite good too. It was a very novel experience, feeling all wrapped up in a cozy warmth. The feeling of security like being back in my mother's womb. When Gu Xingrui woke up in the morning, seeing Kyle still fast asleep, Xingrui hasn't gotten up yet. Lan Yumeng knocked on the door. He finally realized, Gu Xingrui since meeting Kyle. Then the ruler stopped attending morning court sessions. Gu Xingrui got up. The foxtail on his body slipped off. Kyle feeling. He felt that he was covered in his own scent, quite satisfied. Then I felt that this wasn't right. This idea is so naughty. Kyle got up and came outside the room. Encountering Chen Wei, how is eating breakfast bread? He suddenly remembered something. Right, Zhao Qi. Do you have superpowers? Chen Wei almost blurted it out. Zhao Bai was lucky to conjure his words in time. I suppose there is. Kyle considered his response carefully. What about Chen Wei's remark made everyone turn and look? Everyone wants to know about Kyle's abilities. The fox demon's abilities must be extraordinary. Fire type, Kyle wasn't too sure either. However, it is true that his demonic arts are related to fire. Same here. Chen Wei's fingertips emitted flames. The orange flame danced at his fingertips. Looking at him like this, Kyle followed him to learn. Flame sprouted from the fingertips. It's just that his flame is red. It looks much more intense than Chen Wei's. Lan Yumeng and Gu Xingrui, who were relatively close to him. I could feel the warmth of the flames. Gu Xingrui saw flames of Kyle. It looks a bit familiar. I once saw it in Laney Wemming and Matching. It seems that little fox you set his powers quite a lot back then. The color of Glock's flame is so deep. Does that mean he's bitter than fatty? Lan Yumeng placed her hand near the flames of the two of them, feeling the different temperature. One is an ordinary flame. Another one is simply molten lava. No way, is there been a difference? Becoming this version of myself. Not afraid of fire, not believing in evil. Stick a finger into Kyle's flame. The next second, he started howling. Holy crap, it's so hot it's killing me. Chen Wei was not afraid of being burned by fire. My finger actually got burned and blistered. Kyle immediately put away his little flame. Gu Xingrui nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the person I have my eye on. Actually, there are also ranks among superpower users. From 1st tier to 8th tier, there are 8 levels. Now, they haven't really realized it yet. Gu Xingrui shifted his gaze. It falls on Chen Wei. A bit worried. Fatty's level. In my previous life, I only managed to reach the 5th level before I died. Now, it's probably around the 2nd stage. The Taoist of the Moonlit Dream. Taki is the rune of origin. There are already 4 levels now. After that, it even reached 7th stage before stagnating. As for the 8th rank, in the previous life, Thasuo reached the 8th tier. Besides me, there's only one other person. Ordinary guy. Thinking of that person, Gu Xingrui felt inexplicably annoyed. Irritated. Gaze shifted back to Kyle, who felt he had done something wrong. Will there be a 3rd person trying to suck up this time? Several people are preparing to go to another city. The remaining fuel in this car is definitely not enough. Fill it up before we go. Xingrui took out his phone. Opened the map. Looking for the nearest gas station. Planned the route. The few of them drove off into the distance. Not far behind them, a green-eyed zombie walked out, roaring in their direction. Caillou and Xingru seemed to sense something, looking back through the rearview mirror. But there was nothing. The gas station is next to the highway in the city. There are fewer people here than in the city. The number of zombies has decreased significantly. There are quite a lot of scrapped cars. Xingrui, let's switch to this off-road vehicle. How cool. He can drive even on rugged mountain roads. Apocalypse, fleeing the famine. It sounds really exciting. Why are you so eager to be chased by zombies? Lan Yumeng opened the car door. The key inside is still there. There is no zombie bloodstain. Compared to the car they drove over. Good is an understatement. Then change it. Go fill up the gas tank. Gu Shengui took Kyle to Thiga Station's convenience store. There isn't much stuff here. Eats quite a lot. Chen Wei was overjoyed. I've forgotten all about the pain in my arm. Running to refuel me beloved car. Inside the shop, Gu Shengui found a brand new backpack and handed it to Kyle. Do you have anything to carry with you? It can be put in a bag. Put the extra ones with Jiaoye. Kyle tried to carry it on his shoulder. I just feel completely tied down. Extremely uncomfortable. The human's backpack has no space. The ring is comfortable. He doesn't want it at all. I don't want anything. I have nothing to carry with me. Gu Shengui thought he disliked it because it didn't look good. When we get to Y City, we can buy a nice looking bag. Am I really that picky? I just don't like backpacks. Kyle glared angrily at Gu Shengui. You don't need any clothes or anything like that? Or you can put it in my backpack. Gu Shengui took a step back. I don't have much in my own backpack. I can help him set it up. It's not impossible. I have other ways to pretend. Just think of me as shaving spatial powers. Regarding Kyle having his own little secrets. Therefore, Shengui didn't feel that anything was wrong. But it's better if doesn't say it. Although I would never harm him. Don't tell anyone about this. Gu Shengui knows Kyle very well. He brought him to the shelf with the chicken breasts. Sure enough, when Kyle saw the chicken breast, his eyes lit up. If he has a foxtail hidden behind him, I've been happily shaking it off for a long time. Kyle thought. Gu Shengui knows he has space to store things. Not hiding anything at all. Cuckoo placed the chicken breast beside him, and it vanished automatically. Gu Shengui can basically conclude. Kyle's secret spatial ability is in his hands. It looks completely ordinary. Yet it can store things. The voice of Chen Wei came from outside Shengui's door. Sounds quite flustered. At that moment, he was still holding the fuel nozzle. Probably just filled up with gas. Alertly holding it up. Not far in that direction. It was a zombie standing there, perfectly clean. That is a green-eyed zombie. He did nothing. Like the calm before the storm. Hurry up and get on. Gu Shengui had seen this kind-of zombie in his previous life. Just as humans began to have class distinctions, the zombies have distinctions now. Green-eyed zombies are one level stronger than red-eyed zombies. There are other levels above. But there is one point. That is the red-eyed zombie, which corresponds to first and second tier superpower users. The green-eyed zombie corresponds to a third or fourth tier superpower user. Chen Wei unconditional Libby Gu Shengui's words. Lan Yuming swiftly got into the car. Kyle got into the passenger seat. Gu Shengui was responsible for driving. However, when the car started, we realized someone was missing. Zhao Yi said he's going to the restroom. He still hasn't come back. What should I do? I'll go look for him. Chen Wei was about to get off the car to look for Yi Yuanxi. I'll go and stop Chen Wei. Kyle. His arm hasn't healed yet. Better not take the risk. The survivor squad encounters a zombie crisis. What's worse, one person from the team has gone missing. The little fox shouldered the task of searching for companions. At this moment, Kyle walked towards the public restroom. The green-eyed zombie next to it started to move. He raised his hand and froze it mid-air. Gu Shengui, who was constantly monitoring his movements, knew. He is giving orders. The green-eyed zombie can control zombies of a lower rank than itself. Sure enough, many roars began to sound from all around. Chen Wei noticed the zombie escalating in from the highway. Holy crap, Shengui. We are surrounded by zombies. Zhao Qi, tell him to hurry up. I went to find him. Chen Wei opened the car door and was about to get out. You sit here. Moondream, you drive the car. Gu Shengui would never allow Chen Wei to go down. He's just a patient now. Possess a driver's license. And Lan Yumeng, who also enjoy street racing, agreed without hesitation. It's been a long time since I last drove. I'm feeling a little excited. Xingrui, then hurry up. Be careful. Chen Wei watched Gu Xingrui's figure regularly disappear into the distance. There's no moment worse than when I despise myself. It's all because I'm too weak. If only I were a bit more capable. That little injury will heal right away. It won't hold you up either. Someone voiced what Chen Wei was thinking in his heart. Lan Yumeng was sitting in the driver's seat. Lan Yumeng noticed Chen Wei's disappointed expression. Take the blame upon oneself first. Actually, he didn't think said anything wrong. If only I were a bit stronger. If only all wounds could be healed. The circle of zombies is getting closer and closer. They have already started blocking the entrance to the gas station. There's still no movement from the direction of the toilet. The hearts of the 2 people in the car sank, panicking like crazy, like an ant on a hot pan. At this very moment, Lan Yumeng's phone rang. He saw the caller's name on the screen. A great weight has been lifted. Xingrui, how are you all doing? Drive out without waiting. Let's head out first. Gu Xingrui's voice came through the phone, still as calm and composed as ever. It makes people feel secure after hearing it. What about you? Lan Yumeng started the fire. He looked uneasily toward the south. We'll be there a bit later. It's fine, just drive along the road after getting on the highway. We will catch up. Hearing Gu Xingrui's resolute words, Lan Yumeng didn't hesitate at all, stepping on the accelerator and charging straight towards the zombies at the gas station intersection. The roar of the off-road vehicle attracted the zombies' attention. With immense horsepower and speed, it sent a portion of the zombies flying, stepping over their corpses to advance. Chen Wei was swaying left and right in the car. Holding onto something makes it a little better. At the same time, I'm glad we switched to an off-road vehicle with high ground clearance. Otherwise, how else are we going to get past this? Hold on tight. Lan Yumeng slammed on the accelerator and sped off. The entire car shot out like a meteor. Fortunately, he turned the steering wheel in time. I just barely managed to wrap my head around it. Breaking through the zombie horde, driving steadily on the highway. The zombies behind only then realized what was happening. Adjust the direction. Keep chasing after it. The green-eyed zombie saw its prey running away. He let out an annoyed roar. Into the woods beside the highway. This old lady's. That scared me to death. I didn't expect your driving skills to be this good. A little slower. We just crashed into a tree. Let's go to Thunder World together. Chen Wei was scared out of his wits. My heart still hasn't calmed down. He was startled again by the scene outside the car window. They are driving so fast. The zombies were left far behind. Now, 2-meter-long white fox is following beside the car. Between the furry toes and tail lies something eye-catching. Familiar light reddish brown fur. Flames were still blazing beneath his feet, running like a mythical beast, full of solemnity. There were still 2 people sitting on his back, dashing and spirited Gu Xinggrui, with the entire bottling on the fox's back, still holding on to its fur is yet UNC. Even more surprising is, this fox can even speak human language. Stop at the intersection ahead. The zombies have all been shaken off. Chen Wei's eyes lit up. Riding on such a big fox. I wouldn't even dareto think about it. This only happens in anime and manga, right? At the intersection, the horde of zombies behind Yusha's long since lost our trail. Gu Xinggrui and Yi Yuanzi got down from the fox. Kyle transformed into human form. He was wearing clothes but ran over barefoot. His limbs were all covered in zombie blood. It would be disgusting to wear them directly in shoes. So he decided to simply go barefoot. Before he could make a move himself, Gu Xinggrui was 1 step ahead and carried her into the car in a princess carry. Your hands and feet are dirty. Let me wipe that for you. He gently and thoughtfully took out a wet wipe from his backpack. Help Kyle wipe carefully. One by one, wipe them clean. Kyle's slender fingers carefully and meticulously. Not a single trace of blood is overlooked. Cherishing every moment off skin-to-skin contact with Kyle. I can handle it myself. Kyle is shy. No one has ever taken care of him like this before. Although it feels like I'm taking advantage of him. Even if Lan Yuming had helped him wipe his paws earlier. That is also the fox form. Instead of a human form. It's not convenient for you. I'll do it in the back seat of the car. The space is indeed quite small. Especially with this fat Sochin Wei sitting right next to me. Yik Yun Si sat in the passenger seat. Because he gets carsick, Gu Shungrui didn't allow any objections, wiped Kyle's hands clean. He naturally rested his leg on his own thigh. Kyle's toes curled up. Gu Shungrui also massages calf to help him relax. Then, he wiped the bloodstains from his feet. Kyle's face turned extremely red. You'll start to enjoy it once you get used to it. Why did you all come out so late? Front seat driving. Lan Yuming of the Aquarius constellation. He couldn't see the Ambaguasan in the back seat. He could only see the upper bodies of two people from the rearview mirror. There's a zombie in the toilet. The person in the passenger seat had a pale, fearful face. I still haven't recovered from it. Kyle nodded. When I went to look for him, he was trapped in there strewn by zombies. Just wasted a bit of time. Zhao Qi is super cool. The scene from just moments ago still hasn't faded from my mind. He really wants to go and experience it too. Not too bad. Kyle shyly scratched his head. Outside the zombie circle, there is a green-eyed zombie. He did not participate at all, but raised his arm to command. I'm afraid it's an existence even more advanced than the red-eyed zombies. From now on, we need to be more careful. Gu Shungrui told this piece of information to everyone. Afraid they will let their guard down against zombies in the future. Since we've already brought this up, let's exchange a contact information. Lan Yuming handed over her phone. Kyle didn't have any contact information for Yiliansi either. In the apocalypse, contact is essential. Anyway, there are lightning ability users. They won't revert to their original state. Humans are the same way. We can contact each other promptly if any issues arise again. Chen Wei took out his phone. Start scanning each other's codes to add friends. When checking Kyle's phone, I'm just curious, what brand of phone is this? How come I feel like you've never seen you before? They are not from same world. Kyle racked his brains. This is just a niche brand. It's perfectly normal not to have seen it. Chen Wei didn't think twice. Think twice. Give the phone back to him. Kyle secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was able to add all of these people's friends. They created a group chat. You can also receive messages sent inside. You can send messages yourself too. Kyle thought the phone had fixed itself. Eagerly sent a message to my best friend. Still seeing a red exclamation mark. Kyle pouted sadly. I can't figure it out. Could it be that I really have to part with my own world? Out of touch? Breaking the boundaries of novels, yet still drawing such clear distinctions. Kyle uneasily fiddled with his phone. So this novel story has ended. Can I still go back? The thought of future matters. Kyle felt an indescribable epic and anxiety in his heart. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Shungrui felt that Kyle's feet were ice cold. The hand that was Abuto put his shoes on froze. His large hands cupped her two jade-like feet, transferring warmth to them. Kyle instantly cast that anxiety aside. Isn't there a saying that things will straighten out in the end? Anyway, he still has the big villain by his side right now. I'll put on my shoes myself. Kyle needs to pull his leg back, forcibly pinned down by Gu Shungrui. Your feet are a bit cold. I'll warm you up. The off-road vehicle drove smoothly on the highway. There are no zombies chasing nearby. There is no danger anymore. Kyle felt sure it must be because the air in the car wasn't circulating. You will only be warm if you warm yourself. He opened the car window to breathe the outside air. The cold wind blew away heat from his face. Yet it cannot blow away the sensation beneath my feet. After being pinned down by Gushing Grui, step on the soles of both feet on his thighs. You can feel the explosive power and warmth of those muscles. Only a thin layer often separated their skin. The sky is a bit dark. Lan Yuming didn't notice the zombie in the middle of the road in time. He lunged forward and sent him flying. Zombie 360-degree spin. The off-road vehicle sped away into the distance behind them. I don't know how. One hand also grabbed the car window on Kyle's side. Dragged on the ground. Dragging Gushing Grui, heppled Kyle into an embrace. The other hand throws out lightning. The zombie's body is numb. Heavily slammed onto the ground. Getting further and further away from the car. How are you? Are you okay? It's okay. I can manage on my own. Actually, Kyle had also prepared some sorcery in his hand. Even if Gushing Grui doesn't take action, he can solve it himself. I'm more comfortable with it now. Gushing Grui let go of the slender waist in his hand. Reluctant to part. And also afraid of scaring Kyle. It's getting dark, dude. It looks like it's going to rain. Shingrui, where are we going? Next to the two of them was Chen Wei. Can't read the mood at all. Lan Yumeng, who was driving in front, really wanted to reach out her hand. Cover his mouth. Can't you see how hard Shingrui's trying to win her over? Gushing Grui, who couldn't hold his wife by her slender waist, checked the map. The phone also gave a reminder. There will be heavy rain today. Get off the highway at the intersection ahead. Not far ahead, there's a factory. We're going to stay there for one night. The market has just closed. The satellite signal is still relatively intact. A little longer. I don't know if there will be any signal or internet connection anymore. Lan Yuming sped towards the factory. Upon seeing the sign at the entrance of the factory not far away, Starch Factory, he parked the SUV by the wall next to the main factory gate. There's still a place to barely take shelter from the rain after getting off the car. It's not like I'm going Tajit drenched like a drowned rat. Chen Wei got out of the car. Rushing hurriedly into the factory, Councilman Shemin takes a step forward. Got caught in the rain. Gushing Grui put shoes on Kyle. Before he could even get out of bed, he picked her up in one swift motion. Kyle didn't react in time. Out of habit, she reached out and wrapped her arm round Gushing Grui's neck. Steady yourself. Breath hit Gushing Grui's neck. The hand around her waist instantly tightened. Kyle finally understood what was going on. I can walk by myself. Put me down. He has all his limbs intact. I'm not an invalid. This is so embarrassing. You'll catch a cold if you get wet in the rain. Gushing Grui releasing his large size, holding Killa productively in his arms. He really didn't get wet, including his outstretched arm. Kyle certainly didn't believe he could really block it. I guess you probably used your supernatural ability. Are you sure people can actually live here? Shingrui? Chen Wei, who entered at first, took a step back. Bumped into Yi Yuanxi. There is no electricity in the factory. Dark and gloomy. Chen Wei, who is afraid of ghosts, is a bit hesitant to take the lead. Just turn on the light, that should fix it. Counselor C groped along the wall. Want to find the switch. Do not turn on the light. In case it's here or nearby. There are zombies. Chen Wei, even when scared, still has his wits about him. Just find any workshop and sleep on the floor. Gushing Grui carried Kyle and walked directly past the two of them, heading inside. Lan Yumeng had just parked the car and came over. Just then, Chen Wei was seen forcing an appearance of calm as he followed behind Gushing Grui. He suddenly felt the urge to tease. Smiling, he walked up behind Chen Wei. He blinked 4 times in a row at the person beside him, signaling him not to speak. A cold hand touched Chen Wei's neck, still slowly tightening. Oh no, there's a ghost here. I was just worried about attracting the zombies. Chen Wei let out a loud yell. His voice echoed through the entire factory. The fireball in hand is ready to be launched. Lan Yuming didn't expect she called actually scare this 6-foot-tall man. Immediately cover his mouth. Fatso, is me. Chen Wei felt Lan Yumeng's body temperature, which was that of a normal person. Only then did he calm down. Oh my, Yue Meng. You scared the soul right out of me. Isn't it just me behind you, besides Zhao Yi? Lan Yumeng's eyes flickered with the hint of guilt. You make noise when you walk, don't you? There wasn't a single sound behind me just now. You did that on purpose to scare me. Chen Wei saw through Laney Wemming's little scheme. Then he turned his head to look at the accomplice, Yi Yuanxi. And I've been so good to you. He scared me, and you're not even going to do anything about it? Yik Yuanxi had nothing to say. He admitted that he also had bad intentions just now. I want to see how scared Chen Wei will look. A bit cute. Gu Xingrui, who had walked some distance away, back at the three people standing motionless. A whole theatrical performance. He turned around and threw out a remark. If you don't leave now, you can just sleep there. Can't you see the little fox in his arms is already yawning? A certain fox who grew drowsy from the comfort of being held. The little head kept nodding, and the neck started feeling uncomfortable. Simply rested his chin on Gu Xingrui's shoulder. Dozing off. The three people behind him immediately shut up when they saw Kyle's sleeping face. Keep up with that understanding. Disturbing little fox's sleep is a sin that will be punished by heaven. Especially such a beautiful little fox. Gu Xingrui found the staff break room. It's still okay for fewer than 5 people to stay overnight. The only drawback is that there are only 3 beds inside. Gu Xingrui held Kyle and Thi slept in the same bed. Lan Yuming as a girl. I definitely need own for myself. So, the last one. Chen Wei is about to sleep with Yi Yuanxi. Next door, there is actually an employee break room. Just let Yat Yuanxi be by himself. He is a bit afraid of the dark. Afraid of being left behind and feeling insecure. Let Chen Wei go by himself. He is also afraid of ghosts. Lan Yumeng is even less safe on her own now. Gu Xingrui saw that Kyle had already fallen into a deep sleep. I simply don't want to take another step. Chen Wei and Yi Yuanxi had no choice but to make do and sleep together. Fortunately, he was too thin and small. One can say that buying fat complements each other. It's not too crowded. Lan Yumeng over 3 playing on her phone. He still remembered to send a message to Gu Xingbing. There was just no response. Gu Xingrui has a little fox in his embrace. Kyle was sleeping soundly. It's just that Chen Wei and Yi Yuanxi had to suffer. The two of them stared blankly at the ceiling. Don't dare to move recklessly. A slight twist could easily lead to bumping into each other. Chen Wei can't stand this boredom. He opened his mouth and spoke softly to break the awkward atmosphere. Do you think this rain will stop tomorrow? The air was very still. No one paid any attention to him. Yet, it was Yuanxi beside him. After an internal struggle, I finally spoke up. The weather forecast says it will be sunny tomorrow. The weather tomorrow is really unpredictable. You're right, aren't you? Chen Wei gets carried away and acts overly familiar. I couldn't help but reach out my arm to poke him. The one Yuanfen on Therite wants to liven things up, but accidentally bump into their waist. I could still hear him humming softly. Chen Wei was completely terrified. Someone come save me. Someone come talk to me. Just this one Yuan Silk still didn't forget to respond to him with an hum. He really makes me cry to death. I will never let my flower fall to the ground. The story Ghost Hat Fatty Brother. Why did you go to the city? He is not unwilling to follow along and endure the hardships. Just highly capable. Why not just build your own base? Just like boss, let others come to you. Brother whose journey across the city is too dangerous. It's very easy to get surrounded by zombies. There are other unknown dangers. I need to find someone. We'll figure it out after we find it. Chen Wei didn't answer, because he's not sure either. However, Gu Xingrui was born. I heard there's a survival base near one city. The scale there is large. This system is perfectly suited for you all. The people from that place had invited him in his previous life. But at that time, he had his own plans, politely declined. In this life, he still doesn't plan to go. But they can be allowed to go. That place is a great spot to go. The leader is also a good person. Lan Yumeng had posted the video at some point. Xingrui, what do you think about Bin? Is he really still alive? The longer it takes, his expectations in his heart grew less and less. Even if we tell him no that Gu Xingbing is dead. He was sad for a while. Yet, I can accept it. In this burial chamber, anything can happen. He lived without a single superfluous word. Just these 3 words. Yet it gave Lan Yuemenjiment's peace of mind. Everyone fell into a deep sleep at night. Kyle, who had gone to bed early, was actually the one who woke up. Gu Xingrui held him very tightly. Aren't you afraid of the heat? He was starting to sweat a little. Kyle gently withdrew from Gu Xingrui's embrace, but was held even tighter. What is it? Why does the villain always like to hold me while sleeping? What comes to mind? Kyle quietly lay still in Gu Xingrui's arms. Staring at him, Hugh whispered softly. Gu Xingrui's so hot. Obviously using a hushed tone. Gu Xingrui's body temperature was rapidly dropping. He is very comfortable to hold. Kyle couldn't help but reveal his foxtail, swaying in the air, expressing how happy the owner feels. Just love pretending to be asleep, clearly awake. In the embrace of a pleasant temperature, Kyle felt like he could sleep a little longer. Also, don't disturb Gu Xingrui's sleep. It's just that someone's hand started to get a little too familiar. Just pretending to sleep is fine. The hand is still moving downward. He kept touching his waist till the very end. The villainous boss kept testing the little fox's limits. You actually want to stroke a fox's tail. However, he didn't know. A fox's tail can only be touched by its partner. Kyle grabbed onto the clothes on Gu Xingrui's chest, voice restrained. Let's just forget about the time when we were punished. After all, not many people have jerked off. Just when I was only a half-demon. No one has ever touched him like this before. If anyone dares to touch him, he will definitely beat him up. This already counts as sexual harassment. It's just that I fits the main villain. It's not that it can't be done. The hand on the tail paused for a moment. Then it seemed as if he had made some kind of decision. Resolutely stroked from the base to the tip of the tail. Kyle in my arms was trembling like a leaf, biting her lower lip tightly. I don't want to make any strange noises. No one is this weak. This is the fox's teasing. He has endured so much. The people upstairs are still adding fuel to the fire. He actually opened his mouth and took his sensitive fox ear into it. Although only the tip was taken in. But there are many nerves on top. The skin is thin and very sensitive. Kyle accidentally cried out. He covered his mouth in terror. I can't believe I actually made that sound. The fox's ear twitched sensitively, trying to break free from Gu Xingrui's grip. Gu Xingrui bit him with his teeth. Kyle couldn't take it anymore. I will no longer silence myself. Then, she turned to cover Gu Xingrui's unruly mouth. Gu Xingrui opened his eyes. His eyes reflected Kyle's fair and rosy appearance in the monastery. He had even worse intentions. He stuck out his tongue to lick the palm. The palm felt a warm and moist sensation. Kyle couldn't believe it. This is exactly the kind of thing a major villain would do. He helped set Upiawi for someone. Regarding the cry within Kyle's heart, Gu Xingrui couldn't fear a thing. He only knew the warmth of a soft, fragrant body in his arms. I can't control my emotions. The two of them didn't speak again. Gu Xingrui's hand also settled down, honestly resting in Kyle's waist, the place that calmed the two excited people. Kyle diverted attention. If you keep thinking about it, something bad will happen. Not good, suddenly. Kyle felt that something seemed off with his heart, accompanied by a feeling of suffocation. It can't be that I've fallen for the villain. My heart is beating too fast, that's probably why. Kyle, who has never been in a relationship, attributes this phenomenon to excitement. It's just that the time is getting longer and longer. Even if he is calmed down, that feeling of suffocation hasn't completely disappeared yet. This made him panic. A sense of anger and despair also grew within him. It doesn't seem like his own feelings. It's more like a close friend. As the last celestial fox, to protect the legacy of this lineage. When I was a child, the elders let them and the cat tribe with the longest average lifespan. The contract has been signed. Life sharing. After the contract was signed, he could have an accident. As long as the one bound by the cat clan's contract lives, you yourself will not die. Conversely, if the person bound by the cat tribe's contract dies, then the quality of one's life will be greatly diminished, but will not die. This contract offers him more advantages than disadvantages. For the person from the cat clan, however, it was rather unfair. But after his close friend found out, on the contrary, I willingly listened the contract with him. The two of them grew up together. We get along very well. The contract has own point in common. That is when emotions are at an extreme, or when experiencing significant mood swings and needing to vent. The other person can sense it too. But here, can I still feel the contract? Isn't this a fictional world? Or has my close friend also come to this world? Kyle was filled with anticipation, taking out the phone from the fluffy tail, opening it skillfully once again, tap on the pinned profile picture, sending a cat meme. Even though he told himself several times in his heart, not to be sad. Don't be sad. But when I saw thatered exclamation mark, my heart still turned cold for a moment. But immediately after, that red exclamation mark suddenly disappeared, turned into a slow-loading screen due to poor internet connection. Kyle took a deep breath, staring intently at that circle, praying in my heart and looking forward to it. My hand involuntarily curled tightly. Grui's closed chest were wrinkled. Grui, Fagning's leap with his eyes closed. I didn't want to spy on other people's secrets, just. There are way too many red exclamation marks on that interface. He couldn't help but notice. His first reaction was that Kyle had been deceived by a scumbag. I can't believe I was once for said to be such a simp for someone. I regret not having met Little Fox earlier. That's what caused him to suffer from heartbreak. The loading circle disappeared. Message successfully sent. Kyle's heart felt as if it had fallen into a bottomless pit. He should be happy. But now, he is left with nothing but anxiety and worry. If my best friend really came here. What was that emotion just now? Why is he so angry and desperate? Are you in danger? Are you still alive? Thinking this way, Kyle tentatively listened out a message. Where are you? What happened? We have arrived here. It's just that they've all gone unanswered. No news at all. Kyle is looking forward to it. The lively heart gradually grows cold. Pursing his lips, he exited that interface with his best friend. Witnessing everything, Grui felt a sense of crisis. Why is the little fox so concerned about this person? Aren't you my ex already? Should I try to get back together with them? Why didn't you pin my post? Aren't we in love with each other? The first time Grui felt a flutter in his heart, he had many questions, but I was too embarrassed to say it. I'm also afraid that it might be too controlling. Scared the person in my arms away. He remembered Thuchet nickname in kitten. Just don't let them find you first. Kyle secretly raised his head. Grui instantly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Actually, Kyle thought to himself, if only Grui could see this. That way, he could smoothly bring it up and tell the main villain. I still have friends here. But he can do it himself. Kyle cheered himself on. Find Gu Zingrui's Weket pin chat. This is the man he will be with in the future. Just consider it getting used to it ahead of time. However, the two of them. Who will be the first to break this layer of window paper between them? Gu Xingrui was jealous from the very beginning. Once again, saw Kyle occasionally toss it aside. Throw the phony into the fox's tail. A little suspicious. The little fox secret about space. Could it be its tail? Can it hold so many things? Actually, Kyle's tail can only hold some personal items. It's not like more can't be accommodated. It's just that the tail that's about to fall off hurts. Both of them had Thyround hidden agendas, sleeping in each other's arms. At dawn, Kyle was attended Toby Gu Xingrui as he washed up. Lazy Fox feels very pleased. On the other hand, their bed is rather awkward. Chen Wei and Yi Yuanxi both slept lying straight and stiff. One would almost think they were two dead bodies. But when I woke up, I couldn't save him. It might be a bit cold tonight. They only had a thin blanket on them. Chen Wei feels very hot because of his fire abilities. Yuanxi slipped into his embrace in his sleep, holding him tightly around the waist to draw warmth. Chen Wei on the other hand, casually hooking his arm around Yi Yuanxi's neck. The other hand rested on his back. Their legs were crossed over each other. It looks ambiguous no matter how you see it. Chen Wei was the first to wake up. Chen Wei kicked Yi Yuanxi to the ground with one foot. Poor Yi Yuanxi was licking a groggy little kitten, eyes not even open. He then groaned and got up, rubbing his butt. It really hurts. Stressed, Chen Wei knew he was in the wrong. Hurry down and help that person up. Sorry. I'm a bit grumpy when I wake up. Does Yi Yuanxi dare to refute it? He doesn't dare. This guy could kick him down with one foot. Hanging him up and beating him will be very easy, wouldn't it? He's a scumbag who acts like he don't know you after getting out of bed. Beside them, Lan Yuming was still adding fuel to the fire. You better not talk nonsense. I am completely innocent. Chen Wei and Lan Yuming were playfully teasing each other. Leave Yi Yuanxi's side. The two of them were visibly relieved. The atmosphere was so comfortable just now. Just a place where no one pays attention. Chen Wei's posture while putting in clothes was somewhat awkward. His face had also turned a bit pale. The rain outside has stopped. The weather isn't very good. It really feels like it's going to keep on raining. Shall we get going? Stay for one more night. Lan Yuming voluntarily got into the car. Driver's seat. But he was dragged to the back row by Gu Xingrui. Let's go now. I'll drive. You're driving way too slowly. We won't make it before dark. Lan Yuming originally wanted to refute Gu Xingrui's words. He wasn't driving slowly at all. Yesterday, it was because of the rain that I couldn't see the road clearly. Just the moment he got in the car. The off-road vehicle was driven like a sports car. Can't even see what model the car is. Only a blur can be seen. Lan Yuming tightly grabbed the seatbelt. Xingrui, aren't you driving? You're driving like you're flying a plane. If it hits something. But people could die. We will be the ones who end up dead. Front row lawmakers. The surroundings Arishan and lifeless. That kind of speed made him jerk his head to the side instantly. Fainted. The whole body swayed with movement of the car. Chen Wei's heart was also pounding like thunder. Holding tightly onto the seatbelt and the seat. The only one who remained calm was Kyle. The reason is very simple. He felt that even if really hit something, you can also cut your losses in time. Spare everyone from suffering. Soon, he realized he was overthinking it. Xingrui drives fast though. Yet safe. Once he got on the highway, his was the only car. Occasionally, zombies would pop out. I haven't gotten a clear look at their car yet. It has already passed. The unfortunate thing is, zombies walking slowly in the middle of the road. He was even sent flying straight into the air. All along the way, nothing could stand in my way. Gods be damned. This is not an off-road vehicle. This is a male lion. Monster. Lan Yumeng looked at what fell from the sky. The zombie fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. I mourned for him in my heart for 1 second. I've become a zombie. There will still be car accidents. There is a small road leading off from the highway. Gu Xingrui discover that going from here to. Wow, that will save quite a distance. The off-road vehicle drove down, slightly slowing down but still incredibly fast. The little girl standing in the middle of the road was stunned with fear. Out of physiologic intintic, I want to run away. Just catching a glimpse of the bushes near me out of the corner of my eye. In the end, I'm still standing right where I was. Eyes tightly shut. Open both hands. Please stop the car. The childish voice was drowned out by the sound of the cars. No one else heard it at all except for him. Off-road vehicle. About 10 centimeters away from the girl. The swirling dust came to a halt, flying right into his face. The girl was scared out of her wits and fell to the ground. Then I remembered me own purpose. Eyes brimming with tears, sobbing. Brother, sister, uncles and aunties. Please save me. The air was quiet for several seconds. No one was speaking. The off-road vehicle didn't even roll down its window. Clearly, the other party has no intention of having a conversation. Seeing the girl still kneeling in the ground, blocking the way, Gu Xingrui honked the horn. Step aside. The girl didn't dare to get up from the ground and walk over. He felt that if he were to get up and knock on the car door, this car will drive away without the slightest hesitation. If they leave, I'm going to get beaten up again. The girl still didn't move aside. He even mustered up the courage to stand up. You can see Thepperson in the car. 4 men. A woman. They are all very young. With those big eyes filled with tears, looking pitifully at Thepperson in the driver's seat. Big brother, please save me. I'm begging you. The girl looked to be about 8 or 9 years old, wearing only a thin dress. It's not hard to see that it's pajamas. The collar of the dress above was pulled out of shape. On this day, one will not freeze to death, just trembling with fear, deathly pale all over. Both sides are at a stalemate. The girl feels like an idiot right now. Talking to myself here. But as soon as she took a step forward, trying to knock on the driver's side door, the off-road vehicle started up. Arrogantly tell them to get lost. I'm leaving now. The girl was at a loss. She had never encountered such a tricky situation before. The few people in Thegris also frowned deeply. What's going on? Is there no one in this car who wants to save this delicate little girl? They don't open the car door. How should we carry on with this act? That's right, let's just kidnap her. The people in the car probably wish they could just drive away immediately. People who own cars definitely have financial strength. There will always be some food. We definitely can't let them get away. This is the person we've been waiting for all these days. If no one comes soon, we'll run out of food. The person in the bushes winked and made faces at the girl, signal him to quickly trick the person into coming down. Little did they know, a discussion was also underway inside the car. Emergency brake was applied at that moment. The foreheads of several people were in for a rough time. Except for Gu Xingrui and Kyle. Gu Xingrui was prepared, controlling the body. Kyle, however, wasn't prepared. But there is a gust of wind. Gently support his forehead and body. Keep him balanced. The other 3 people were not so lucky. Lan Yumeng hit more than just her forehead. And there's a nose. He crashed straight into the back of the seat. Tears instantly streamed out from the physical reaction. Sniffling, he kissed Gu Xingrui. Xingrui, no one drives and brakes like you do. Luckily, my nose is real. Otherwise, it would all be for nothing. Lan Yumeng rubbed her nose sympathetically. If it it's wrong. Even if it's true. You bumped into me like that. This really makes my blood boil. Chen Wei, who was next to him, was already grimacing in pain. I can't make a sound. Who knows why Gu Xingruidenli slammed on the brakes. He was still sitting there with his mouth wide open, chatting and laughing foolishly with them. Then I ended up bumping my mouth. My teeth feel like they're about to fall out. As for Yat Yun, see, it's just like simply hitting the windshield. The front bumper got dinged. If it weren't for the seatbelt, it could probably break through the window and fly out due to inertia. Isn't this nothing at all? Why did you suddenly stop? Lan Yuming rubbed her nose. I didn't see anything in front of the car. Could it be a ghost? Otherwise, why will Jingrui slam on the brakes? He didn't even stop when he saw the zombies, just went right under the car. Xingrui, you hit someone. Lan Yuming gasped in shock. At this speed, hitting a person. That person is probably beaten to a bloody pulp. What should we do then? Compensate for it. As a good citizen, obey the law. Although it's estimated that even the courts are gone now. It's not a scam. Chen Wei finally came to his senses. What he coughed up was all bloody froth. More than fighting zombies. At a time like this, you're trying to scam me. You don't even know how you died. How dare you? The front of the car slowly rose. At first glance, it looks like it could be pushed over with one touch. Frail and delicate. The clothes are all very thin. Pale and sallow complexion. Lips are purple. Probably because of the cold. There are still scars on the body. There are especially many on the arms and legs. The only fair thing about him was his little face. It really seems like a scam, Chen Wei concluded. What should we do? Should we get off the car and chase him away? They don't have that kind of sympathy. The burden of carrying it. Especially those who seem so full of trouble and a hassle. He's so young. You seem even younger than me. Yi Yuan fastened her seatbelt. He just wanted to help someone even more pitiful than himself, but only within the limits of my ability. He didn't want to implicate Texangri and the others. You want us to take him in. Chen Wei was not too pleased with Yi Yuanxi's kindness. It's not that we won't allow him to stand by indifferently during the apocalypse. Cold-blooded and heartless. But this little girl is clearly aiming for a big catch. Sometimes having too much sympathy is not a good thing. No, I was just saying it offhand. Councilman C shook his head frantically. He just has an idea. But the thought is not strong. They are very wary of the girl. Then it's even more reason not to take in this girl. It moved. Lan Yumeng was watching the girl intently, reminding the girl outside how wanted to step toward the car window. Gu Xinggrui immediately stirred the car. Sure enough, the girl stopped taking reckless action. Instead, he lowered his head and was pondering something. Gu Xinggrui is not in a hurry either. Give him time. If we can't make it City Y tonight. He just took over this place to rest. I have been to this place in a previous life. They had no goal at that time. Don't know where to go. When passing by here, I saw a scene of a girl being forcibly assaulted unfolding before my eyes. They stepped in to help. Thanked by a girl. Take him back to his home as a guest. Actually, it's all a trap. Once you go inside, you'll be surrounded by a bunch of people. Superpowers users unleash their abilities, leveraging their numerical advantage, threaten them into handing over the food. In his previous life, Gu Xingruiden even take it seriously. He directly overturned a Deverian's expectations. Why would I be afraid in this life? Xiao Yi, take out your loudspeaker. Chen Wei patted the passenger seat. To come up with a lousy idea. Councilman C has no idea what he's doing. Be a good boy and take out the big loudspeaker you put in at Leiden Mall. Pass it over to Chen Wei. Ho clears his throat and starts recording. The girl outside is still upset. How to communicate with people in the car. Then, a large loudspeaker from the back seat. We have nothing. No money. No food available. A worthless life. although I don't think you can beat us. If you insist on ordering something, I'll give you a song. He was just passing by. Passing by your heart. Leave behind a beautiful memory. Bambo heard the distorted song blaring from the loudspeaker. The girl felt like her ears were about to have a miscarriage. But at least they rolled down the car window. The girl was overjoyed. Immediately wanted to step forward to communicate. But they discovered that the loudspeaker was just hanging there by a rope. That person's arm had already been pulled back long ago. The girl hesitated in place for a long time. Finally, stepped back. These people have very rigid mental defenses. I can't fool them at all. I'm going to have to go hungry again tonight. The person in the bushes saw the girl give up. I'm absolutely furious. I think he's a loser. It makes no sense to let the suckers get away for no good reason. Several people vented the ranger by throwing stones at him. Hit the girl on the back. Some sharp stones cut the skin of the girl that is exposed. The girl was already used to it. These are all minor matters. He can still tolerate it. As the car started and prepared to leave, a wind-type superpower user, he pushed the girl out using supernatural power. In his view, the girl hadn't successfully pulled off a scam in a long time. That is a useless piece of trash. Only knows how to open their mouth and eat. Better off dead. At least they still have an excuse. They extorted some food from people on the carriage. The little fox unexpectedly heard from the little girl blocking the way. Upon receiving the news of my close friend. But at the same time, it reminded me of a shocking secret. At that moment, the girl was knocked to the ground. It's just a scratch, nothing serious. It's just that the things she had on her fell to the ground. Get out. It's a hair clip shaped like a small fish. The girl treasures it like a precious gem. Quickly taking 2 steps at a time, he scrambled over and picked it up. Afraid of getting dirty. Kyle had never experienced any emotional fluctuations. Suddenly clamoring to get off the car. Fatty, please move aside. I want to go down. He looks really anxious. Chen Wei opened the car door. Kyle nimbly slipped past him and darted out. He even accidentally tripped over his leg. I can't control myself at all. He quickly broke his fall with his hands when he fell. Gu Shengruyi in the car was startled by Kyle's actions, frowning subconsciously. I want to go out with him. Yet, I wanted to see what Kyle was going to do. The girl noticed Sumia standing in front of her. At this point, he could no longer care about his original purpose, because that person wanted to snatch his hair clip. This is mine. The girl desperately shouted. Kyle reached out his hand and made the request gently. I am not taking it away. Can you show me this little fish? Take one look, and it's yours. This look, this hairpin, and the scent on it. He would absolutely never admit he was wrong. This is Nanan Kitten's hair clip. He likes fish so much. The accessories they wear are mostly fish-themed. It's just that why is it in this girl's hands? Could it be that something unfortunate happened here? Staring with a strange look in his eyes. Flying towards the person hiding in the bushes. He looks displeased. If that's the case, I must avenge him myself. Do they really think they're hiding well? He spotted them as soon as he arrived. Alright, the girl clenched her fists tightly. Shaking my head, this card was given by that kind-hearted brother. He was the only person in Theodem Chamber who gave her any warmth. She doesn't want to lose it. I'll give you some meat. Can you give this to me? The girl bit her lip. That is food. Get the food. You won't go hungry yourself. During this time, I won't be beaten or scolded. Then just give me a little meat. I can let you touch him. Kyle reluctantly gave up what he cherished. He took 2 packs of chicken breast out of his pocket. Even if he was on guard. A spatial ring used in the pocket. The sly old fox hiding in the bushes still noticed something was off. This person is a spatial ability user. Great, I've hit the jackpot. Charge up and kidnap him. The girl just took the chicken breast. Then I saw our own Piopal rushing up. shouting about Siaking incessantly. Catch him, don't let him get away. What they said. Zhao King had Nakasi but to listen, while handing over the small fish-shaped hair clip with one hand. He also grabbed Kyle's arm. But Kyle didn't care about such a pittance at all. Still trying to catch yourself. He doesn't take it to heart. But some people can't. The person I have my eye on. How can I let others bully me? Gu Shungrui got out of the car. Those people haven't seen what he did yet. I felt my legs go weak. Everyone fell to the ground, bound together by a circle of purple lightning. The slightest movement and you'll get zipped all over, feeling completely numb. Zhao King couldn't believe it. These burly men were all taken out in one fell swoop. Feeling scared, Hell let go of Kyle's hand. Are you anxious? Becco's air focus isn't there? Scattering small fish hair clips. I miss that person who was always complaining about their bangs being too long. I'll make it look good while letting it get stuck. Who gave this to you? After touching the corpse, the feeling that this Belengetto and Zhao Mao was even stronger. The contract within my body is also clamoring for a kind-hearted elder brother. Zhao King hesitated. I don't know if I should tell this person. What if he is a bad person? Kyle could see what was really on Zhao King's mind. Squat down to be at a level with Zhao King. Do not be afraid. He and I are friends. Zhao King then carefully sized up Kyle, without the suppression of height and presence. Only then did I realize that Kyle is also a handsome guy. And his gaze is very gentle. I didn't mean to hurt her. Sure enough, he's a handsome guy. Everyone likes to make friends with handsome guys. That little girl told me. Where has the handsome young man who owns this hair clip gone? I don't know if it's good or not. This brother suddenly appeared here with us. Seeing me crying. After comforting me, he left. And there's another big brother. He looks so fierce with that cold expression on his face. The relationship between Thetwo doesn't seem very good either. Zhao King tried hard to recall. If it's a friend, he must be looking forward to the reunion very much. Just like him. He really wants to go find his mother. I wonder if mom is also looking for me. Is that so? Then thank you. Kyle patted Zhao King's head. Based on the various pieces of information, it can be basically confirmed. And Zhao Mao has also arrived here. Having companions, but their relationship isn't very good. He will be fine, right? Ignoring Gushin Grui, who was standing by as if he were Heir, finally couldn't help but pull Kyle's attention back. Who are you looking for? My lifelong best friend. Do we have to find him? Of course, I will be without him. Gushin Grui was like a firecracker that had just been lit at this moment. On the verge of breaking out. My question is finished. We can go now. What should we do with these people? Kyle completely failed to grasp the importance of the issue. Instead, they are immersed in. Amid the joy of perhaps seeing a dear friend. Killed the big villain who murders people whenever he's in a bad mood. Finally did something that fits my persona. Fine. Kyle doesn't understand why these people have offended the big villain. However, whatever the main villain says goes. Wait, did I overlook something? And Zhao Mao traveled through time and arrived. He shares the same name as the novel's protagonist, Beast. So does that mean he traveled into Thestery and became the main character's Beast? Then he has the main love interest by his side. Then what am I still worried about? But should envy their sweet love story. But the child said. And Zhao Mao doesn't get along well with the people around him. Could it be that Hebist his wife earlier? Chasing after his wife later on. The crematorium hopes that Anxio Mao won't suffer too much. Otherwise, I might just help him rebel against the male lead. The novel's plot is just like this crappy world. Nothing is more important than in Zhao Mao. Kyle, having thought it through, felt a little better. Turn around and get in the car. Little did he know that in Zhang Yang, who had just arrived in the apocalypse, I simply haven't adapted to this world. But as soon as I arrived, Samina grabbed me by the neck and threatened me. What love story is there? I almost lost my life. Only Gushin Grui, his face filled with anger, remained by the car. The little fox's thoughts Ariel on that childhood friend. Didn't notice anything unusual about me at all. And I said I want to kill these people. Why didn't he try to stop it? Although these people aren't technically good people either. That big brother. We haven't done anything bad here. It's just a little bit of swindling and cheating. It's all for a living. Spare us, will you? We don't want anything anymore. Upon hearing that he was going to be killed, Leikunzu was stunned. Quickly begged for mercy. Gushin Grui had no interest in listening to their nonsense. However, before killing them, asking a strange question. Which do you think is better, killed Hoodsweathers or someone who appears unexpectedly? A bunch of grown men would understand these things. Even if you understand, being asked this question suddenly can be surprising. They didn't know how to answer either. To be able to satisfy Gushin Grui, I can only make a wild guess. It must be killed Hoodsweathers. Then I think it's a blessing from the heavens. Someone gave a different answer. In that case, even death would be worth it. Some of them managed to make it back alive. Wait until we make it back alive. They then organize their brothers to come back and fight again. Avenge the dead. But even if I answer like this, none of the ends were satisfied Gushin Grui. One lightning strike kills them all. What childhood friend? He doesn't care about any sudden windfalls. There can only be maybe little fox's side. Gushin Grui was about to get in the car. Someone grabbed me by the leg. Shivering with fear. Little king, big brother. Can you take me along? Zhao King let go as soon as she finished speaking. Staring with a pleading look. Gushin Grui handed him some food. Go straight from here to the outer chamber. There is a construction site tether that takes in survivors. We still have other places to go. Zhao King knew this was the best outcome. So he took the food. Thank you for answering him. It was the sound of the car door slamming shut and the SUV speeding away. Kyle in the car is thinking about in Zhao Mao. Gushin Grui was sulking alone. Let others guess Len Yumeng. Right. Chen Wei asked him to speak up to liven up the atmosphere. Chen Wei wouldn't dare. He is afraid that something he says might be wrong. Thrown directly out of the car by Gushin Grui. At noon, Gushin Grui parked the car by the roadside. Transfer Len Yumeng to start the shift. Gushin Grui had a quick lunch in the back row. Everyone else has finished eating. Gushin Grui first tore open a packet of spicy flavored chicken breast. A fox nearby twitched its nose. Attracted to come over. Gushin Grui ate in front of him. Eating the main villain. Why are you suddenly eating my snacks? Kyle glanced sideways a couple more times. I'm a bit peckish, but it's not like I can't eat. I also have a lot in my ring. Couldn't resist taking another look. Want a couple of bites. Lowering head to fiddle with the ring. Might as well eat another bag myself instead of overthinking it. Kyle thought about it and then took action. Anyway, no one was paying attention to him in the back corner. Lan Yumeng was driving attentively. $1 makes me think of motion sickness. With his eyes closed, Chen Wei behind him had already started dozing off. However, he had just to shed the spicy flavored chicken breast. My small hand was immediately caught by the waiting palm. The fingers of both hands are interlaced. The snack just taken out fell on the ground. Shingrui Kyle was shocked by his actions, turning his head to ask. Yet, I couldn't bear to pull my finger out. Gushin Grui's hands were dry and warm. A sense of security tinged with nostalgia. He himself suddenly leaned close to Kyle, whispering in his or her ear. You dare to be so blatant even out in public? Use your little secret. Too close. Kyle's nose bumped against Gushin Grui's Adam's apple. Criminal, this person. This is practical tempting me to commit a crime. Kyle has always followed his physical instincts. He took a bite at the neck in front of him. Hearing Gu Zingrui's muffled groan by my ear. My ears are about to get pregnant. Sensing Gu Xingrui's body stiffen, Kyle snickered. Like a fox that has to land some fish. Licking his lips, he revealed a sly smile. Upper body leans backward. I want to see Gu Xingrui's oppression right now. However, it was different from what he had thought. Gu Xingrui did not show any signs of shyness or embarrassment. Instead, I want to devour him. Those deep eyes. It is a blend of restraint and madness. Kyle felt that if he didn't let go of him soon, Gu Xingrui can be here. He executed himself on the spot. I said inside that I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe this nonsense? He himself doesn't believe it. Gu Xingrui lowered his eyes. No one said anything. But in the very next second, he pulled Kyle into an embrace. He was biting and gnawing wildly at his neck and shoulders. Kyle doesn't mind being this intimate with Gu Xingrui. Just tilted her head slightly. Don't hide. Gu Xingrui turned her face back. I thought Kyle was unwilling. Did I force him? He might like it. Gu Xingrui has returned from his leave. Let's get back to the main topic. You cannot freely use your space outside. A little secret. Get it from my backpack next time. Taking things out from the backpack. As long as it's not too big or too excessive. I will basically believe it. Like today. He pulled 2 large bags of chicken breast out of his pocket. Only a fool would believe that. Kyle obediently nodded. He looked so obedient and well-behaved. Paired with his silver white hair. It looks just like a glutinous rice ball. It struck right at Gu Xingrui's heart. Big hand held Kyle's hand. Getting restless. Gradually, there was a tendency to move the hand downward toward the waist. Xingrui's car is almost out of gas. Let's find an Athurgas station and fill up. Lan Yumeng didn't want to interrupt them either. The fuel tank is almost empty. And don't think he didn't see what was behind. Pretending to be asleep, my head almost rested on Gu Xingrui. To eavesdrop on the young couple. You really didn't bring me along. Gu Xingrui sat upright and looked at the gas station near the map. The head hanging beside him snapped back in an instant. Chen Wei let out a big yawn. Pretending To Javi just woken up. From beginning to end. Only Yi Yuanxi is alone. I genuinely have no idea what's going on. Poor thing gets carsick. When we arrived at the gas station again. He was even on the verge of vomiting his guts out right there. Kyle began sorting out the storyline in his head. Wait until Gu Xingru fins the infantry. It won't be long before we run into the main character, the male beast. Then I can see in Zhao Mao myself. Moreover, if in Zhao Mawa the main character, then they can communicate. In that case, does the main villain not have to die? They don't have to become sworn enemies either. Thinking of this, Kylie increasingly felt it was a great idea. What's going on with finding Gu Xingrui who is refueling? Gu Xingrui had noticed Kylie's hesitant and bashful demeanor long ago. I thought he was going to say something flirtatious. Embarrassing words. I just never expected. The moment he opened his mouth, what said made him fall into deep thought. Xingrui, I want to go find my childhood friend. Wait until you find your younger brother. Can you be with me? Kyle looked at Gu Xingrui with hopeful eyes. If possible, he doesn't want to part with the villain either. He has developed a bit of dependency on the main villain. But actually, he had already made up his mind. If Gu Xingrui doesn't agree, then I'll go find in Zhao Mao by myself. He really wants to know how he is doing now. If I don't agree, what would you do? I don't know if it's Kyle's illusion. Why does it feel like Gu Xingrui's words have a hidden edge? Then I'll separate from you for a while first. Wait until I find him. I'll be right back. Bring it back to introduce to you. Seeing Gu Xingrui's face grow even colder, he thought he was worried. Kyle immediately patted his chest and guaranteed that he was very capable. Absolutely will not get hurt. Don't worry about me. Just continue with what you're doing. Gu Xingrui let out a long sigh. Completely clueless about matters of heart, Kyle was at a complete loss. He even brought him back to introduce him. Introduce what? Tell him when the time comes. They are together. They are the true love. Once the thought goes in this direction, Gu Xingrui just couldn't stop himself. I'm genuinely worried about you. I'm really scared. You really did run off with someone. No, I don't. And Zhao Mo moaned, I are the same type. Kyle understood Gu Xingrui's meaning. I can't even imagine what Thossatul little ones could possibly do. Let's see whose is cuter and more pocket-sized. Gu Xingrui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'll go with you. What is your best friend's name? And Zhang Yang might be because in the novel, the protagonist will have to confront the main antagonist later on. When Kyle said the name, he felt a little guilty. Carefully observing Gu Xingrui's reaction, seeing that Gu Xingrui didn't react, he finally set his mind at ease. Cheer for Gu Xingrui together. Xingrui didn't show it on the surface. My heart was still taken aback for a few seconds. And Zhang Yang's two adversaries from his previous life, who constantly opposed him at every turn. One of them turned out Tobe Little Fox's best friend. Then why didn't I see the little fox in my previous life? Unless the little fox has an accident before meeting me. Gu Xingrui conjured up an entire dramatic scenario in his own mind. I feel even more sorry for little fox. I swore in my heart to protect the little fox even more. The gas station here even more remote. After refueling, nothing unexpected happened. However, when getting in the car, Kyle staggered. Gu Xingrui, following closely behind, wrapped his arms around him with a worried frown. What's wrong? Kyle was still immersed in sudden outburst of emotion. Fear is the emotion that belongs to An Zhang Yang. What's wrong with An Zhao Mao? Little Fox had contract issues. He was immersed in the panic that erupted from his close friend. This left everyone at a loss for what to do. The villainous boss coldly silently accompanied him. But he was filled with curiosity. The little fox has so many secrets, heavens. As dusk falls, the few of them finally arrived at the outer chamber. They discussed finding a small clinic to stay overnight. Still need some medication. By the way, see if you can find some anti-inflammatory medication. Chen Wei's previous injury must be kept from getting infected. Anti-inflammatory drugs to a certain extent. It can help prevent infection, accelerate wound healing. However, I visited Twasmal clinics and pharmacies. They were all blocked right at the entrance. The door is already occupied by someone. Don't bother looking. For such a minor injury, why go to all that trouble? Just find the nearest empty spot to rest. Chen Wei is afraid of becoming a burden. Gu Xingrui did not agree. Councilman C suddenly thought of something beside him. It can't be because of me, right? He dreamed last night that zombies were trying to catch him. Give a hard push in the dream. It seems like Chen Wei was pushed down. It's just that he opened his eyes, seeing Chen Wei still sleeping peacefully right beside me. This is exactly what I thought was happening in a dream. When Chen Wei got up in the morning, he didn't blame him either. He didn't take it to heart. Chen Wei, who was not just being stubborn, flatly denied it. He would never admit it. Last night, that little bratty Yuanzi pushed him off the bed. His injured arm hit the ground. I was about to fly into a rage. I just got up and saw you frowning. Anxious-looking Yuanzi. I knew he was having a nightmare. There's a hint of reluctance. Thus, the magnanimous Chen Wei chose to forgive him. Sorry, I'll sleep more properly from now on. Yuanzi Yi noticed the acquired expression on Chen Wei's face. You could tell the other person was speaking up for him. I'm the one who did something wrong. I still have to admit it and apologize. Xingrui first helped the fat man treat his wound simply. Afterwards, he fell into a coma due to his injuries. Everyone left Yuanzi in the car to take care of the injured. Not long after, Chen Wei woke up from his coma. They went out to look for medicine. No way, I'm going too. Yik Yuanzi immediately pressed down on Chen Wei's head to keep him from getting up. Sure, you are. The injured were looking for medicine for me. I want to go and help too. Yat Yun, thought Ming's mouth. You're just going to make things worse right now. He doesn't want to discourage Chen Wei. But for everyone's good. If he insists on going in just to save face, really holding everyone back, everyone gets hurt easily or dies. Chen Wei's muddled head was suddenly reminded by this. I also thought of him lying down in a state of decadence. A grown man like me's still so fragile. Useless. No, that's not it. You're very good. Yi Yun, she tried hard to say something perfect. Compliments. It's just that when I say it out loud, I still stumble over my words. The air fell silent for a few seconds. Councilman C thought he was going to be disliked because of his stutter. Little did they know that Chen Wei wasn't accustomed to such a praising atmosphere. Very few people praise him like that. Little stutter, aren't you scared? Here come the zombies. None of us will escape. Counselor C listened token ways from of address. I actually don't feel offended at all. Instead, I feel a bit shy. Stammerer, this is the first time someone's called me that. Feeling a bit different. Outside the car, Xing drew a thunder circle, specifically for preventing zombies. Why is your face turning red? Is it possible that my fever is contagious and you've caught it? Chen Wei pushed it open a little. Councilman C, stay away from me. Getting sick at a time like this is no good. No need, I'm just wearing a bit too much. This feels comfortable. You just keep lying there. To let Chen Wei lie down more comfortably in the back seat. You can stretch your legs. Yi Yuanxi rested his head on his own thigh. Let Chen Wei experience lap pillow. I didn't notice at first. Only now am I starting to feel a little shy. Is this behavior too intimate? In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Chen Wei lay down again. From this angle, you can see Yi Yuanxi's slender neck and a delicate chin. The only drawback is, there is a 3 centimeter long flesh-colored scar on that chin. If you don't look closely, you really can't tell. You have a scar on your chin. Yik Yun Shi raised a hand to cover. It seems to want to cover up a past that was once unbearable. How did you get here? How could this spot get injured? I fell off my bikuhen when I was a kid. This spot is not visible to ordinary people. It's just that Chen Wei's posture happened to be perfect. You can even fall off a bike like that. Rash and careless. Chen Wei had no suspicions. Bik Unc let out a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. He wants Chen Wei to care about him. But what is there to care about him? I didn't say anything to them. The two of them were catting idly outside. Wait until Kyle and the others come back. The little fox is very lucky. By chance, they found medicine in the ruins. Everyone got on the car and Gavican Wei anti-inflammatory medicine. Wait a while, then take some fever-reducing medicine and go to sleep. 2 days of rest should be enough to get better. Several people arrived at the nearest clothing store. Upon entering, I realized this place mainly sells children's clothing. However, there are some men's clothes inside. The men's clothing hair generally runs small. However, it just so happened to suit Kyle perfectly. He found his size, packed the clothes and stuffed them into the spatial ring. Kyle was planning to go out. The direction of the fitting room seems to be making strange sounds. Kyle initially thought it was a zombie. I don't plan to deal with it. The sound from the fitting room came again. The sound this time was louder than last time. Kyle couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. And it sounds a bit familiar. But he doesn't now hear anymore. They successfully caught Kyle's interest. He took 2 steps toward the fitting room. Hello, is someone in there? Do you need any help? The voice inside could be harshing excited as Kyle spoke. But in the very next second, his voice was cut off. Immediately after, an icicle shot out from one of the fitting rooms, directly at a Kinkle's angelic face. What the heck? Kyle is speechless. Backhand slap. No manners. It can't be in broad daylight. Doing Semethingembaragingsins in public, huh? It seems I have interrupted your enjoyment. Farewell. Kyle is displeased. Step back 2 steps. Then it occurred to me. I can't take it anymore. They're Elridiusing superpowers. If he doesn't use it, wouldn't that be a waste? And so, a ball of fire quietly hopped into the fitting room. The sound of emancipating came from inside. Kyle then left, satisfied. And they didn't forget to give them a small gift. Endure for a moment, and the sea becomes calm. Take a step back, and you'll find the world is vast and boundless. That's just bullshit. Kyle absolutely doesn't put up with anyone's nonsense. Moreover, in the end times, the strong make the rules. After Kyle had walked far away from the fitting room, only then did he really see the hands of the 5 people. Be good, and don't move around. He was feeling irritable because his clothes had been burned. Meow, you totally deserve that. None of my business. Lu Chen held a completely black furred kitten in his arms. Only the belly fur is white. At that moment, he whispering his teeth at him. He looks very displeased. Lu Chen was a bit triggered. Be good, put Eton, looks nice. Lu Chen is holding a pink little skirt in his hand. Looks like a baby model. Meow, I'm a guy. Wear your damn skirt. The little black cat uses its tail. Take the pink skirt from Luxan's hand. In protest. If you don't like it. I still have white ones, red ones, blue ones, and yellow ones here. Lu Chen magically protested them one by one. It was what he had just scavenged. Pervert, get that away from me. We can try them on one by one. There's always something you'll like. Lu Chen extended his sinful hand towards the black kitten. I don't want you to take your filthy hands off. And Zhang Yang couldn't take it anymore. Turn into human form and sit in Lu Chen's embrace. He snatched those little clothes from her hands. Throw it far away. When Lux Sun doesn't come into contact with these things, he's still a normal person. The little dress I've been longing for has been thrown out. Lu Chen was not angry at all. Yet on the surface, they appear calm. But deep down, he was overjoyed. Because this posturize very close. It was easy to touch the tail of my beloved cat. I told you, you can't just touch someone's tail. And Zhang Yang tried to save his own skin. I am not casual. Lu Chen is serious. And Zhang Yang was too exhausted to even complain. Limp on Lu Chen, letting him play with me. The cat's tail and cat ears. He thought to himself. Finally, completely gave in. Enjoying herself, she leaned against Lu Chen and started snoring. Damn, even my chin wants some attention too. Do whatever comes to mind. And Zhang Yang never shortchanges himself. He grabbed Luoken's hand and placed it on his chin. The tone here should be soft and gentle too. With a hint of command. Not offensive. Lux San did not reply. He is a man of action. And Zhang Yang was being attended and felt very comfortable. He and Kyle are the same type. Take a rest when you're tired. If you can't win, just slack off. Life is already so hard to enjoy. Why not make yourself more comfortable? Thinking back to the first time I met Lu Chen, that was definitely not a good memory. And Zhang Yang watched his close friend Kyle choke to death right in front of him. But this really should be the case. A life contract exists between the two of them. Kyle won't die so easily. After Kyle's death, the elders of the Fox clan and Thikat clan were all in complete chaos. I can't figure out where the problem is. But only Zhang Yang himself knew. The life contract on his body indicates that Kyle is still alive. As long as he is still alive, I will never give up. Maybe Kyle just accidentally entered a state of suspended animation. And after Kyle also died, the body also inexplicably disappeared the next day. This made Zhang Yang feel very strange. So they took the things Kyle had eaten before he died. From the novel I've read, Keep them all by your side. In the end, he even moved into Kyle's home. Want to know where Eth problem is? Find out where Miklos' friend has gone. Fortunately, one day, when he woke up, he realized up in a strange place. He is here. I feel the pulsation of the life contract belonging to Kyle. But he actually landed in a strange place. It seems like Thysis the rooftop. How could there be such a large pond on the rooftop? On Jung sat by the swimming pool, looking at their reflection in the water. My own cat. The ears even popped out on their own. Looking back, the cat's tail is also outside. He is different from Kyle. He doesn't like his half-demon form. Feels neither fish nor fowl. For oneself, either it's a humanoid, either in beast form. Just as he was about to put it away, a figure lunged over abruptly, startled, and Zhang Yangjij dodged to the side, unsteady on one's feet. Losing balance, the whole person fell into the swimming pool. As a cat demon, it is especially afraid of water. Even if it's humanoid. Not allowed either. Help me. And Zhang Yang struggled in the water, aimed toward the people on the shore. The person on Thesher crouched down. Just when Zhang Yang thought he was saved, a powerful large hand was gripping his neck. Pick him up. His feet were almost lifting off the water's surface. Completely supported by this hand on the neck. Saved him. But it looks like they're going to kill him. Wow. The suffocating feeling lifts and Zhang Yang speechless. Mind goes blank. His gaze began to gradually grow unfocused. He doesn't understand why this person has so much hostility towards him. For a moment, the feelings of fear and despair upon first arriving in another world, diffusing out, still accompanied by anger. I'm about to be killed myself. The culprit is still unknown. He didn't even get Toziki Zhao's face. Am I just coming here to die? He doesn't want me out. And Zhang Yang turned into a cat to escape. As he had thought, the suddenly shrunken body escaped the merciless iron grasp. He didn't forget to give it a good scratch with his claw. Compared to being strangled, if you fall into the water, at least you have demonic arts to protect yourself. However, the person on the shore was quick-eyed and swift-handed, caught in Zhang Yang's weak spot, and Zhang Yang was in excruciating pain. I feel a bit of a muscle strain. Am I really going to die here today? I still haven't found Qi Zhaola. And Zhang Yang turned it around unwillingly. He bit down hard on the big hand that was restraining his hind leg. Cats are all soft-bodied creatures. This level of softness is simply effortless. The big players haven't let go, but the people on the shore did not harm it further. On the contrary, it's an apology. Sorry, what are you doing? Slap someone in the face and then offer them a date. Am I someone who gives up that easily? Meow? And Zhang Yang refused to confess until his death. Lu Chen carried Heimwei in that position. Stay away from swimming pool. Can't blame him. He just found this presidential suite. The floor is high and the environment is good. No zombies are coming to bother us for now. Who knew he would come out right after taking a shower? I saw a suspicious person sitting by the pool, suspected to be a high-level zombie. That's when I made my move. Never expected it to actually be a human cat. The cat demon didn't know why. It reminded him of what had seen on the mountain before. That young man with the big fluffy tail and ears. He was utterly amazed at that moment. God has blessed him. He really wants to keep a pet. It's delivered right to my doorstep. Still just a cat. He likes cats the most. The pastor used to run a chain of cat cafes before. I want to keep, adopt, and cuddle cats. Thinking this way, Lu Chen indeed lowered his head. He forced his face into Zhang Yang's soft belly. Take a deep breath. Meow, you pervert. Pervert. And Zhang Yang was instantly scared out of his wits. My mouth is already numb. All four limbs were kicking against Lu Chen's face in an attempt to escape. This is sexual harassment. Are you willing to follow me? I have food to eat. Lu Chen's face was scratched. But he doesn't mind at all. Still deceiving in Zhang Yang? Want him to obediently follow me. The cat shakes its head. Isn't it just food? Who doesn't have that? If I go out, I have it too. I have plenty of money. Although I don't know if currency's universally accepted here. Even if Qijiala hasn't been found, he won't starve to death either. I let it be. A strange sound came from outside. It caught Angshanjiang's attention. He looked in the direction of the sound. I only saw a guy with an ugly mug. An unidentified object with half of its tooth missing. Moving slowly in this direction. Why not say it's a person? Because Zhang Yang Felth had lived long enough. I've never come across this kind of person in all these years. What is this? How disgusting. Lu Chen simply raised his hand slightly. That unidentified object was frozen in place. Then the ice cubes rose into the air. He fell off, thebilding himself, and Zhang Yang's mind didn't quite keep up. Are all the humans in this world like this? Can use demonic arts? No wonder this person isn't scared when they see me. And I still want to kill him. Lu Chen saw him staring blankly at the spot where the ice had disappeared. He thought he was afraid the zombie would come back. He is already completely dead. Very strong, can protect you. If everyone in this world were like those people just now, then following Lu Chen would also be a good choice. First of all, he's good looking. Her figure is also good. Secondly, his own sorceress and effect on healing. A demonic art that is not very aggressive. Otherwise, as the youngest son of the cat demon, it's not that bad. Not even the Rito inheritance. No matter how you think about it, it's beneficial to you. Although I don't quite understand this person's attitude. How did it change so fast? Then I'll reluctantly follow you. And Zhang Yang still tightly clung to Lu Chen's hand. Can we really knock in a different way? My leg is really sore and numb. Turn back into a human. Hearing Lu Chen's words, and Zhang Yang nodded repeatedly. It would be better to be human than to be like this. Now. It's just that. Why isn't the person letting go yet? If you don't let go, how can you change back by yourself? He's bound to end up sitting on his hands. Looking at Zhang Yang tilting his head along the way. It seems to know what Zhang Yang is thinking. Just like that. Meow. Change it is. If your arms can't bear my weight, it's not my fault. With the intention of making Lu Chen suffer. And Zhang Yang reverted to his original form in a flash. His appearance is not to be taken lightly. He has already done it. Lu Chen couldn't hold on any longer. His arm cramped up. Or it might be a case of a sprain. However, Lu Chen really held him steady with one arm. He reverted to his original form. Lux San couldn't hold on to his thigh. Then he lifted his buttocks. Even feel that. The feel is great. He gave a hard squeeze. Pervert, why are you pinching my butt? And Zhang Yang nimbly jumped down from his arm. Lu Chen stared intently at the back of Zhang Yang's head and his lower back. Why isn't there? There is nothing. I usually don't show my cat ears and tail either. Lu Chen, the word pervert is something he's already tired of saying. He did not get a satisfactory answer. His gaze fell on Angshanjiang's slender legs. How is your leg? No problem. Angshanjiang used evil magic. It instantly healed the sprain and the bruise on the neck. Looking at the scratches in Lux 6 can freeze arm and face. I feel a bit embarrassed. Such a handsome face. It's still better not to leave a scar. You lower your head and conveniently show off your abilities, so that this person doesn't feel like he's a burden. I don't know what's going to do. But he listened to Zhang Yang's words. He bent over, and a stream of pale green gas emerged. Since Zhang Yang radiated from the palm of his hand, passing over his injured cheek and arm, accompanied by a faint scent of plants and trees. The scratches on the skin vanished without a trace. Wood element source healer. What in Zhongyang? Never heard of such a word. Do not casually reveal your abilities in public. You'll get caught. Only allowed in front of me. Lu Chen reminded him. Healers are easily targeted, captured, and imprisoned. On Yung An doesn't understand. But he has one merit. I've always been open to advice. From that time on. And Zhongyang followed Lu Chen. People kept wanting to join them along the way. Or invite them to join. All were mercilessly rejected by Lu Chen. Because he didn't want them to notice. And Zhongyang's identity. And also his cat ears and cat tail. That's all his. There are only two people. Even when sleeping. You can also sleep while holding a soft and sweet-smelling cat. Indulging in rubbing ears. Mo Weiba and Zhang Yangyang not refused before. But the refusal was ineffective. Over time, he is used to it too. Overall, Luk Sun's little day. Life is a bit better than Gushing Grui's. They just arrived at Wanxi as well. It's time to get some new clothes. Luk San saw the children's clothing store and had a sudden whim, insisting on putting a little dress on in Zhongyang's cat form. The two argued inside the fitting room for a long time. In the end, Luk Sun came out completely satisfied. And Zhongyang nearly lost half his soul. And Lu Chen seemed to have discovered a whole new world. Put away the little dress that was taken into the fitting room, but not worn. Keep it for later and take it slow. I have shamed the cat tribe being trampled by humans, still wearing women's clothing. The little black cat hung its head. Feeling wronged, Lo Cheng took out a cat treat stick to feed it. Make it a little happier. Afterwards, I plan to go out and find a couple of outfits. As a result, Kyle's gift was discovered. All the clothes in this children's clothing store were burned to ashes. Nothing fits, including children's underwear. Lu Chen doesn't have any spare clothes to change into right now. He can't even bring himself to go out half naked like that. And, give me your clothes. Lu Chen scratched the chin of the black kitten in his arms a couple of times. Retribution, Lu Chen. Your retribution has arrived. And Zhang Yang couldn't stop grinning. Little did he know, this Wash's long-lost close friend, Kyle, accidentally helped him get revenge. He still generously gave clothes to Lu Chen. As the birthday person, he don't need to wear clothes. Lu Chen can just carry him back. It's just that my clothes might be a bit small. The size difference between Thetwo of us is quite significant. I wonder if I can fit into that big ice cube. That's right. And Zhang Yang felt that Lucan was a total ice block. The two of them have been together for so long. He had only ever seen a few expressions on Lu Chen's face. The number of occurrences pitifully small. Don't even mention it to outsiders. The tone was so cold it could freeze a person small. The fox was completely unaware. Passing by a close friend. Still trying hard to open the clothing store. Although he could borrow any clothes from Gushing Grui's collection. But underwear is definitely not okay. Kyle has rosy lips and fair skin. Walking on the road, he quickly attracted the attention of others. Among them, there are quite a few malicious gazes. A sleazy old man suddenly popped out from nowhere. And he actually went straight to putting his arm around Kyle's waist. What are you doing? Kyle pointed his finger like Ogden at the perverted uncle's head. A fireball condensed at his fingertip. The sleazy old man didn't expect this person to be a superpowered individual. He looks so fragile, he seems like the type who should be kept. But even if it is, so what? Who are you trying to scare with such a tiny little flame? Kyle fired a fireball. He shot directly into his left shoulder. The sleazy, middle-aged man let out a pained cry. Half of my body feels numb because of him. He is not interested in Kyle anymore. I have to get my hands on him and teach him a lesson. He waved his hand. Several superhumans slowly emerged from behind the surrounding houses. Surround Kyle. He frowned, but he wasn't afraid of these people. It would only waste his time. It was already late when he came out. I'm afraid the big villain will worry. The sleazy uncleth, he was scared. Young man, if you regret it and change your mind, then get on your knees and crawl over here. I'll let you off this time. Kyle looked at Heim as if he were an idiot. Come on together if you're coming. Don't waste my time. I just like roses with thorns. Training you must be so thrilling. The sleazy middle-aged man waved to the people around him. The superhumans around her getting restless, surrounding Kyle. He unleashed fury flames from both hands. The surrounding superpower users had never seen fire of this color before. He is a furial mental ability user. It's so red, it might as well be lava. Go up and fight, then you'll know. After all, there are so few of us. I am this far away from him. I actually felt the warmth of the flames. Everyone, be careful. Several superhumans are working as bodyguards for the sleazy uncle. It's been quite a while. There is a little bit of connection between us. Just as everyone was to strike, breaking the deadlock, standing before Kyle. There are so many of you. Bullying a young person. How shameless. The girl in a hat and jeans. He used ice to clear a path. Walking into the encirclement, he approached Kyle's side. What a coincidence, little brother, we meet again. Kyle only just remembered. When I went to search for medicine last time. He had met the other party before. Bai Bing just happened to pass by and see this area. That slick talking, sleazy old man. They've started snatching young men and women off the streets again. Not interested in first place. Just a kidnapped teenager. He has a bit of an impression. You are Kyle. I guess this person is probably a fairly important supporting character. My name is Bai Bing. Ice ability user. Just call me Sister Baby. Hearing him say that, Kyle immediately remembered. Pak Ping is one of the members of the Sharp Squad. Ice ability user. He has a thorough mastery of ice. She's a cool, mature older sister who likes to wear heavy makeup and denim outfits. Back then, Gushin Grui also came into it because of fate. Only then was Bai Bing able to join the team. She's a kind-hearted sister, with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Hello, Sister Baobing. My name is Kyle. Call me Zhao Qi, or Leal. Kyle proactively extended his hand to shake hands with Bai Bing. Zhao Qi, I have a request for helping you. But don't worry. My request is not big. You can easily get this done. Bai Bing stated in advance. If the other party can agree, that would be best. If you don't agree, I'll just do it as a favor, considering how handsome this little brother is. Do me a small favor. Kyle, who couldn't quite make a decision, was being evasive. I will definitely not hesitate to do what I can myself, but it's related to the squad. This depends centrally on Xingrui. I don't have the authority. Are you done talking nonsense? I never expected Bai Bing. Would you help suck a pretty boy? You've taken a liking to him too. The sleazy middle-aged man impatiently cut short their small talk. This really angered Bai Bing. Less than 10 minutes. Their people were lying flat on the ground. He was sitting on the ground, moaning in agony. The only one standing. The people beside Skyle and Bai Bing. There's only himself left. Let's go. We're heading back. Bai Bing can't wait to go negotiate with Gushin Grui. Kyle's body stiffened. Still have to wait a while. I still have places to go. Oh, my God. I'm not really going to take Sister Bai Bing to a men's underwear store, am I? It's a bit life-threatening. Then I'll go with you. This and that. Kyle tried hard to find an excuse. His hesitant expression made Bai Bing feel uneasy. You're not regretting it, are you? So this handsome guy is also someone who kicks down the ladder after crossing the river? Bai Bing raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a subtle dissatisfaction. Facing Bai Bing's doubts, Kyle cannot just because of his own. And what made Bai Bing dissatisfied with Gushin Grui? Lost a great teammate. So I simply gritted me teeth and Go all out, it's fine. Let's go, sister bathing. Finally, he saw the men's underwear store. When passing by that sign with the large characters, finally, I understand. Why was Kyle so reluctant to speak just now? Zhao Qi, I won't go in. Go ahead. To give Kyle a good shopping experience, Bak Bing decided to wait outside. Kyle went from Banshee at the very beginning. I'm a bit used to it by now. Nodding, he walked inside. Find your own size. Pack it up neatly and efficiently. Turning my head, I saw a larger size next to it. Lost in thought. Should we bring some for the big villain? At this thought, Kyle sent a message to Gux and Grui asking for his size. Seeing Gu Xingrui's instant reply message, Kyle blushed with a racing heart. What? That's not the size I was asking about. I really can't tell. The villain is getting more and more outrageous. Wait until he finishes his selection. To avoid arousing Bei Bing's suspicion, Kyle did not put everything into the space. There's a bit left in thereing, holding it in my hand. Seeing him come out with a bunch of bags, Bei Bing, who had nothing better to, quickly stepped forward to help. Do you need me to get something for you? No need, it's very light. Gu Xinggrui waited at the orphanage gate until the flowers wilted. Finally saw Kyle's figure. But there is also a woman by his side. Unable to see the person's face clearly, Gu Xinggrui couldn't sit still. He dashed forward in a few quick strides. No way. In just a short while, he brought back a love rival. Gu Xingrui's inner unease. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that the person who arrived was Bei Bing. He knew very well that Bak Bing likes boys who are older and more mature than him. Definitely not the little brother type. He would not be interested in Kyle. Kyle was startled by the 100-meter sprint speed. He unconsciously took a step back. It really feels like being caught red-handed while cheating. What's going on? Introduce it. Sister Bei Bing, this ICER team leader Gu Xinggrui. Xinggrui, sister Bei Bing. I need to talk to you. However, Gu Xingrui's focus was not on this. He helped you. You've been bullied outside. Don't worry about it anyway. I have our solve everything. Kyle saw that Gu Xinggrui was ignoring Bei Bing. Push him forward. Although Gu Xinggrui wasn't happy about Kyle's concealment, yet, he still kept his gaze fixed on Bei Bing. What's going on? There's actually a teamy when Bei Bing has to ask for help. Seldom seen Pak Bing clears his throat. That's how it is. Captain Gu. I heard you took a lot of medicine from the hospital. I want a small bottle of salicylic acid. I don't know if you all have. What kind of medicine is salicylic acid? I've never heard of this term. How strange. Gu Xinggrui actually knows. Because his mother always likes to put on these things. He simply ignored what Bei Bing wanted these for. Then it occurred to me. Also ignoring. A person who never forgets to put on makeup. Of course, one takes extra care of their face. I'm afraid my skin hasn't been looking good lately. Bei Bing's obsession with her face is downright outrageous. I still remember when Sumiona provoked me in my previous life. Accidentally scratched his face. He grabbed the guy's head and dunked it repeatedly in the ditch. One could say have me own private prison. Criminal law thinking returns to simplicity. Explaining to Kyle that it is an organic acid. It should be me asking Yuming. I just want a small one. A bottle of salicylic acid will do. I'll leave as soon as I get it. Pak Bing was overjoyed. He was looking for salicylic acid. But I've been to many places. The air we can no longer ignore is not as good as before. It's all dust and blood. Plus, it's being pretty dry lately. And putting on makeup every day. It's causing some breakouts on my face. I had no choice but to look for salicylic acid. Apply a little salicylic acid to get rid of acne. Even if Gu Xinggrui explains it this way, Kyle doesn't really understand either. But he understood. After getting salicylic acid, Back Bing will leave the team. This won't do. They are very short-handed right now. Bai Bing. He is also one of Gu Xingrui's capable assistants in the future. Since we've already met, there's no reason to let them go. Just returning to Thetum early, that's all. Has Sister Bai Bing always ventured out on her own? Isn't it dangerous? Kyle must find a way to keep Bai Bing. He worried himself sick over Gu Xinggrui. It's more comfortable to be alone. No contradiction. She does not have a team. I have different opinions and values from them. We've been apart for a while. Since then, my heart has grown cold. I don't want to look for a team right now. And I realize that being alone isn't so bad after all. As for danger, of course there is. After all, every advantage has its disadvantage. Sister Bing, you should come with us. Although we are few in number for now, but not short on resources. And the captain is also extremely impressive. Absolutely reliable. We don't fight Amongursals either. We don't want those ungrateful wretches will fight among themselves either. Everyone helps each other out. The atmosphere is harmonious. Kyle kept talking non-stop, trying to win over Bai Bing. I originally wanted Bai Bing to join the team. Xingrui suddenly felt he was acting a bit strange. Why is Kyle so concerned about Bai Bing? Well said. I'm almost turning Jinto a salesman. Wait a moment, we'll go in and ask about the salicylic acid for you. So Xingrui found an excuse to pull Kyle away. Even as he was being dragged away, he still didn't forget to say a few nice words. Sister Bing Bai coming here is a really good choice. You should think it over carefully. Gu Xinggrui pulled Kili into the welfare center, a distance away from Bai Bing. Kyle continued further inside. Go to find Lan Yuming. He thought Gu Xinggrui was coming in. Really have to ghost Lan Yuming. The outcome was completely unexpected. Gu Xinggrui hugged her tightly from behind. The big villain suddenly hugged me. Where are you feeling unwell? Do you need comfort? What should I do? Keela patted his chest. Hold his arm tightly. Words of comfort were almost on the tip of my tongue. Why are you so insistent in letting Bai Bing in? You have a crush on him. Villain, stop making a scene here for no reason. Kyle rolled his eyes hard. It's a pity Gu Xinggrui can't see this. Sister Bingbing's presence beneficial for everyone. Isn't he such a rare talent? Why not stay? I can't just say. It's because you know he will be your teammate in the future, right? Kyle thought of a possibility. You don't like him. Gu Xinggrui did it out of spite. If you like him. I just don't like him. What kind of logic is that? Kyle was so angry he laughed. He took a bite on Therum in front of him. Dared to call Gu Xinggrui because of jealousy. I came to bring him in. Kyle cowled contented his happiness. Stop messing around, Somione is still waiting outside. Kyle asked Gu Xinggrui to let go of him. He put his arm around Kyle's shoulder with one hand. The other hand raked into the pocket. Wait a moment, I have something to give you. It is a branch broken off from a large tree. A wooden ring carved with a sharp blade. Taking advantage of time on the car. The memory of holding Kyle's hand, fingers intertwined. More or less remember Edgal's wrist size. I'll definitely get you one in the future. Really, if this were before the apocalypse. Not to mention a single ring. It's a gold ring, gold necklace, gold bracelet. Whatever Kyle wants, he can buy it. It's just that we don't know if there are any intact ones in this tomb chamber. Gold or silver will do. Better than this, blockhead. Gu Xinggrui was dissatisfied. The first person he ever liked, the one he held dear in his heart. The gifts given are limited. Isn't this pretty good? Kyle looked at the wooden ring that had suddenly appeared in his hand. The wooden ring is neither too big nor too small, just right. Not just a plain band. There is a foxtail on it. The end is wrapped with something like a rope. And there's some lousy stuff. Kyle's mom is scattering that pattern. What kind of nonsense is this? It was me, Howell didn't let you go. You can never escape from the palm of my hand. How childish. Although Kyle said so. But I still like him very much. This is the first time I've earseen of this kind of gift. Wearing it on my hand and admiring it back and forth. Do you like him? Of course, I like it. Gushin Grui couldn't wait toward the delightful answer. Do you like me then? The meaning of wearing a ring on the middle finger of the right hand is, this one's taken. Are you taken? Is it me? Gushin Grui stared intently at the owner of the ring. Kyle's heart raced. Am I being confessed to? The main villain is about to lay all the cards on the table. Stop taking advantage of me on the sly. Just as I was about to open my mouth to agree, a thought crossed Kyle's mind. He is with Gushin Grui. It was unfair to Gushin Grui in the first place. I am not from this world at all. If I really have Toliev here someday, then what about Gushin Grui? Can I bring myself to let go of him? Seeing Kyle hesitate, Gushin Grui's heart skipped a beat. I suspect he doesn't really like me. Sure enough, the little fox still likes him. That childhood sweetheart. Secretly thinking to oneself, after stealthily and Zhang Yang, what is the probability of being with Kyle? Shingrui, you're hurting me. As Shingrui's thoughts grew increasingly intense, his hand tightened involuntarily. Kyle's shoulder was squeezed until it ached sharply. As for your confession, I thought about it. Let's think it over again. About you. I don't want to make a decision so hastily. Kyle needs some Karajeto make a decision. What he said isn't wrong. Gushin Grui, as the main antagonist in the novel, everything about him. I really should consider other factors more. I've been all lovey-dovey with Gushin Grui lately, and get along well with the Varion in the squad. He almost forgot the differences between myself and the people here. In fact, Kyle himself is also very happy. He looks forward to breaking through that layer of relationship with Gushin Grui. But now, this step has truly arrived. He felt scared again. For a future and responsibility that are not clear at a glance. He used to be fearless. I just wish I could have had it, that would be enough. But when such feelings truly arise, he couldn't bring himself to let go with ease, either. He began to fear that he would make a decision he would regret. However, Kyle's inner turmoil. Gushin Grui, however, had no way of knowing. His expression gradually darkened. Emotions plummeted from a peak to the abyss. Why don't you like me? Gushin Grui asked again, unwilling to give up. This time, he transferred Kyle over. Facing each other, looking eye to eye. The eyes do not lie. Kyle's eyes clearly had him in them. Those pale blue eyes. Now, his face is all I can see. Full of tender affection. But with a hint of hesitation and reluctance. Kyle pursed his lips and did not answer. What are you worried about? Gushin Grui relaxed his tone. The strength in his hand did not diminish. The heart feels as if it's being slowly cut by a blunt knife. I can barely catch my breath. I'm afraid this is the first time in so long. Kyle heard the gentlest voice. It's a pity he couldn't respond. After the two of them stared at each other for a few minutes, Gushin Grui was the first to compromise. No problem, I'll wait for your reply. I'm waiting for your decision. You won't let me down, right? Kyle averted his gaze as if trying to escape. If you want to know whether they can still go back, we'll have to wait a little longer. Or find in Zhao Mao, able to know some oft answers I gave. Will it make Gushin Grui disappointed? Kyle himself wasn't sure either. Since we can't be sure about things that have a definite outcome, it's better not to give him any hope. Seeing Kyle's evasion, Gushin Grui's heart ached with a dull, persistent pain deep within. The feeling of suffocation is getting worse. He let go of Kyle's hand. Don't be too nervous. You can also pretend I never said these things today. I'm going to find Yuming. You can ease your emotions a bit. Goosh and Grui raced first to leave. Only Kyle was left behind. He was afraid that if stayed any longer, will do anything to harm Kyle. For example, imprison Kyle if tries to escape and disobeys. Yet even though Goosh and Grui's departing foots were somewhat flustered, Kyle didn't dare to turn around and take a look. The Fox clan treated him very well. The elders who held high hopes, and Jaumo moaned his family. He is also very good to himself. If only I could go back. Can I really bring myself to abandon Goosh and Grui? Or should he abandon Thasuo, have watched him grow up? Kyle cannot make a choice. How he wished Heck would choose both. Bai Bing, who was waiting outside, noticed. The two of them finished hedgeting the salicylic acid. The atmosphere had clearly changed when they came out. We went in like best buddies, but came out as strangers. Why does it seem so much like a couple having a quarrel? There is a distance between the two of them. He didn't even Daretto make eye contact. Even accidental physical contact was promptly avoided. I almost jumped 100 meters away. I've thought about that too. I might as well join you. It must be fate that brought us together. Bai Bing became a little interested in them. However, more often I still genuinely want to join a friendly team. As Kyle had anticipated, Bai Bing's reason for this is exactly the same as in his previous life. Excellent. A warm welcome to Sister Bai Bing. I'll take you to meet the other team members now. Kyle cast aside the discomfort felt around Goosh and Grui. ZG actively brought Bai Bing along to introduce her to the others. When going to Sichin Wei again, the other personas already awake. Taking the medicine and then getting some sleep really makes a difference. I feel refreshed and invigorated now. People move their bodies. His wound was cleaned of rotten flesh and then treated with the new medicine. The bandage is applied. At least there won't be a reinfection. I just slept, sweating all over. He really wanted to take a shower. Unfortunately, there ain't that much water. The team really needs a water element ability user. Upon hearing his complaints, Bai Bing said she had a solution. Find a clean wooden barrel, filled with ice inside. Chen Wei only needs to be heated with fire to turn into water. When he wanted to use water himself, he would do it this way. We just need to find a fire ability user we know. Under Lan Yuemeng's repeated instructions, Chen Wei was liable to take a shower. It's just that one hand is a bit too busy to handle everything. I need someone's help. Chen Wei only intended call it $1 for. After all, apart from the two women, the other two men seemed to be in love with each other. Not suitable for this kind of thing. But Yi Yuanzi didn't have time to agree yet. There was a figure moving even faster. Pushing the bewildered Chen Wei, he went inside. I'll do it, I'm strong. Watching the door close, Lan Yumeng looked at Gux and Grui with a puzzled expression. What's wrong with Lil? I feel like you're some kind of monster. So eager to escape from you. He just noticed it. The atmosphere between Thetwo of them became awkward. Could it be Thathy had a fight? Goosh and Grui's face was cold and grim. Looking at that tightly shut door, his eyes revealed a sense of helplessness. Just being a little moody.